Cries for help were heard. The guy landed, saying that it was very painful. This man's name is Yang Rui, and he is a middle school teacher in Jingling City. Yang Rui was also a specialist in correcting troubled teenagers. According to him, these teenagers only need to be understood. However, this guy had a slight weakness. He was very curious. Suddenly he noticed some sort of glowing thing. Yang Rui arrived at Mount Kunwu and saw an incomprehensible golden light. But he suddenly stumbled back, then began to fall from an altitude of several thousand kilometers. It could be described by saying that curiosity had killed the cat, and it was too late and useless to regret. Yang Rui knew that he was definitely going to die. But later the guy realized he had fallen into a water curtain cave. He didn't expect at all that there would be a water curtain cave exactly under this mountain. But he also realized that when he fell to the bottom of the cave, he would 100% crash to death. Surprisingly, however, he fell from an altitude of several thousand kilometers and did not even die. And it was as if his blood was beginning to glow. After which, Yang Rui realized that he had entered some other space. There, he noticed the secret recovery methods refining Golden Dragon Bone Fist, controlling chi concentration, the Emperor's records of ruling the state, the creation and passage of the Great Nebula. It is very surprising that it is beneath Mount Kunwu that the library of an extraordinary man is located. He also found the art of war in Jin Yong's novel. The guy claimed to have an unshakable will. That's why he can't read such dirty books. But Yang Rui just has to check if it's true. However, as soon as he tried to open the book, nothing happened. And no matter how hard he tried to do it, it was all in vain. After which, he began to try again. Eventually, he sat down on the floor and tried to catch his breath. It was quite exhausting. Suddenly, the guy noticed that the floor had engulfed him in blood. After that, everything started glowing for some reason. The knowledge of the techniques he had just seen recently rushed into his head. Yang Rui heard a mysterious voice. This voice told him that this place was called Lanhuang Library. Since this library absorbed the guy's blood, his soul is now connected to this library. Yang Ju is its master. Or to be more precise, his head. The guy admitted it was pretty cool. The voice in his head said that he was now inside the library, and that the world he was in was not Earth. It is no longer a cave under Kunwu. It is a world called Heion. There are many of my essential sector here that can interfere even with the secular power. There are 10 great powers in this world, which are the main ones. 7 great sects: Qin Yun Sect, Shudao Faith, Fuxi Cave, Baihu Courtyard, Jiangje Pavilion, Sanitsin Palace, Shouhua Island, as well as 3 holy sites: the Temple of the God of War, Qianqi Tower, and Yang Rui is the head of one of the 3 holy places. Still, the way he's called head sounds good. At least he's guaranteed safety here. He was already imagining how he would be riding out of the library with a bunch of students and servants, how they would shout out the chapter. This is so cool, and also safe. From the ceiling, a mysterious golden light was directed at the protagonist. A mysterious power flowed into his body. His tribute, Tian, quickly activated. It absorbed the energy of the sky and earth like a whirlpool. Yang Rui felt that his body had undergone a change. His body was filled with an unknown power. It was as impenetrable as steel and had the power to tear down mountains and topple seas. With a single step, he ascended to the heavens with the help of the whirlpool that absorbs the power of the outer world. He became the one who realized the hidden things. From now on, in this world of Heian cultivators, only the heads of the 10 great sects, a couple of elders, and first-rate cultivators could match Yang Rui's strength. In this kind of novel, the protagonist always has to wake up with an uncomprehending face after fainting, or find himself in a younger body with the same first and last name, or maybe wake up and hear the question, "You're finally awake," and then start practicing harder. Yang Rui is completely different. When he entered this world, he immediately reached its peak. He's the head now, so he can read the book in peace. However, for some reason, he still couldn't do it. He even tried to command the book to open, but that didn't work either. And the mysterious voice told him that although he was the head, he didn't have the authority to gain knowledge of secret techniques right now. He needs to complete a task in the name of Lanhuang Library. This library has been in decline for centuries. All this time it has had no followers. Many people haven't even heard of this place, so it's just a leader with no subordinates. This library needs to be taken to new heights again. And that's quite a heavy task Yang Rui has been entrusted with. He realized that the first thing to do was to recruit disciples. From the library, one could easily set up a school to recruit apprentices and reach the top. But he didn't understand where all that coolness had gone. He wanted to ride out with a lavish entourage. Who knew that the turning point would be so cruel? Yang Rui had already planned to take a dozen bodyguards with him to protect him, so that he could live happily ever after. He has a rich imagination, but the reality is quite cruel. Yang Rui didn't want to rule the world, but he didn't want to submit to it either. In any case, his cultivation level is quite high, so he can do whatever he wants. But you don't have to forget to be cautious. And just as the guy was about to leave the library, something happened. A strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. The stars moved, and a wave of spiritual energy winged the world. Colorful clouds and amazing music filled the world. The spiritual power of the world was doubled. The change in spiritual power prompted a group of the strongest. The strength of the strongest was incomparable. They saw Yang Rui's location from a great distance. One of the 7 sects closest to this place, Jiang's Pavilion Peak, a secret training place in the clouds. He felt that this spiritual power was coming from Lanhuang Library. The master of Jiangge Pavilion is Zhang Tianxiong. Legend has it that the supreme deity collected all the books of the world in this library. And Xiao Yaozi, who suddenly disappeared thousands of years ago, was able to attain the power of heaven by inheriting the Lanhuang Library. Several thousand years have passed since then. All this time the library had been silent, but now it had reasserted itself. If Tianxiong could get his hands on it, the strength of his pavilion would increase several times over, and perhaps he can unite the 7 great sects. He immediately wanted to go there. Tanmu Prefecture, ruins of the Lanhuang Library. There's a new building there. The guy walked out of the library, after which this large library dwindled, and it all fit his head. The guy couldn't understand at all how such a large library was able to enter his head. Plus, he could go in there at any time. He also noticed that the place he was in was quite large. However, he was glad that he was finally able to get out. Suddenly, 2 people who were flying cultivators appeared in front of him, according to Yang Rui. Since there was a surge of qi from the library from here, this person definitely had something to do with it. The girl was surprised that that guy was wearing strange clothes. First, they must capture this man. Meanwhile, the main character only had eyes for the girl. She was so incredible and strong. He thought she looked like a fairy, and her beautiful legs were too incredible. He called this girl a goddess and introduced himself. Even though it was awkward, he said her bottom was a little open. These words infuriated the man. He asked the bastard how dare he look at his little sister. At the same time, the girl covered herself, after which he even decided to kill him for it. Yang Rui didn't understand what was going on. It was just a friendly remark, and now they want to kill him because of it. He needs to dodge it. He was even sorry that this useless trash especially got such a face, so he'd rather let it die. He didn't understand at all why that man was so furious at him. After that, there was an explosion. He was even sure that this time the treasure would belong to them. However, the 2 were very surprised when they saw that the main character had not suffered any injuries. What was he doing with such a strong body in the first place? Yang Rui didn't understand how dare this man attack him. He bites off more than he can chew. The girl didn't realize what stage of cultivation he was at. The man was amazed by this power. He was surprised that all the fire had dissipated. After all, he is the head of the Lanhuang Library. He has great powers. Compared to the protagonist, these 2 were just weak ants. This was just a drop of his strength. Do they really think that Yang Rui is as weak as they are? The girl thought that this guy was not too cool and handsome. And these words, on the contrary, infuriated her brother. He stated that this guy was just talking nonsense. He must have used something to help himself. Yang Rui revealed that he had just blocked this attack with his finger. Since he had blocked this powerful strike with just his little finger, didn't they think that if Yang Rui attacked the 2 of them with the same technique, it would kill them? He couldn't even say anything back to that. If Yang Rui could not repeat this technique, he would simply beat that person to death. He still needs to learn some special techniques and skills first. It's time to recruit some students. He said that these kids were very lucky today and offered to become his apprentices. He would teach them magic. They clearly weren't expecting such an offer. However, the guy realized that he didn't know anything himself. The girl was very interested in this so-called magic. He felt that little sister belonged to him, so he should put himself out to the end. He even decided to rupture his blood vessels to create a sword. After that, a sword started to come out from his body, and he pointed it straight at the main character. However, Yang Rui was able to break this blade with ease. He didn't expect his sword vessel to be broken so easily. Yang Rui only wondered if they were looking for death. They were startled when this guy turned to the 2 of them, and the protagonist shouted that they had mistaken the shores and attacked them. However, nothing happened. They only laughed that this loser didn't work out. But the truth is that they were too quick to jump to their conclusions. And they paid full price for their conclusions. That punch was really very powerful indeed. He heard a voice asking that cultivator to stop. It was Tianxiong who apologized for his disciples' rudeness. He explained that they were still young and couldn't see that this person was at a high cultivation stage like their master. Therefore, he asked them to accept this situation. Something started flying out of the sky. Yang Rui asked, did he really think it would end with one small ring? And judging by the color, it's not even gold. Be that as it may, he is not a petty person. Tianxiong clearly teases him with the little ones, while the old one approaches from behind. He wouldn't have left it behind if he had any techniques and skills. Yang Rui didn't know that he had injured these two just by the force of his punch and the fact that he had walked out of Lan Huang Library. This attracted the attention of Patriarch Zhang Jian, Zhang Tianxiong, and the other powers of this world. Some of the cultivators had already guessed that the library had a new receiver, and this would cause a new storm. He doesn't even have a flying ball or any flying technique. It's just a waste of his cultivation, since he even walks with his own feet on the ground. He spotted houses that should have people in them. Perhaps he could recruit some apprentices there. To begin with, Yang Rui should ask if they had a master. After all, he can't take those who have already been trained. It would be embarrassing to have an apprentice who was stronger than his master. However, he was stopped. They noticed a kid with short hair with his bottom all wrapped up, and it looked so weird, so they decided to rob him. They were approached by another man who recognized that the toddler was very strangely dressed, so he asked where he was from. The guy replied that these guys were wasting their precious time. He was just passing by, and he had nothing of value with him. Since he's got nothing, they'll just feed him to the tiger. A girl with green hair appeared there and said, "Stand still to these bastards." They even dared to commit their crimes in the light of day. Therefore, the heroine Shia Sha will not let them do things their own way. He wondered what kind of family this little girl came from. Isn't she afraid of so many people? They recognized that this little girl didn't look so bad. Looks like she's got some money. Although she's a little young, she's still a girl. That's why they decided to take her alive. They'll have fun with her when they're done. At this point, both wanted to join the main character T when he found out they wanted to abuse a little girl. However, he stopped because Xiao Xiao was able to deal with them alone. After all, this world really is a strange world. The leader then ordered them to catch this guy first, and they would take care of the girl later. Heroine Xiao Xiao is here, so she won't let it happen. After which, she dealt with those thugs. All she could think about was this guy coming over and just thanking her. And then she'd say that it wasn't really a big deal, and these guys were just gnats. However, she didn't even notice the knife being plunged into her, whereupon the girl began to fall. The boss was able to do it because of the practice on concealed weapons. This girl is not bad, but she lacks experience. He ordered the girl to be taken to the camp and the guy to be fed to the game. She muttered that this heroine couldn't save him, so he'd better run away from here. At her death, now she realizes something. But unfortunately, she couldn't play the role of the heroine properly. In the end, even the ringleader started begging this guy to stop. He begged this cultivator to let them go. Yang Rui asked if he really wanted him to let everyone go. If the main character was actually captured, these guys wouldn't let him go so easily. Therefore, he decided not to stop. Afterward, the girl began to come to her senses, thinking about the fact that her breasts were sore after all. In front of her, she spotted the very guy who may have come to the underworld with her. This was a waste of time. She was trying to buy time for him, and next to him was the ringleader. Xiao Xiao started to claim that he was the one who sneak attacked her. She would kill him even as a ghost. Yang Rui stroked her head, asking her what she was talking about. There was no temperature, and it seemed the anesthetic had taken effect. He called the man Heitsu and told him to go outside for a while. Xiao Xiao asked how come this man obeyed his order and where are the rest of the bandits. Yang Rui told her that he had killed everyone but him. Xiao Xiao guessed that he was also a cultivator and asked to show his flying sword and telekinesis. In response, the protagonist asked if her wound hurt more. She felt a sharp pain, so the guy decided to talk later. And now everything is there. One should rest. He saw that she had strong bones and was a good candidate to become an apprentice. If she would join his sect and be his apprentice, he could teach her magic. However, all he remembers is the heart of the sutra enchantress. The boy requested that she call him master. Xiao Xiao asked what he could teach her. That damn library gave him nothing. And how is he ever going to recruit students? At least have them give him a welcome packet or something. He ended up being given a beginner's gift. He received the first part of the recovery technique. Cultivating this art has the ability to heal oneself. The player can use it immediately, but students must learn from the basics. Master decided to give her a technique that helps her in the healing arts. If she is really talented, she can choose her other techniques and arts later. Xiao Xiao thanked him for saving her own life, but her master must be really strong, so she would have to check if this technique was real or not. Yang Rui advised her to rest and think about it. However, she should not miss her chance. Countless people would die to become his disciple, after which he went outside, and there was another girl watching him. Xiao Xiao didn't think that Yang Rui was strong, but she was shocked after she activated the recovery technique. Even Yang Rui doesn't know how she's doing. Heizi tells the boss that they are actually keeping a tiger here. The protagonist was immediately interested in this. The man said that this tiger came here on its own 6 months ago, but he is very calm and traumatized. After that, he decided to have a cultivator. Yang Rui felt that the chi here was cruel and dangerous. After that, he wanted to push the guy to his death. However, in the end, Yang Rui tripped him and he fell down. Did he really think the guy would be careless walking beside him? Heizi asked. So what of the fact that he was wary? If he entered here, let him not even think about coming out again. He decided to show him a sense of hopelessness, whereupon he ordered the tiger to kill him. The tiger pounced on its prey. However, in this case, the victim was Heizi. Organized, the guy started to hear the voice of a tiger that called him Immortal. The tiger was asking for help, for he had even killed the Immortal's enemy. He sensed how strong this guy was, and would gladly become his servant if he saved the tiger. He may not have brought his tool with him, but he has a healing technique that can definitely help him. The main character praised this kitten. He also heard something begin to happen at the entrance to the cave. These people decided to attack the bandits, talking about bringing their own wrath upon themselves. The girl informed Zhentian that they were in that room. However, Yang Rui appeared in front of them and asked what was going on here. There was a man behind him who wanted to kill him. However, the protagonist dealt with him with ease. This girl told Zhentian to save Xiao Xiao and she would deal with this person. Yang Rui claimed that she had confused him with someone else. Xiao Xiao jumped out of the house. The girl inquired if Xiao Xiao was all right. In response, she wondered if it looked like something had happened to her. She also refuses this forced marriage. She knelt down and replied that she wanted to learn from Master Yang Rui. The protagonist told his apprentice to stand up. In the name of heaven and earth, she swore that she would always follow her master and would never recant. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. She must have been brainwashed by those thugs. It was unclear why she wanted this guy to train her. The library congratulated the guy for completing the mission to find the first apprentice. As a reward, he was given the first half of the advanced Bone Fist Magic Dragon technique. The library reported that the official initiation ceremony had begun. The boy received new clothes. Yang Rui was glad that he could now change into the clothes of a master. Xiao Xiao looked at the transformed master with admiration. And the protagonist asked his faithful apprentice to tell her who is forcing her into marriage. The master will help her. Xiao Xiao described the situation, but Yang Rui only understood its essence. She was originally a young girl from the Sha Clan, gifted with a talent for cultivation. But half a year ago, her father suddenly disappeared, and since then, there had been no word of him. She was ambushed by assassins and they damaged her meridians. So she could no longer use the power of her clan's bloodline, making her useless. She didn't want to be a toy that was used for her clan's political marriage, so she decided to avoid. Shio then happened to run into some bandits who were robbing Yang Rui. That was how they met. The protagonist realized that it was the machinations of fate, but since she was an orphan, why not just marry the guy? Xiao Xiao didn't believe in fate. She wanted to find her father and change everything. He praised her for these beautiful words and also added that one must take control of one's destinies. The man stated that he could not touch his young master Zhen's fiancée. The girl asked if he was the one who brainwashed Xiao Xiao. If he cares about his life, then let him run away. He is so young, but he has already started to deceive others and take them as his disciples. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao punched the man. The girl didn't understand how Xiao Xiao could have done this. This person was from the Zhen clan. If one angered their clan, the Xiao clan would not be in a good position. Xiao Xiao decided to repeat again those words that Yang Rui is her teacher. Therefore, she would not allow anyone to offend her teacher. Since Xiao Xiao already had a master, they wouldn't mind it. If she was going to break the engagement, then she should go back to the clan and talk to the elders about it. Xiao Xiao inquired what the master thought about it. He will not allow these people to steal his disciple. So he agreed to go with them to the clan. And since her father is not around, the teacher will accompany her. No one will intimidate his little student. Yang Rui and Xiao Xiao arrived in Fanshu City, Ying Province. The Sha Clan is one of the 5 largest landowning clans in Ying Province. The leader of the Sha Clan is Xiao Wen Sheng, with Xiao Xiao's father, Basia Arias Sheng, second in seniority. The Sha Clan was slowly declining. Sha Clan Xiao's eldest son, Xiao Wenwu, took over as clan leader with the support of Xiao Wen Yu Ying's third son. Xiao Zhou rejoiced that in the future, the younger siblings would have to call her big sister, and the protagonist replied that they would. After which the girl reported that they had arrived. The woman led Mr. Yang inside. Xiao Xiao also offered to go together to see the clan leader. It just so happened that there was only one Uncle Bin. So the question was, where did Uncle Wu go? Wen Bin noticed the arrival of his niece. Xiao Xiao introduced him to Master Yang Rui. The protagonist also greeted the man. Suddenly he decided to use some kind of attack on the guy. The girl didn't understand what Uncle Bin was doing, but before anything could happen, Yang Rui put up a shield. Xiao Xiao asked for the master to move away from here soon. After all, her uncle is a cultivator at the Yuan Shu stage. The defense barrier has been breached. However, the protagonist ordered the ball to stop right there. Wen Bing couldn't understand why his sword and didn't move. Since he's at the Yuan Shu stage, it could be said that this person was a strong person. But ever since Yang Rui had learned the first half of the advanced magic dragon bone fist technique and recovery technique, this guy's abilities had changed a lot. Now he actually had abilities that he could utilize. Wen Bing apologized, saying that this was a small test to test his strength. Therefore, he hoped that Master was not offended by it. Yang Rui will not be petty about it since he is Xiao Xiao's uncle. He also reported that they came here to break her engagement. The Dasha girl reported that she had already awakened the clan's bloodline. Uncle Wen clearly did not expect her to be able to do this. Now she would be able to compete with Uncle Wu since she had awakened 20% of her strength. At one time, her father was strong enough, having only awakened 30% of the bloodline. However, she had awakened the bloodline completely. He thinks she was just tricked, because that's impossible. Last time, only the clan founder himself was able to awaken 100% of his power. If someone fully awakened the clan's bloodline, they could have access to the teachings of the ancestors. Xiao Xiao returned to ask Uncle Wu to grant her access to the ancestral teachings. He explained that Uncle Wu was still cultivating in seclusion, after which he apologized, talking about stepping away for a while. Yang Rui asked to tell how Uncle Wu and Uncle Bin usually treat her. Xiao Xiao said that Uncle Bing had always been very harsh to her since she was little, and Uncle Wu was very kind when her father went missing. According to the demonic tiger, how the Sha Clan should not be taken lightly. Looks like he won't be able to get a good night's sleep tonight. What's going to happen will happen sooner or later. That night it really happened. The protagonist asked if members of the Sha Clan always attack people who are asleep. He has already launched the Sky Array, so this guy can't escape. And he's a fool if you think this person is from the Sha Clan. The protagonist assumed that this was the same Uncle Wu. He didn't want to hear this nonsense. If this guy interfered, he had to die. He used a demonic steel sword. It's pretty sad that he only has a small sword. But that's what you want to stop his opponent. That punch went through the striker's arm. After that, he wanted to escape using the portal. However, the protagonist could not allow this to happen. Enemies always escape. But unfortunately, he couldn't get through the portal and recognized that this thing was pretty solid. After which, Yang Rui used a kick from the Tang Xuan stage. It was a pretty powerful explosion. That person ran away so quickly that he lost sight of him. Xiao Xiao immediately arrived at the master's house, asking about what had happened, and the master replied that it was just an ordinary stray dog. Xiao Xiao asked if her master was okay. Yang Rui told her that he was fine. Her master was quite strong. However, it was surprising that no one from the Sha Clan had come to check despite all the commotion. The next day, he was informed that the head of the Sha Clan had come out of seclusion. Xiao Xiao noticed that something was wrong with Uncle Bing's hand. Wen Bing immediately covered his arm with his sleeve, saying that there was no need to worry about it. The girl thought that Uncle Ben was acting strange today. Yang Rui started to put together what was the matter and where this wound came from. However, he decided to go to Uncle Wu's house. Wen Bing informed cultivator Yang and Xiao Xiao that the clan head had come out of seclusion early, especially for them. This is only the second day of being here, and these guys have already exposed themselves. The girl happily informed her uncle that she was back. Wen Wu praised Xiao Xiao for recovering her cultivation. After which, he asked if she wasn't going to introduce this person to her uncle. Xiao Xiao revealed that it was her master named Yang Rui. Yang Rui greeted the head of the Sha Clan. Master Xiao Xiao is a guest here, but he heard that they had returned to break the engagement. And as soon as he heard the confirmation of those words, he began to drain some other aura, saying that it was absurd. If they break this engagement, they won't have the support of the Zhen clan, and the Xiao clan will become a second-tier clan. Furthermore, he will not entrust Xiao Xiao to this master. He didn't care how stubborn old men like Wenwu were. But he knows very well that only the strongest can survive in this world. Besides, his disciples' happiness is the most important thing. He decided to check his clan's bloodline with Xiao Xiao in a week's time. If it tasted at least 30% the strength of the bloodline, he would break the engagement with the clan. But Yang Rui would deal with the Zhen clan on his own. They agreed. Xiao Xiao thought that she was useless, because she didn't even think about her plan of action. She also wondered if someone had tried to attack the master. They probably don't like Yang Rui being here. This morning she noticed that Uncle Bing was injured. His wound was fresh, and he also didn't want to meet her gaze. Perhaps he is that stray dog. He stroked her head, telling the girl not to think about it too much. After all, such things were not worth her precious attention. A subordinate arrived and said that the clan head wished to see them. After they entered, they saw two people with Wenwu. The man recognized that this was the person who was causing them trouble. Wenwu asked Xiao Xiao to come over. Qin Tong and Zhen Zhou came to see her. Xiao Xiao greeted Uncle Zhen and Mr. Zhen. The man asked if he understood correctly that this young man was Master Xiao Xiao, and she came back here to break the engagement. Yang Rui explained that he had brought his female disciple to break the engagement and also inquired if there was something wrong with them. They immediately sensed the aura of the main character. Since he is Master Xiao, they will all soon become one clan. Since this person dares to disrespect him, he decided to teach him a lesson. He tossed a cup with some kind of drink in it. He immediately caught it and drank it, talking about how he just wanted something to drink. They clearly didn't expect him to actually do it, after which he threw back their cup. That cup flew toward him with incredible force, because of which, even the head of the Xiao clan had to catch his guest. He felt he could not afford to offend a man with a night like this. So he agreed that they would see the results of the pedigree test in a week. And if Xiao Xiao awakens 30% of his strength, or even more, then they will be ready to break the engagement. The protagonist replied that it was settled then. Yang Rui asked his disciple what she would do if it turned out that her father was dead. Xiao Xiao was determined to take revenge. Well, what will she do if the murderer is someone she knows? It didn't matter to the girl who killed her father, for she was ready to kill him with her own hands. Even if it was a demonic tiger, she would just find and kill him. But she wondered why the master had asked about it. Yang Rui asked Xiao Xiao if she trusted her master. The girl asked, how can she even trust my master? He is the only one she can rely on right now. Yang Rui asked Xiao Xiao to stay here and wait for the master. After all, he needed to leave for a while now. The girl was upset that the master was leaving. She began to cry, for she thought she was no longer needed by the master. She even assumed that it was because she was useless. Xiao Xiao can't help and even dragged master into all this. He only stroked her head, telling her that the master would not leave her. Xiao Xiao assured her master, so she knew that he would return to her. For a few days, while Yang Rui was away, Xiao Xiao did not go outside at all. For instead, she tired herself all day inside and practiced. 7 days later, the day has come when the Zhao clan is going to set up the altar and test the strength of the Zhao Zhao bloodline. All 5 big families have gathered in anticipation of this event. The test of strength of the literal Xiao Xiao begins. She mentally asked the master to hurry up. She was scared. The 5 big families watched Xiao Xiao like a tiger watching its prey. Wenwu announced the beginning of the blood offering ritual to the heavens. The bull's head was cut off. The sky itself turned red. The head of the Xiao clan also began performing the ritual. After all, the wound from 7 days ago hasn't fully healed yet. He usually heals wounds like this very quickly. Luckily, the brat got away. He felt funny that those little guys wanted to go against him. Now it was time to test the strength of Xiao Xiao's bloodline. Xiao Wenwu has good connections with others, unlike Xiao Wenbin, who only cares about girls. Xiao Xiao greeted the clan head. Ever since Xiao Xiao's father disappeared, Wenwu had treated her as his own daughter, so Xiao Xiao continued to respect him. Wenwu asked the girl where her master was. Xiao Xiao revealed that he had left, but she believed that the master would return at the beginning of the ritual, the test of her bloodline's power. The clan had invited everyone to watch the trial of strength of Xiao Xiao's bloodline today, namely, his brother's daughter. After which, he took out a rock and launched it. A red light rushed straight towards Xiao Xiao. However, after a few minutes, the bloody altar stopped. Wenwu questioned the child not to lose heart, and the others, they understood what was happening. He did say that this girl didn't have an ounce of strength or pedigree after all, so she would have to marry him right now. She should just accept her fate. Xiao Xiao realized that her bloodline power didn't even manifest in the cloud, but was instead blocked by something. She recalled her father's words that the bloodline power could be transferred if she got married. She turned to her uncle with tears in her eyes, talking about someone disturbing her. However, she couldn't make a sound. If the girl tried, she would lose all her strength again. Wenwu asked the child not to cry, for her uncle would always be with her. Suddenly, something quickly rushed straight towards the ceremonial bowl. It was Master Xiao Xiao who reassured her, saying that he was already here. He called Xiao Wenwu a despicable person. He killed the previous clan head, and now he wants to kill Xiao Xiao as well. No one understood what was going on or why this guy was saying these things, even though it was quite offensive. But since he is a Xiao Xiao master, Wenwu will give him a chance to leave. He must not touch the sacrificial altar of the Xiao Clan. How dare he slander a righteous person of the Xiao Clan at all? They all thought the protagonist was a cheat. Wenwu took a hint that no one believed him, so he had better get the hell out of here. Yang Rui said that he had suspected this man even before he came here. And to solve this mystery, he returned to the White Tiger for Togo to ask for his help. He is sure that it was Wenwu who tried to kill the protagonist that night. And secondly, he didn't get angry at all when Yang Rui openly accused him. This proves that he has already realized that Yang Rui is stronger than him. But even so, no one would still believe him. If he kills Wenwu, Xiao Xiao will not forgive him for it. He now knows the reason why Master helped Xiao Xiao. And it is because he just wanted to obtain the power of her bloodline. That's too sneaky. Everyone immediately started accusing the main character of trying to steal from Xiao Xiao's blood, and no one wanted to let Yang Rui out. Wenwu only laughed when asked if he could see the situation he was in. This guy has no evidence at all, and no one believes him. I mean, he warned him to leave. But now it is too late. Yang Rui asked, and who said he didn't have proof? If he has proof, let him show it. That's what he'd been doing for the past few days. Finding proof of how Wen killed the clan leader. After which he called the tiger right here. They all heard a growl. After that, a tiger appeared behind the protagonist. Everyone recognized this monster from the Roaring Tiger Cave. They thought that the monster from the Roaring Tiger Cave had come to take revenge on them. The people began to prepare for battle. Yang Rui declared that the demonic tiger would not attack them. Xiao Wenwu brought trouble on himself. Either he himself will confess what he has done, or the protagonist himself will reveal his crimes. He felt that this slander was against him. He asked the people not to listen to this vile man. Now they must destroy this demonic tiger immediately. However, he couldn't miss the killer of the previous clan head. After all, they were like brothers and very close. Since the head of the Xiao Clan doesn't want to confess, he will tell everything himself. About 6 months ago, during the treasure hunt in the Roaring Tiger Cave, Xiao Wenwu and Xiao Wenshen went there first. Wenwu was jealous of the clan head's position, so he attacked him from the back. And after that, Xiao Wenwu escaped during the chaotic fight with the demonic tiger. In the end, the array injured the demonic tiger, after which the tiger escaped. These guys couldn't find the clan head when they left. When Xiao Wenwu took over as the clan head, he was vicious enough to try to kill Xiao Xiao. But that wasn't what he was after. He was afraid of Xiao Xiao's possible strength, so he decided to destroy the strength of her bloodline. This way, Xiao Wenwu can heal in peace without worrying about anything. He didn't understand the nonsense at all, and he didn't want to be slandered in this way at all. Wenwu addressed the members of the Xiao clan, saying that he would hand 10,000 spirit stones to whoever killed this guy. All of them were inflamed with the idea that they could obtain 10,000 spirit stones, after which they all decided to attack. However, the demonic tiger calmly felled them with its paw. Yang Rui asked the demonic tiger to tell them who killed the previous head of the Xiao clan. He immediately pounced on the head of the Xiao clan. The man told the head of the Xiao clan to explain himself. If what this guy said was true, then he would rather destroy the Xiao clan's weight than let Wenwu rule over it. However, W didn't know why he would lie to these guys. If he had really killed his brother, why wouldn't he kill Xiao Xiao instead of stealing her bloodline's strength? After all, he could have just absorbed her strength instead. The others admitted that his words made sense. If this guy still wants to slander Wenwu, he probably thinks that everyone here is a complete fool. However, the protagonist thought that it was the head of the Xiao clan who thought it was everyone here who was a fool. Didn't he even think that no one would even suspect that it was Wenwu who had messed up the altar at the beginning of the trial? After which, everyone noticed a spiritual device in the sky. Now it was clear that the bloodline power had been blocked. The clan head really messed up. whereupon the man was broken by this spiritual device. And now it was her time. It was a bright, dazzling light. The strength was just like the founder of the Sha Clan. If Xiao Xiao hadn't awakened her bloodline strength, she wouldn't be a threat to Wenwu. But now that she has awakened 100% of her strength, then his greed is showing through. The protagonist wondered what other excuses he had. This spiritual tool was suppressing her, and she couldn't speak the entire time. It was probably Uncle Wu's doing too. She thinks it's time to avenge her father's death. He attacked her, saying that she was still not strong enough. Yang Rui wanted to intervene. However, the girl decided to deal with it herself. He mentally praised the student, seeing the fact that she could avenge her father's death on her own. Wenwu's attack began to collapse from Xiao Xiao's shield. However, her consider also collapsed. Wenwu noticed that she had become only slightly stronger. However, the girl didn't think of giving up so easily. He was only amused by the fact that the pitiful Yin Qi stage wanted to fight him. So he wanted to show the difference between the two himself. However, even with this attack, he was unable to cope. He summoned another treasure to protect himself from those thorns. However, that didn't help him either. In the end, all those thorns pierced his body. He didn't understand how that was possible at all. Everyone was shocked that the clan head of the Yuanshu realm had been killed by a single shot from a little girl from the Yin Qi realm. That's simply impossible. Wenbing congratulated Xiao Xiao. She was able to awaken 100% of her bloodline power and was now the new head of the clan. Now the Xiao Xiao clan would prosper once again. However, Xiao Xiao found out that he was the one who tried to kill her master. Uncle had tried to deny it. Therefore, she was very curious about how he got the wound on his arm. The man said that one of her aunts wanted to do something adult and it ended up scratching him. Xiao Wenbin is definitely popular with the ladies. The strength of the quick bloodline dissipates. After this surge, Xiao Xiao's strength is weakened. The protagonist immediately caught her and asked if she was all right. Although Xiao Xiao's potential is limitless, her wings are far from fully grown. In addition, Xiao Wenbin is absolute trash. So many people have decided that the Zhao clan is finished. Despite what he said earlier about warming up their engagement, now the Xiao clan is in trouble. And as the head of the Zhen clan, he just can't stand by and watch everything fall apart. So he announced that the engagement was still valid. From now on, the Xiao clan will be taken care of by the Zhen clan. He hoped that no one would object. However, no one believed his words, because they guessed that this person just wanted to take all of the Xiao clan's resources. In addition, they wanted Xiao Xiao to marry a member of their clan. The demonic tiger decided to silence them all. The girl asked that he not come any closer to her. However, the demonic tiger even allowed itself to be petted. Xiao Xiao thought he was so cute. Although it's a demonic tiger and it's quite strong, if they work together, they can defeat it. Does Yang Rui really think that this demonic quietly reach out to scare them away? However, he won't let anyone get close to Xiao Xiao. He needs all of them to witness that right now he is appointing Xiao as the new head of the clan and breaking her engagement. They all felt that the head of the Zhen clan should teach this young man a little lesson. He seems to be overestimating the demonic tiger's strength, furthermore, his own strength too. Xiao Xiao asked the master what they would do now. Therefore, Yang Rui decided to announce something. Yang Rui named himself as the head of the Lanhuang Library, and also recognized that he was taking Xiao Xiao as his disciple. And whoever dares to oppose the Xiao clan will become an enemy of the Lanhuang Library. They realized that they could even move. Afterward, they saw a large palm that descended from the sky. Those who do not want to obey this order will feel the full force of his palm. After which, a palm print was left on the ground. Everyone expressed their respects to the Yang abbot. They also started congratulating Xiao Xiao on joining the Lanhuang Library. The Li clan even brought their own gift. After which, suddenly the demonic tiger grabbed the girl. He shouted to her not to be afraid, for her master was near. The others didn't realize what was going on, because they thought these guys were on the same team. However, it was a good thing that Yang Rui had left. The head of the Zhen clan was wondering what kind of Lanhuang library this was in the first place. Suddenly, someone remembered that this library was one of the 3 holy places for cultivation. At the same time, the girl called for her master. Yang Rui didn't understand why the white tiger was doing this. After all, the protagonist had even saved him. If he didn't let Xiao Xiao go, Yang Rui would kill him. Tigra said that even though he was the master's spirit beast, he had to fulfill a request from that man and bring his child to him. The protagonist asked if it was possible that Xiao Wenshen was still alive. No one ever said he was dead. No one found proof of it. The master just has to follow it. after which they landed in a remote town amidst a crowd of people. A man came out to him and told Xiaobai that there was no need to just look for him. "He's scaring the villagers, isn't he?" That was the head of the Sha Clan, Xiao Wenshen. Xiao Xiao said that she really missed her daddy. He was also happy to see Xiao Xiao. He asked Xiaobai why he was so naughty. His strength hadn't fully recovered yet, and it was not safe to bring Xiao Xiao here. Xiao Xiao asked not to blame the demonic tiger. She introduced the master who saved her. Yang Rui introduced himself and also paid his respects to the elder. After Xiao Xiao revealed Xiao Wenwu's plans and how Yang Rui had saved her, he expressed his gratitude for saving his daughter. Yang Rui inquired about how he had met this demonic tiger. A few years ago, it was this demonic quietly that saved Xiao Wenshen's life during that treasure hunting expedition. The demonic tiger dismantled it with him. The protagonist praised Xiaobai for doing a good job. He immediately thought of Xiao Xiao talking about the Lan Huang library. Yang Rui identified himself as the head of this library. Wenshen advised him to be careful what he said, as it could get him into trouble. However, there was no need to worry because when he crossed the ball with sect head Zhang Jiang, there was nothing he could do to him. Xiao Xiao did not expect that her master was really that strong. Suddenly, Shui Jiao flew over to them. It was the girl the protagonist had met in the ruins of Lan Huang Library. He remembered at once the very fairy. Xiao Xiaoi didn't understand where this witch came from at all. She was glad that she had met Elder Yang again. Shui Jiao missed him. The protagonist replied that she shouldn't be so polite to you, after which he wondered why she needed him. She came here to deliver an invitation from the teacher. He hoped that the elder would spare some time to visit the Zhangjian sect for a talk. Xiao Xiao wanted to take a peek at this invitation. She wanted to see what kind of trick this wench was going to pull off. Xiao wondered if this young funny lady had not been taught manners by anyone. Xiao Xiao didn't need those manners. Yang Rui mentioned that she is his student. Since she was saying, and that Xiao Xiao had not been taught the manner by anyone, it meant that she would not mix with her master. That's not what Shui Jiao meant at all. The protagonist replied that his student was just a little mischievous. He also asked to tell the teacher that he would stop by if he had time. In the meantime, let him pass on his best wishes. After which she flew away. After a month, Yang Rui decided to first take Xiao Xiao to Luo City to see the world and recruit more disciples. Xiao Shen learned the recovery technique and healed his wounds. With this skill, he reached the peak of the Yuan Shu realm. Watching the two leave, Xiao Shen felt pride and joy. The rise of the Sha Clan had become inevitable. Chaoshin City. They made a brief stop in this city. Yang Rui also went there to resupply and rest. The demonic tiger turned into a small cat named Rin, so they wouldn't attract too much attention. Xiao Xiao wanted to go back to the inn to rest. Meanwhile, the main character noticed a child who had a runny nose, but his eyes are as clear as a tiger's and as fiery as a dragon's. This child has great potential. After which he addressed the baby, saying that he has great potential. In addition, his bones are very strong. Yang Rui has a recovery technique and an advanced bone fist dragon magic technique. He will also give him some candies if the little guy joins him. He didn't mind going just for the candy. These same actions were noticed by the girl. She didn't understand how that fucking bastard dared to deceive children in broad daylight. And just as she wanted to intervene, this kid's mom came in. The little boy explained about the mom that this uncle had candy. But unfortunately, the main character did not have time to tell his speculations, because he was called a crook and told to get out of here. Anyway, the ones that had to be rewritten are still no good. She was surprised that the guy had left. But anyway, the task at hand was more important. Xiao Xiao was glad that the master had returned, because she and the tiger cub were worried. She also wondered if they would make it to Luo City. They must get there by the time she is already in the realm of Heijing. Xiao Xiao stated that master was underestimating her. She had studied the ancestral teachings relentlessly and would be able to reach this realm before they reached Luo City if she put in a little more effort. Master will give her a personalized weapon as a gift if she can make it by then. He should not recant in the future. Suddenly she heard a scream from outside. Yang Rui will go check it out. This city seems chaotic, so Xiao Xiao should stay here. The guy saw the very woman who had taken the baby away. She was sitting and crying after her child. She claimed that this man stole her baby. He even used candy to lure him. Yang Rui replied that he didn't do that. Didn't she take him with her earlier? She only asked for her baby back. Suddenly the protagonist T heard some sounds. He guessed the child was in that old man's basket. But as soon as the old man heard the guy's words, he immediately started running. Yang Rui shouted, holding that old man. After which he himself moved out to catch him. Now the girl realized too. that this man's strength could not be underestimated. And of that she was certain. There's something missing here. He was brought to a place where there were many children. There were also robbers. He was surprised that someone actually dared to stick up for these poor peasants. It's very foolish. But before he could do anything, Yang Rui attacked the man. With that kind of strength, the only thing he can do is try to outsmart his opponent. He destroyed the concealed weapon, screaming for him to let the children go, after which they started running away with the children. Suddenly, the protagonist of these heard the words that he was trapped. Yang Rui realized that he had been too reckless. Could this be the end of him? However, he's not going to give up so easily. This incomprehensible creature said that he was only strengthening the demonic talisman with his exertions, so he better be food for the mascot. This mess is getting to the protagonist. After that, there was an explosion. The man thought he was definitely finished. He had asked for his own misfortune. Yang Rui used the bone fist of the dragon magic technique. The man didn't understand at all where he got such strength from. However, he should back off now. This attack even broke through the mountain. Let him snuff out the power of this great abbot. But people run away fast, of course, far more destroyed, which means he should manage his power better. Suddenly he noticed some kind of sign that the man had dropped. He also heard a noise, so the locals would be coming soon. He should start by hiding to avoid any more trouble. And as soon as they arrived, they were shocked that the mountain had been destroyed. The man addressed the lady, saying that the criminals had fled to the south and inquired whether they would pursue them. The lady replied that Luo City was just to the south. That's where they should go. Shia Sha was glad that teacher had finally returned. She felt so sorry for the local children. Why do people steal poor children? Yang Rui himself doesn't know exactly, but they have a strong treasure. After which, he threw the token he was able to obtain. In this world, strength means everything. Xiao Xiao isn't strong enough yet, so it's better to forget about it for now until the time she becomes stronger. She's bound to get even stronger. A short while later, Xiao Xiao broke through to the 9th level. However, she is stuck right before the long-awaited Heijing stage. The girl just can't get through. Even though she may not be able to break through with meditation, however, it will happen when fate decides. For now, they must continue their journey. The three of them traveled to Luo City. One day when Xiaobai went hunting and Xiao Xiao was cultivating, he heard something. Someone followed the young Master Li. He thought it was a wild rabbit, but it turned out to be a wild demon cat. It was noticeable that these people did not come with good intentions. Yang Rui even wanted to chase them away, but he decided to give Xiao Xiao a chance to gain experience. He asked the girl if the demon cat was hers. If so, let her give it to him here. Xiao Xiao wondered if they were offended by Xiaobai. Xiao Xiao and Yang Rui told Xiaobai to turn into a kitten around other people, and he knew that he would cause a lot of trouble if anyone found out about his true nature. The man said not to waste their precious time. The young gentleman wants to take this cat. He wanted to use the creature as a training target. He drew the bowstring, telling him for them to stand still. Xiao Xiao couldn't understand what he was going to do. Afterward, the man released the arrow. She was able to dodge that arrow by talking about how they were clearly looking for death. What a pity he couldn't get in. The young master has ordered someone to kill her, and whoever does will be handsomely rewarded. Her opponents were all summoned by the man, who replied that she should have just given up the demon cat nicely. Xiao Xiao was curious to know its abilities. What a shame to be crushed to bits at such a young age. She answered him with a punch. He immediately started crying from the pain in his arm. She apologized for seemingly overreaching her power. Recently, a teacher called her an iron doll. The young master called this puffball useless trash after all. He couldn't even beat the little girl. After which, he heard the words of another person who wanted to handle this wench. Of course, the young Lord Li was fine with it. Xiao Xiao told the tiger cub to move away because she would take care of that person. Yang Rui felt that this person was different from the others. Since she's an iron doll, he wanted to show who was really made of iron. Xiao Xiao thought that he was just a big, useless pile of muscles. Guy noticed that she was pretty harsh for a little girl. She decided to attack him to exchange a couple moves. The man replied that she need not worry, for he would take care of her. However, he was unable to grab Xiao Xiao, and she called him an idiot. Whereupon she struck him, saying that he had better eat the earth. Xiao Xiao told that weakling to try again. Master advised her to babysit before evaluating her opponents. Even lions should give their best in a rabbit hunt. The girl asked if the master was afraid. There is no need to worry, for this man is very weak. He realized that after all, teenagers are hard to teach. He was starting to get angry that the little one was looking down on him. She'd even dared to talk when he'd given her the chance. Now he's going to show what he can do, and it's no joke. Xiao Xiao told him to approach. After all, she is not afraid of this person. After which, he threw a log at her. and it was something she was easily able to dodge. However, Xiao Xiao did not expect at all that this person would decide to attack her again and so soon. He really wanted to see how she could dodge that punch. Xiao Xiao couldn't even stop his fist because this punch was too strong. Because of which, the girl flew off. The man wondered if she was having fun now. He hadn't even broken a sweat yet. Everyone started discussing that a wild beast had killed the little girl. Even pity such a beauty. Now she too realized that she had underestimated her opponent. She should have listened to her teacher. However, it's not over yet, because she hasn't had enough fun yet. After which, she struck her opponent. But the truth is, he was able to block her blow. The protagonist was also watching this, and had already counted to 17. Xiao Xiao recognized that there was a sense of power in his clubs. So she suggested that we do it again. Xiao Xiao is slowly getting stronger. Soon, she would have the opportunity to break through, but the little girl had already gotten to him. Then he hit her again. The girl recognized this as fun. She also realized that to get through, she needed to engage in real battles, or that way she could gain more experience. The man suggested that he was like a practice bag for her. Therefore, he was determined to destroy her. Now that Xiao Xiao was full of energy, she could finally use the ability her teacher had taught her. Xiao Xiao used the bone fist of the dragon magic technique. The man was unable to resist this powerful attack. Young Master Li called him useless trash, and the others could not understand how the savage Han could lose. The girl thanked Uncle Hodu for helping her get through. But unfortunately, he's a little weak. Xiao Xiao asked which of these weaklings still wanted to fight her. The boys noticed that their horses were spooked. That girl embarrassed him today. He ordered someone to go and deal with her. However, all of them could not decide who would fight. The man with red hair suggested to the man with blue hair to fight in these he is strong. However, the man with strong hair said that he had not had breakfast yet today. He was furious that those idiots were still standing. If they couldn't handle her one-on-one, let them attack in droves. They really didn't think to attack a little girl in a mob. After which, they all pounced on Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao shouted that it wasn't fair. They even started to think that the girl was afraid of them. However, Xiao Xiao was strong and told them to come over. She is not afraid of them at all. This battle was intervened by Yang Rui, who didn't understand how they could call themselves men if they were piling on a girl in a crowd. The boys realized they couldn't move. And up above was an even scarier man. If this bunch of brainless idiots injure Xiao Xiao, then Yang Chu would have to kill all of them. So after that, get the hell out of here if life is precious. After which, they noticed that even young Master Li had already fled very quickly. Everyone told everyone that she was still pouring, so they can let these guys go. The protagonist asked, doesn't he Xiao Xiao feel that she is about to break through? Xiao Xiao now realized why she could feel the burning flame inside her. Therefore, she would deal with the breakthrough right now. It's been a long time coming. A breakthrough is a very difficult task for even the most prepared student. It's like she's swimming against the current. After which, Xiao Xiao opened her eyes, saying that she had succeeded. She now understood what it felt like to be at the Heijing stage. It was as if her spiritual energy was encased in a crystal. About her quality had improved. He praised his female disciple for her good work. Xiao Xiao is worthy of the position of the head disciple of Lan Huang Library. After which, they decided to hurry to Luo City. Luo City. Xiao Xiao noticed that this city was much more fun than the forest. She also noticed a gold bracelet adorned with pearls that she wanted to buy. Also a gold hairpin that was set with a gemstone. Xiao Xiao swept up the beautiful earrings she wanted to buy. Yang Rui replied that she was too young for earrings. But who cares? She's only going to wear them for the person she likes. They can't let anyone get their hands on those earrings before they do. This girl just broke through and they're going shopping. As a teacher, he tried to order her to go back and continue her cultivation. However, Xiao Xiao wanted to take another walk. She spotted the same scoundrel who had brought the girl to Luo City after kidnapping the child. This time, that pervert won't get away from her. Yang Rui wanted to teach her another technique, but Xiao Xiao wanted to have fun. After which, the girl threw a coin at him. The protagonist calmly dodged the thrown coin. She told the pervert to let the girl go immediately. He took the coin and marveled at her sense of justice. A toss of a copper coin wouldn't even make him bat an eyebrow. However, he might consider taking this girl on as his apprentice. She took it as if he was trying to kidnap her. After that, the girl wanted to kill the pervert. The protagonist was able to recover her blade with just 2 fingers. She had no choice but to let go of the blade and back away. This guy was too strong, but good girls don't lose so easily. Yang Rui recognized that there was clearly something wrong with this woman, so they had better leave. But Xiao Xiao wanted to go shopping some more. She mentally asked this girl to hold on. She was ready to save her at any cost. This pervert's cultivation level is too high. It seems that Luo Chuan Academy's strength wouldn't be enough to deal with him. She should hurry up. And now she has to break her promise. The armory of the god of war. She's gonna get that pervert. And as soon as she entered the inside of this building, everyone immediately recognized the Royal Academy student named Lin Yuhan. The owner of the God of War armory, Sha Clan, came out to see her, who had noticed that Ms. Lin very rarely stopped by. She arrived just in time. The materials that Miss ordered had just arrived. Afterward, he wanted to take her upstairs to show her these materials. He closed the doors tightly. Sha Clan greeted the lady. She shouldn't be here, for once her identity was revealed, she would be in danger. She doesn't mind that the man doesn't want her here, but he has to help her save someone. Sha Clan assumed that Ms. had a friend in Luo City. The main task is that you need to teach one man a lesson. He kidnapped many children and also dared to insult her. Sha Clan couldn't believe that someone even dared to insult Madame. Regardless of his position in society, he would kill that person. He's been pretending to be a merchant for too long, so it's time to stretch out a bit. He can finally use it. Yang Rui sensed something. Xiao Xiao felt that something was wrong with Chi Teacher, so she asked what was wrong. And the protagonist replied that everything was fine and should focus on cultivation. He didn't understand what that disturbing feeling in his heart was. Sha Clan used a thunderous Qilin hand. When this hand is activated, it wants to taste blood. Yuhan realized that Sha Clan had just been hiding all this time. But they were out of time, so it was time to move out. However, the man cannot go on like this, for his disguise will be revealed. Besides, his clothes are torn, so he still needs to change. Yuhan said, "Make it quicker." The time Xiao Xiao spent on cultivation was worth it for Togo. She feels much more stable at the Heijing stage. The teacher would really like her to devote more time to cultivation than shopping. That way she would be able to progress faster. Besides, Yang Rui had promised earlier that he would buy weapons for her. Suddenly, Yuhan, who had finally found this perverted animal, rushed over to them. However, she couldn't understand what this animal was doing. What was he even going to do with that little girl? Yang Rui didn't understand why this dumbass was here again. He was already sick of her. She ordered Sha Clan to kill that man. He used the Qilin fist to flash lightning. Yang Rui was able to dodge this lunge, after which he jumped back, and the protagonist noticed that this guy's punch from the side of his arm could demolish a small building. And the way he moves freely, it can be assumed that the man is at the Tianren stage. Yang Rui didn't think he would meet someone at this stage here. Sha Clan didn't understand how this person was able to dodge his deadly strike so easily. His cultivation could not be underestimated. Since that big hat man had come to fight the teacher, she was willing to fight him. Xiao Xiao had just made a breakthrough, so she wanted to fight someone. She was grabbed by her hand by Yuhan, who told this girl to run away faster with her. Xiao Xiao asked to let her go. After all, she must help her teacher. Yuhan couldn't believe that this man had brainwashed her, that she had now started calling him teacher. But don't worry, Sha Clan is very strong. He can hold that man back. Besides, he'll definitely knock the bastard's evil thoughts out of his head. Yuhan shouted to Sha Clan to beat him up faster. By his inaction, he's only embarrassing her. The longer he stands, the less confident he is of winning. He decided to attack those protagonists once more. Yang Rui thought this was a good chance for Togo to test the control of his strength. Because of this, he was able to wound his opponent but not damage the wall. She told that idiot to beat up Yang Ju. There was no order to lose. But she didn't expect Sha Clan to be in such a bad condition at all. How was it possible that he could lose? The girl even thought it was a hallucination. She noticed that Sha Clan was seriously injured. The girl also mentioned that she didn't think he would lose to that bastard. Now they should leave. However, Yang Rui didn't even think of letting this crazy woman go. After all, she had already annoyed him twice. So until these guys explain themselves, they will never leave this place. Yuhan didn't understand what she should do now. She was terrified at the mere thought of what this guy might do to them. She didn't want to be brainwashed at all. Sha Clan asked Madam not to worry, for he had a lot of experience in undercover work. He always has his aces up his sleeve. And if that man takes one more step, he will activate the lightning talisman. Xiao Xiao was curious about what kind of talisman it was, exactly wanted to get a closer look at it. However, she was glued by Yang Rui. The girl kept wanting to see it. The map made a horrifying impression. It reminded Yang Rui of the atomic bombs of World War II. He now realized what was bothering him so much. With his current cultivation level, he wasn't sure if he could protect Xiao Xiao. He doesn't want both parties to get hurt. So if the teacher cares about his own student, let him let them go. Since this person wants to solve everything peacefully, and Yang Rui doesn't want the innocent to suffer either, he decided to let them go. They thanked their protagonist for this and their ears. Xiao Xiao thought those two were very strange. But she doesn't think that girl had bad intentions, although there is clearly something wrong with her head. Yang Rui replied that she was just sick in the head, and there was no point in holding a grudge against her. Meanwhile, they didn't start sneezing, for they felt that someone was talking about them. Seleng asked Madame not to bother that guy anymore. If it wasn't for his student, he definitely wouldn't let them go in peace. After that, he said goodbye to him. She couldn't believe her that these two were really teacher and student, and she'd been wrong all this time. Yuhan was starting to feel rather foolish. She noticed a girl who recognized Yuhan's sister. She wondered why she was so upset today. This was clearly not like her. It was Wan Huayu with Luochuan Academy, who asked if something good had happened to her sister. There can't be two tigers on the same mountain, so from the two at the Heijing stage made a bet 3 months ago. In the end, Lin Yuhan lost her jade pendant. Yuhan asked if she could return her jade pendant. She wanted to buy it back, so she demanded that Huayu name her price. She was surprised that Yuhan really thought she needed money or treasure. However, she had heard that this pendant had a pair. If so, they could fight again, and then she would return the pendant. But that will happen if she wins. However, she didn't want to lose the second part either. But if she's afraid, it can't be helped. Then don't let her dream that Huayu will return her pendant. However, she is obliged to return her pendant, so the girl accepts the offer. 3 months later, they cut again. Huayu only laughed. After all, if this wench loses, both parts of the pendant will belong to her. Yuhan replied that they would see about that. The 7th prince of the Tang dynasty, Li Chen-yang, was watching their argument. He said that Huayu had too much self-control. He would turn out to be, was happy that the 7th prince had come. And Yuhan was not happy that another one had come who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He asked Huayu to do him a favor and return Yuhan's younger sister her pendant. Huayu wondered why he cared so much about this girl. She even speculated that the famous student queen in their Miss Lin had gotten into the academy by charming the 7th prince. Yuhan's whole situation only annoyed her. Chen Yang replied that he just wanted to help his younger sister, after which he tried to stop his younger sister from leaving, but it didn't work. Huayu also said that she shouldn't forget about the duel after 3 months. She still hadn't broken through despite all the techniques her father had taught her. Yuhan shouldn't have used the only thing left from her mother as a bet. Suddenly, she noticed the main character, An Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao felt full of strength, and she felt like she could reach the middle level of the Heijing stage. It wouldn't have succeeded if the master hadn't taught her that magic technique and healed her damaged meridians. In some 3 months, she had gone from the 7th level of the Yin Qi stage to the Heijing stage. She didn't understand at all how it was possible that one could jump from the 7th level to the Heijing stage in just 3 months. She felt that now she had a chance, so she stood in the elder's way. She apologized for that misunderstanding. Yuhan thought that if she became his disciple, she would be able to break through to the Heijing stage in 3 months. The protagonist immediately took his student away, saying that this woman was crazy. Yuhan asked him not to run away because this was no joke. Yang Rui promised his disciple that he would buy her a weapon today. Yuhan was still running after them. They were greeted by a salesman. They have only the best quality weapons for every taste. The guy replied that they needed the biggest hammer they had. Xiao Xiao asked what it was about the toy and if there was anything heavier. The seller was shocked and said no, after which they went to a store that looked much more elite though they had just been in. Who must have the right weapon? Xiao Xiao thought that these things were made of feathers. That's not much heavier than a lollipop. She was disappointed that there was no suitable weapon for her in this town. Yuhan stood in front of them, talking about how she knew a place that had good weapons. They were not happy to see the stalker girl. Yuhan declared that she really knew where great weapons were sold. The girl asked the guard to tell the owner that she had arrived. The owner came out to them and wanted to offer Ms. Lin to have tea with him. Yuhan replied that she wanted to see the hammer of swift flame. But this is the treasure Chunbao Pavilion left to them by their ancestors. Besides, no one can lift it. Yuhan asked if he was really waiting for the moment when she would show this token, after which, he led these fellows into the room where the young man was lying. It was simply enormous. It was unclear how the pavilion owner could keep such a treasure in this closet. He told me that no one had been able to lift it, so they weren't even worried about cleanliness. He even agreed to give the hammer to whoever could lift it. She even got curious. However, Yuhan was unable to lift it. The girl didn't understand how this weapon could possibly be so heavy. Yang Rui noticed that this hammer was resisting as he tried to lift it. After that, Xiao Xiao decided to try it. She really was able to pick up that weapon. Since this floor was made of bronze, it should be able to withstand the impact. However, the owner of the pavilion did not want to check it. Afterward, others noticed that the pavilion had exploded. Yuhan was willing to pay for the repairs with a bag of gold nuggets. Xiao Xiao thanked her for such a gift. After which, and kicked out of the pavilion. The girl wondered if he would take her as an apprentice now. But first, she must tell Yang Rui who she was. Yuhan introduced herself as a student of Luo Chuan Academy. Father spoke, never reveal your real identity. After which, Yang Rui said that they were leaving with Xiao Xiao. The trust between master and disciple is very important. Therefore, he will not accept someone who cannot trust him with his identity. In the tavern, Xiao Xiao talked about how that girl had given her a good gift, so she asked how she could thank that person. Yuhan walked in there and said that she now had a chance to repay. She actually wanted to become a disciple elder. She knew this girl was coming. Becoming a master's apprentice was the best thing that could happen to a person. She revealed that she was the daughter of the owner of the God of War armory and also gave her token. Xiao Xiao noticed that this fatty looked much better than her token, so she wanted to take it away so that her token would have a pair. Yuhan replied that she couldn't take it away. Suddenly, she saw that this girl was from Tianzi Pavilion. Now it was clear why they didn't care where Yuhan was from. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao revealed that her teacher Yang Rui was the abbot of Lan Huang Library. Of course, she knew that this was the same sacred place that had recently awakened. After which, she knelt down and begged the master to accept her as his disciple. Yang Rui saw that she was honest, so he accepted her as his disciple. Since she is now his student, as her teacher, he should give her some sort of gift. However, he only has one treasure, so he didn't understand how he should divide it between her and Xiao Xiao. She recognized it as a spatial storage ring. She also told the teacher that he shouldn't be so generous. He could just gift this student something from there. He only recognized it as a spatial storage ring. However, the guy didn't know how it should be used, so he told the student to open it and choose something she liked. However, Yuhan would dare to do so. You just need to infuse some of your spiritual energy into it, and the disciple will be fine with whatever comes out of that ring. It's too easy to pour your spiritual energy into it. They were curious to see what would emerge from this ring. From there, a first-class sword appeared. The girls thought that such a cool sword would suit the teacher best. After that, he decided to see what else was in this spatial ring. The girls were delighted to see that there was a great deal of treasure there. There are tons of spirit stones, great healing pills, heavenly silkworm cocoons, rebirth pills, and more. Yang Rui replied that they can take whatever they want. The patriarch of the Zhangjian sect is really generous, and this is a great booty. The library congratulated him on accepting a new talented student and gave him an award. Even though the reward was a little late, but he couldn't wait to receive it. This was the first part of the Qi ocean sealing technique. How convenient it is to learn this technique with just one touch. Suddenly, Selen, who had come to avenge his mistress, burst in on them. If this guy doesn't let his mistress go, Sa Leng will take him to his grave with him to preserve the honor of the weapon god of war. Yuhan tried to stop Sa Leng, not realizing what he was doing. Suddenly, this man was placed in a water bubble. The man did not understand at all why he was floating. And the protagonist wanted to see the pig roast, so let him do what he intended. Yuhan asked what was going on with Sa Leng. If he can't beat him, it doesn't mean Selena will hold some kind of bubble. For such a stubborn man, he has something to calm him down. This water bubble was covered in ice. Still, this person's cultivation is against the laws of the heavens. Yuhan told that idiot to wake up. He should apologize to her teacher right now, specifically to the abbot in the Lan Huang Library. Selen from the armory of the god of war began to beg for forgiveness from Elder Yan. Let this spell fade away soon, but Yang Rui wants to see him now, so he'll get him out of here. The block of ice that was around Selen flew away, and the girls suggested that we have a feast tonight. The protagonist gave Yuhan the ocean chi sealing technique. Xiao Xiao wanted to start feasting already. Others, however, didn't understand why the student Ling Queen was going next to this guy. The old man would gladly take his place. They should report this situation to Prince Li sooner rather than later. At the same time, the seventh prince did not understand why things were going wrong. They all smile at him. But the guy is quite animated knowing that they are just mocking him, because he can't cultivate an useless prince. He tipped the table over, telling everyone to get the hell out of here. A subordinate jogged over to the prince saying he had bad news. Madame Lin is walking around with some guy. Chen Yang couldn't believe that someone dared to take away his woman. This guy would pay for it with his life. In honor of such a joyous day, she would also like to recite a poem. However, Before she began to read from those, she saw that the two were not at all mindful of their table manners. His basic principle is to cultivate in comfort. Yang Rui wants to be completely carefree. This helps with breakthroughs. Therefore, she should also give it a try. She's going to try to do it. The girl tried to focus on being completely carefree and on the breakthrough, after which she too decided to drop her manners, saying that her principle now was to be carefree. Suddenly the girl heard a familiar voice calling out to her. It was Li Chen-yang. He couldn't understand at all and how she had turned into this in just one day. If it was because of that redneck, Yuhan asked, wondering why he even cared. Let him leave this place. And this is called cultivating in comfort. He immediately called the protagonist a fucking redneck and asked what he had taught Yuhan's sister. He wanted to kill Yang Rui. She advised the seventh prince to be respectful. After all, if he dared to insult her teacher, he would insult her clan. The girl's father will tell the emperor. Thundering Han wanted to tear this place down. Destroying buildings is his favorite pastime after all. And Shia Sha winked at him and laughed. He didn't understand at all what this iron puppet was doing here. The prince said that they were leaving or else Sister Yuhan would get angry. However, that wasn't the end of it. Gramila Hong suggested that the prince seemed to recognize those two people. The girls sagged. Teachers Dante fill their heads with this garbage. After that, Yuihan offered to have a drink. She was also willing to pay for a new library building for the teacher in Luo City. The news of Lin Yuhan becoming Yang Rui's new disciple did not go unnoticed. The current emperor knew that nothing had happened in the weapon god of war yet, so he decided to observe for now. And Li Chen-yang couldn't just sit idly by. He told the abbot that Lanhuan Library was stealing students from them. The old man replied that he couldn't do anything without the emperor's decree. The abbot of the academy couldn't believe that this trash even decided to order him around. The prince realized that relying on this useless old man was not a good idea, and it looked like he would have to deal with this alone. The next day, there was a crowd of people there demanding the queen's return. That redneck can't steal a woman on his own turf. They demanded the destruction of that stupid Lanhuang library. They also demanded the return of the student queen, the power of the ocean. Qi sealing technique was so strong that from just training, Yuhan was able to break through to the peak of the Heijing stage at once. Xiao Xiao noticed that she was progressing quite quickly. The teacher's techniques are great. In gratitude, Yuhan decided to build a building for the library and the teacher. It seemed to Yang Juyu that something was going on outside. The guy replied that Yuhan should work on her crazy fans first. She also didn't realize what was going on. They all came to the tavern where the student queen was. They demanded that she be returned. They also told the guy inside to stop hiding little sister Lin and bring her back now. Hua Yu thought that Sis Ling just fell in love with that guy. She came right out and told that girl to shut up. She told the abbot that she was transferring, so she told him to stop gossiping. Hua Yu only laughed, saying that she seemed to have really fallen in love with her new teacher. She was ready to join the fight for her teachers being insulted. Hua Yu couldn't even believe that she couldn't even react to her attack. A man caught her from behind. Hua Yu noticed that she had developed quite a bit. It looked like the teacher had been able to teach her a few things. From the looks of it, she would have to become more serious herself. However, there was no need to be realized, because Big Sister had also intensified. As soon as she wanted to hit Yuhan, then her pass in them immediately moved away from that spot. Yuhan couldn't believe that she could move so fast. Hua Yu wondered if she thought she was the only one who had improved her skills. She would now try out the power of the unforgiving claws. Hua Yu would only become the student queen when she tore her face apart. Yuhan managed to put up a dense water barrier. However, even that didn't help her. Hua Yu thought that she wouldn't be able to get out of bed for a couple weeks after this. And she was caught by the main character who wondered if she was okay. After all, she has a few particularly repulsed fans. Yuhan replied that this chick couldn't hurt her through the barrier. And Xiao Xiao liked that there were so many people gathered here. Hua Yu didn't understand what was wrong after all. She had used 80% of her strength and this wench was fine. Is her teacher really that strong? It's a good thing she's smart and has a plan B. Hua Yu declared that the younger sister was brainwashed, so they should save her. Everyone immediately joined in on this. People rushed over to save Yuhan's younger sister. Yuhan tried to stop them, saying that they could talk things over. Xiao Xiao replied that it was better to chop right off the shoulder. Yang Rui told them to stop it now. After that, they couldn't move and realized that this guy was too strong. He stated that the emperor himself had given his seal of approval to open the academy, and if anyone acts rashly as abbot, he will not just let it go. However, they didn't think of giving up so easily, for their original goal was to get their queen back. They would simply crush their numbers. Yang Rui wondered if these young people were fed up with living like this. The strongest disciple of the academy, Luo Chuan, stated that he talked too much. He also mentioned that he wanted to fight him. The man who was standing next to him was pained by this clash. The man behind him asked the older man to be careful, because the iron puppet was quite strong. However, the man told the trash to back off, because he didn't need advice. Last year, the abbot himself recognized that his physical strength and level of spiritual development would soon surpass his own. He will crush this idiot. He tried to stop the older man, but in the end, it was time for this blue monster to suffer. Shia Sha noticed that this would be fun, so volunteered to fight him. Yang Rui responded by telling her to try to hold back. He couldn't believe that some little brat was challenging him. However, Shia Sha decided to show him how bones turn to dust, and he started screaming in pain as soon as Shia Sha hit him with her fist. The seventh prince couldn't understand why it looked so familiar. It was only now that he guessed that it was the same wench from the outskirts of Luo City. Shia Sha noticed that this blue metal can wasn't as strong as it seemed at first. She could put down several of these at a time. Chen Yang swept up her words that she could handle them all at once. Therefore, they should attack her all together. They clearly didn't like this plan. After all, they should do it again. At the same time, the prince ordered reinforcements to be brought in. However, he felt some strong sense of unease. That sense of unease came from the redneck. One could tell from his face that he knew where Chen Yang was. The secret hall in the capital. A man came running in saying that Prince Li was requesting reinforcements. They declared that this was the last time the 3 stars of darkness would do anything for this prince. And after that, they will no longer obey the orders of this Li Chen Yang. Since this girl is too strong, they should just pile on her all together. They're outnumbered, so they'll be able to crush her. Xiao Xiao noticed that they were using their weapons, so she decided to use hers as well. She would even disobey her teacher and kill them. After which they all flew away from just one of her mere blows. Now they admit that this iron puppet is too strong with that hammer. Then 3 stars of darkness appeared and came to clean up the mess. That green-haired girl's blood must be delicious. She really hoped those 3 stars would last longer than she did 3 moves. It was no fun at all beating those clay pots. He stated that this girl was brave, but now she would taste their power. However, these guys only noticed at the last moment that there was someone behind them. Namely, the demonic tiger that pinned down the 3 stars of darkness. Everyone immediately started screaming at the sight of the huge tiger. This dog started barking at the tiger. The demonic tiger began to growl at him. Then he whimpered and stopped talking. The man smelled a terrible stench from the dog. She called Xiao Bai bad, because Xiao Xiao hadn't had enough fun yet. If he does that again, she won't be stroking her tummy in the evening. Suddenly a siege gun was brought there. No one understood what this gun was doing here. They can't even just use such a weapon, because it's very strong. Somebody's gonna get killed for sure. Even the 7th prince didn't order the siege weapon to be brought here. He ordered to remove it quickly, for they might injure Yu Han this way. However, they didn't even think of stopping. After which they opened fire, saying that it was the 7th prince's idea. Li Qinyang ordered for this to stop now. He also stated that these bastards were just trying to pin it all on him. Xiao Xiao couldn't believe that they wanted to defeat her with such dirty techniques. Yu Han engaged the dense water barrier. The girl admitted that it was pretty good. Still, her water barrier was much better than Xiao Xiao's water barrier. Hua Yu couldn't believe that this attack was useless. She was very curious to see just how strong Lin Yuhan's teacher was. The princess decided to run away because the situation was out of control. However, Yang Rui appeared in front of him, saying that this prince lacked manners. Didn't master ever teach that one should pay for one's mistakes? Chen Yang couldn't understand how he got here and told him to leave. After which the protagonist grabbed him by his clothes. He flew with the prince right out the window and threw him to the ground. Xiao Sha replied that she had wanted to beat this guy for a long time. Yu Han revealed that this person was the 7th prince of the Tang dynasty. Xiao Sha thought it was a candy dynasty. So what of Togo? Since they were pissed off, they can safely beat this guy up. Yu Han agreed with her words. Chen Yang stated that he had never been beaten so badly, just like today. They're all going to die. He has already summoned the Imperial Guards. It doesn't matter how strong he is because he can't escape the 7th prince. The protagonist wondered who was telling him to stand up. After which, Chen Yang fell down again, talking about how painful it was. It was as if a huge elephant was standing on him. His bones were clearly broken. Yang Rui hasn't even asked for what this prince did in the forest yet, and he shows up again and starts annoying them. He will teach him a lesson instead of his own father. Prince said let him enjoy the moment while he can do it. His guards have already arrived, and a squad of spiritual masters. General Mu asked his prince why he was lying on the ground. Chen Yang asked the general to save him, for there were assassins in front of him. Yang Rui wondered who gave him permission to raise his head in the first place. He is receiving punishment, so let him behave accordingly. After which his head fell straight to the ground. General Mu couldn't believe that this person dared to harm a member of the imperial family right in the capital. Therefore, he would die for it now. Others have noticed that General Moore has gone rogue. The so-called rector is about to get it. Yang Rui has heard that the Tang dynasty respects teachers. So he, as the abbot of the Lanhuang Library, declares that the library and academies will be officially located in Tang dynasty lands. They will give a 20% discount on the entrance fee. Someone started to claim that they were pretending to be the Lanhuang Library. But since they have the audacity to claim that they are officially located, it can't be a hoax. Could it really be the same legendary Lanhuang Library? This shameless bastard not only harmed the prince, but also spread lies, deceiving the disciples in the Tang dynasty. And the general ordered him to be captured. The warriors were ready to carry out their general's orders. Yang Rui decided to give them a chance to fly for free. The guys didn't understand why they started flying. They couldn't even control their bodies. This situation was just beginning to anger the general. They noticed that General Mu's sword had transformed. He was very angry that this shameless bastard dared to ignore the laws and attack the emperor's guards. Therefore, let him prepare for retribution. He used the technique of cutting with a giant sword. Yang Rui didn't understand why this general was in such a hurry. Let him at least have a chance to clean his ears. After which he launched his sword. The sword of the protagonist split the sword of the general. After which, a spiritual energy shield appeared in his hands, and he told the kid to try to break through his defense mode. Yang Rui recognized that this ball from the Zhangjian sect was good. He also asked the general if he had any other questions that concerned his Lanhuang library. He couldn't believe that his absolute defense had been broken through so easily. The others also didn't understand how this was possible. After all, Generalov is a spiritual master in the heavenly body stage. He recognized that the elder was definitely much stronger than himself. They are honored to accept the library and academy. The protagonist asked the others if they had heard the statement. The general also told everyone to listen carefully. The academy had been recognized by the Tang dynasty, so they were officially starting to recruit new students. The library congratulated the host for finding a student with great potential. He tried to figure out which student the library was talking about. Perhaps it was the scarred general or the lush-breasted beauty. However, the library reported that a disciple with great hidden potential and from the Tang imperial family had been found. Li Chen Yang. Yang Rui couldn't believe that he had to train this idiot. The prince wondered why this guy was hatching this. Students like him were rare, so the library advised him to take him no matter what. Yang Rui still didn't understand why it was this guy. He was one of the most evil people the protagonist had ever met. However, he can't ignore the prince's potential, so he decided to see if he would obey Yang Rui. He started to talk about resting in the tavern, but the prince interrupted them. To preserve the name of the Tang dynasty as one that respects teachers, the 7th prince is sentenced to a month of community service at his academy. The general replied that they could not allow this to be done. The prince felt that he had a chance to get close to Yuhan. Since this was a regular community service, he agreed. However, the general tried to change the prince's mind. After all, he is the descendants of the emperor. Chen Yang replied that it didn't matter. It's just cleaning. He can do it himself. Besides, he should respect his master, but he has a request. He wants to join Lanhuan Academy. The guy realized that Father Emperor would definitely fall apart because of him joining this academy. Then the emperor will summon the prince to him, and then Chen Yang can get close to him. While the general was puzzled, Yang Rui agreed. Shia Sha was glad that she had a younger brother to play with. Even though this prince is evil, but his academy has no discrimination, so Yang Rui will accept him as a disciple. He had heard that this kid had incredibly rare yin meridians. Therefore, it was worth it. It didn't matter how evil the prince was, because he would fall in front of Yang Rui's stun technique. With his power, he will play with this prince as he wishes, and the prince would like to see how long this guy would play it cool. And now he'll be able to spend time with Yuhan. Yuhan suggested that the teacher come back. Yang Rui replied that he wanted to store some more and learn more about this place. He only wondered if Yuhan was trying to make a fool of him. If people found out that they didn't even have a building yet, they would only be laughed at. However, Yuhan and Xiao Xiao wanted to lead the teacher. The protagonist wondered where they were going. Aren't they going back to the tavern? Yuhan replied that they were going to the academy. There was a sign on the building that said Lan Huang Academy. Yang Rui replied that it looked great. Xiao Xiao said that she could finally swing her hammer. Yuhan replied that if the teacher is happy, then it means the money was worth it. It was a small gift to the teacher from a senior student. Xiao Xiao started to argue that she was the first student, so she was the eldest. After which, the two of them decided to fight. Yuhan didn't understand how she could be a senior disciple if she was so small. Xiao Xiao replied that we had gone crazy and she better get her head checked. After which, Xiao Xiao finally won. Yuhan dropped her wand. Now the order has been resolved and Xiao Xiao is the elder sister of Lan Huan Academy. Li Chenyan is the third. He is the younger brother. Yuhan was uncomfortable that she would now have to call this girl Big Sister. The prince replied that it was just a wench who hadn't even grown more hair yet. Chen Yang asked when he was the one who said that he was accepting this redneck as his teacher. He said that he had only joined to protect Yuhan's younger sister, to prevent her from being corrupted by Yang Ju. Xiao Xiao was furious because he dared to show such disrespect to the teacher. The prince dodged, shouting that this girl was too cruel. Xiao Xiao replied that it was the duty of the senior student to instruct naughty students. A subordinate arrived at the prince and said that the emperor wanted to see him. He was glad that Father Emperor finally wanted to see Chen Yang, the imperial palace in Luo City. The prince greeted the emperor. He expressed his respects to his father. The guy also failed to mention that he was incredibly happy when he learned that the emperor's father wanted to see him. The emperor told Chen Yang to get up. He had heard that the prince had changed academies, joining the Lan Huang Academy. Father wanted the prince to study well. He would test Chen Yang, so he must memorize the key ideas and techniques. The man replied that he would not forget it, and would do his best not to let the emperor's father down. He only laughed with Togo that this useless trash even thought that Father Emperor had fallen in love with him again. He is only doing this for Togo to get Lan Huang's library techniques. This poor prince is just a figure in his plan. The prince replied that he would never forget his father's instructions. Chen Yang piously believed that his father still trusted him. He had heard that Lan Huang Library's techniques were quite incredible. Therefore, Chen Yang should learn them all. The emperor mentioned to check on him again. The crown prince whispered his thanks to the emperor's father for this. To him, this old man is very useful. The emperor is giving him all the techniques he found and wants the crown prince to replace him after his death. But he still doesn't like something about this old man, namely that he's been living too long. The new location of the Lan Huang Library. His Highness the Prince informed everyone that he had arrived and told them to come over here and bow to him, after which a broom was thrown into his hand. Yu Han asked not to forget that he now had janitorial duties. Xiao Xiao replied that he could start cleaning from the restroom. He couldn't believe that someone had ordered the prince himself to clean the restroom. He wanted to kill that lousy little thing. Xiao Xiao threatened the weapon and asked if he wanted to be crushed. Chen Yang mentioned that he is actually a prince, so this servant should know her place. Where are her manners? Xiao Xiao asked. Does he really dare to cross her? It looks like he wants to answer her lollipop once again. Inside the academy, she is in charge of all the things the teacher doesn't have time for. Yang Rui watched all of this, thinking that this situation should appease this arrogant prince. Xiao Xiao resembles the protagonist's teacher before he came to this world. Finally, he can get some rest. He was approached by General Mu, who asked if he could speak to the prince. He put up a sound barrier. Chen Yang inquired about what you were going on and why such caution was necessary. As it turned out, the emperor asked to remind the prince to learn all the techniques, as well as to obey the abbot and not cause trouble. Yang Rui heard what their plan was. Still, this sound barrier is pretty lame looking. Even the bandits in the mountains would have heard everything. The prince didn't understand if he should follow his father's orders and stay here to be an ordinary servant. Xiao Xiao said to quickly start cleaning and the general is leaving. Yang Rui replied that there was no need to force the seventh prince. After all, if he was unwilling to study at his academy, Chen Yang could just leave. He addressed the protagonist first as a redneck, but then changed his address to teacher. He also mentioned that he had decided to stay to study at the academy. The girls replied that if he wanted to become an apprentice and stay here to study, he should bow down. He couldn't believe that these two wanted the prince to kneel before them. The fact that he had agreed to study at this backwater academy was already an honor to them. Yang Rui replied that if the prince did not wish to stay, they would not force him to do so. The door is on the left, so he can go. For the sake of his father's will, he will endure this humiliation. He knelt down and addressed the esteemed teacher. Li Qinyang, the 7th prince of the Tang dynasty, wishes to study under this teacher and will never leave the academy. Yang Rui told this prince to stand up. The library congratulated the protagonist on getting another outstanding student. The first seal of the library was removed. As a reward, he was given the mystical dragon shoulder pads. The defensive power of this item is very high, and it grants the wearer an impenetrable defense. Da's reward came just in time, and the guy got the extra item. Shia Sha thought it was cool that the teacher had transformed. Yuhan replied that he was so handsome, and he was also given another reward, which was the imperial records of state governance. He felt that there were key waves coming from this technique, so it should be very useful. Chen Yang replied that even though he was now a disciple with his body and meridians, he could not raise the level of spiritual development, and the emperor expects a lot from him. Yang Rui replied that the disciple shouldn't worry. His meridians are just a little special, but this technique should help change them. This technique is secret, and he would not forgive Chen Yang if he told anyone about it. The prince thanked the teacher. Chen Yang began to think that Yuhan really did enter here voluntarily, and even the teacher had decided to teach him something. The girl asked if he didn't doubt her intelligence, after which she slapped the prince. He didn't understand what else a redneck could teach her. In a certain estate that is in the city, the man asked the minister what he thought of its progress. The minister didn't think anyone new would show up. He feels that it is getting harder and harder to keep track of this board. Could it be that the emperor had found out about the crown prince's plans and was trying to distribute the forces? Elder Chen, who was one of the hidden imperial guards, asked again what the minister thought about it. The chief general of the Tang dynasty, Satu Sheng, replied that these were matters of the royal family and they could not foresee it. If it gets bad, they will have to intervene in their affairs. After all, their job is to protect the emperor. We can think of it as a test of the crown prince's ambition. A time of hard work and intense training was passing by. Xiao Xiao and the others improved their skills. The girl noticed that her lollipop was becoming more and more obedient. Yuhan noticed that she could now control a large flow of qi using this technique. She could feel that it was getting stronger and stronger, until they noticed something. The girls asked their little brother if someone was hurting him. Chen Yang replied that no one would dare to offend him. It was just that the technique he had received from the master and was currently practicing was a bit strange. Yang Rui noticed to learn this technique, he must go through the process of changing the essence of his body. He would have to suffer a little bit. The prince replied that he would continue to practice further. He knew his father was just testing him, so he needed to keep going. But he's even coughing up blood already. Yang Rui felt that his body had already developed a bit, so he was tired to continue. However, as soon as he repeated it, he felt as if he was ready to completely bleed out now. Could it be that this redneck was trying to kill him? He will die if he continues to learn this technique. But he can't leave the academy after all. He has to watch over Yuhan. Since this redneck wants to get his hands on a cute girl, it won't happen on the prince's watch. His hand was grabbed by Hua Yu, who asked if Master Yang could sense her sincerity. Would only one Yuhan be enough for him? Hua Yu introduces herself as the princess of the Tanzi Pavilion. But her he can call Ting Ting when they are alone together. Very soon they will become close. And if the master wants Ting Ting, then she will make every effort to fulfill the master's needs every day and night. And the protagonist's only thought was that it was too close. Suddenly, he was very interested in the words about every day and night and having his needs met. He felt something like it was burning inside him, and it wasn't pleasant. As it turned out, these were imperial records of state government. It turns out this technique also has the ability to defeat conversion. This woman is also from the Tianqi Pavilion who kidnapped children. It's definitely some kind of evil sect. He replied that he was not some old man who needed her help. And as soon as the girl tried to explain herself, the mastermind told her to leave and close the door behind her. Hua Yu replied that the master put a good think about her proposal. Since she wants to let him seduce her, she should know that Yang Rui is not some simpleton. This level of seduction doesn't work on him. Hua Yu didn't understand why seduction didn't work on him. Perhaps he was practicing some technique that made him like other guys. She was approached by Xiao Xiao, who told her to get the hell out of the academy. She also remembered to call her an old witch. Hua Yu called this girl a doll, and she also didn't remember offending her in any way. Xiao Xiao replied that Yuhan is her younger sister. By offending her younger sister, she is also offending the senior student of this academy. Hua Yu said that she was currently in the core formation stage. At the duel in 5 days, she would destroy the Yuan. She really couldn't believe that this little girl was a senior disciple. Let them wait for her to get her hands on Yang Rui. Xiao Xiao said that Yuhan had also reached the stage, so they were not afraid of her at all. Hua Yu only thought that this silly girl didn't even realize how she had given out important information. Chen Yang declared that if Hua Yu dares to insult Yuhan, it means she is going against the prince's will. The prince told her to leave if she valued her own life. The girl replied that she saw a eunuch from the palace coming this way. Chen Yang couldn't even think that his father would wish to see him so soon. The emperor must be hoping for him. The emperor asked how his training was going. The prince said that he was practicing a technique called the recovery technique. Still, the Lanhuang library really does have incredible techniques. Perhaps the Yang abbot could bring balance to the land of the Shuyang Haitian continent. However, the prince is a bit goofy, so he moves slowly. The emperors would only confirm their hunch that the useless trash was so useless. And this was a technique that the crown prince had to learn. However, he replied that there was no need to worry, as it was enough for Togo to have him memorize the technique. Let him tell his father about the technique. Chen Yang immediately remembered his teacher's word that he would not forgive his student if he told anyone about this technique. He did not understand what he should do, because in that case, he might be thrown out of the academy, and then his father's hopes would be over. So he replied that his teacher had not fully taught him the technique yet, and it would be 5 days after Yuhan's fight. 5 days later, on the day of the duel between Lin Yuhan and Wan Huayu, an arena was erected in the city. Everyone was looking forward to this fight, and someone had even bet 100 liang on Huayu's victory. He informed the teacher that Yuhan would come to an end today. The abbot replied that the traitor must be punished. Yuhan didn't understand why such an unimportant fight had so many people coming. Xiao Sha replied that the more the merrier. Huayu revealed that she had a whole month to stabilize her spiritual development, and if Yuhan lost, she would dishonor Lanhuan Academy and the weapon god of war. The girl stated that she had also become stronger. Just let her wait for the moment when she threw her opponent out of the arena. Huayu told her to be careful or she would tarnish her teacher's name. Yuhan replied that they would still see who won. The prince asked the girl not to worry. Xiao Xiao replied that she should just turn her into a chop. Yuhan asked what to do if she really embarrassed the teacher. Yang Rui replied that it was pretty funny to hear. Yuhan was beginning to think that the teacher had rejected her. Was she not fit to represent the academy? The guy taps her on the forehead, talking about how she's just being silly. And what's wrong with you if she loses? It doesn't mean that Lanhuan Academy is weak. In battles, there's always victory and defeat. That's why it doesn't matter. She must remember everything her teacher had taught her. Then relax and fight from the heart. It didn't matter what she did, as she would do what she wanted to do on her own. Yuhan would show everything she had. Yang Rui replied that this calculating witch is so bold because she is not confident. Everything is going strictly according to plan. Yuhan only laughed and asked if it would really work, whereupon the fight began. Yuhan attacked, saying that Huayu should prepare to be defeated. Everyone was so excited about the start of the fight. Yuhan told her to try her best, because it would be a shame if she finished her off in just a few seconds. Huayu noticed that her opponent swung hard, but she wasn't sure if she had enough strength. She didn't understand why Yuhan had become confident so abruptly. She stated that Huayu could still give up. It was useless to seduce her teacher. Huayu tried to justify herself by saying that this wench was just lying. She was not worth listening to. Abruptly, each of them wanted to become this mentor. This situation made Huayu even more angry. Yuhan would regret coming out against her. She said to come over for they would settle this in a fair fight. Anything can happen in battle, which is why she even apologized in advance, because she could kill her opponent purely by accident. If Yuhan won, her self-confidence would increase greatly. Yang Rui wished her good luck. The girl told her to approach her, since she wasn't going to lose to her in anything. Plus, she had learned the basics of her techniques. Let him taste the mysterious lightning technique. Huayu felt that this pitiful lightning could not injure her, after which she used the invisible shadowfish. She again stated that this lightning technique was rather weak. At this rate, Huayu is worthy of being a precious disciple of the abbot. It looked like Lin Yuhan would fall soon. After all, the man thought that he was the Dragon Master's most precious disciple. She was tired of putting up with these useless tricks. It was better to talk with her fists. After which, Yuhan used the mysterious water technique. Huayu thought that this miserable water fist wouldn't do anything to her. However, Yuhan did not make more than one such fist. Hua Yu thought that this was nothing. After all, she had already seen these weak techniques from the weapon god of war. Previously, Yuhan had already lost using the same weak techniques before. After that, the girl used the recovery technique. Looks like her opponent isn't doing well at home since she started using the recovery technique now. Yuhan revealed that the recovery technique was indeed mostly healing, but it also gave a boost to strength. Hua Yu clearly didn't expect this, after which there was a splash of water. Chen Yang shouted that Yuan was worthy of being the prince's woman. Xiao Xiao replied that little sister was pretty good. The others also started discussing that perhaps Hua Yu would actually lose. Yuhan had advanced a lot. She recognized that this wench did have some strength. Hua Yu had underestimated her. Yuhan even made her use her trump card, namely the invisible sword Qi. The girl mentioned that Tin Tin was all wet, and the teacher said that water conducts electricity. She doesn't seem to know the laws of physics at all, but that's okay, because she's about to experience it for herself. After which she was struck by lightning. Hua Yu screamed that it was very painful. Even her face had a cut left on it. That fucking thing had spilled her blood. Hua Yu was determined to kill her and all those onlookers. She wanted to crush and shred them all with her chi sword. The shadow-cutting technique went over the audience. The abbot shouted that the girl was crazy. She was defaming the abbot's name. No one thought it would be this dangerous for the audience. After that, she had the idea to kill Lin Yuhan. The prince yelled for the girl to run. However, he didn't understand why these two were so calm. Would Yuhan really be alright? Even the remaining spectators were telling her to flee the arena. What kind of fight is this anyway? It was like that pretty girl had turned into a different person. Hua Yu wondered if she really thought that she could dodge without losing. After which, Yuhan said to get out. The onlookers started to think she was crazy, because they didn't understand how a small sphere of water would be able to stop this cut. A dome of water formed around her. Hua Yu thought that it was simply impossible. This technique belongs to the Lan Huang Library. It is the technique of sealing the ocean of qi, because of which Hua Yu was caught in a water bubble. She didn't understand how ordinary water was able to contain her. Yuhan said that thanks to the master, she was able to learn this technique. Now Hua Yu must cool down for starters. After which she decided to arrange a free flight to the moon for her. The girl counted to 82 and saw a block of ice flying along with Hua Yu. She asked for help because she didn't want to fall and crash to her death. Afterwards, she even apologized and was willing to return the pendant to the rightful owner. Yuhan agreed. After which, the block of ice along with the girl suddenly stopped right in front of the arena. All the ice had melted, and she was wet. It was surprising that Hua Yu had lost. Someone even started to lament their lost money because of the bet. Yuhan took her mother's pendant. Everyone was shouting about how Lin Yuhan was very strong. Hua Yu didn't even have a chance of winning. It seems like Lan Huang Academy is really special. She told the teacher that she had never felt better. Afterwards, she thanked him. Yang Rui praised Yuhan and said that she was indeed worthy of being called his disciple. Xiao Xiao mentioned that little sister was very cool. Chen Yang wanted to treat her to dinner. Xiao Xiao was happy that junior brother wanted to cook something for them. The prince wanted to explain the situation, however, the girl didn't want to listen to him. All she did was tell the damn girl to wait a little while. After which, a man approached her and held out his hand for Ting Ting to stand up. Hua Yu wondered what he was doing here. It was the crown prince who was also present at the fight. Defeat is something every human being goes through. Besides, he and Tianqi Pavilion are working together, so the prince thinks it's time to get into action. When it's over, Ting Ting will be his. The girl was glad that they would put the plan into execution sooner than expected. We need to get this done before the Lanhuang Library gets stronger, so we'll have to act faster. The man replied that the crown prince was very wise. A few thousand miles away, Mint Chisha, the secret base of Tianqi Pavilion. He also heard news that they are starting earlier than promised as well. This could get pretty interesting. Yang Rui noticed that Chen Yang hadn't made much progress recently. Could it be that he was slacking off on his training? Looks like I'll have to ask Big Sister to punish him. He asked the teacher not to do that. Let the second sister teach him. Shosha replied that as the eldest disciple, she should be the one to teach him. Since he was too far behind, she was willing to mentor him. After which he was given imperial reserves on how to run a state. He has to learn them along with recovery techniques. The prince couldn't believe he'd given even more homework. The sun rose and set. The days passed unnoticed. Finally, he had an opportunity to stabilize his spiritual development. The development of the mind is the basis of existence. However, his heart senses that something is wrong. Xiao Xiao shouted to that naughty prince to stand still. The guy replied that he would let her catch him if he could. Xiao Xiao replied that his spiritual development is not advancing, but he is running like a rabbit. He will get it from her when Xiao Xiao catches that annoying junior. But what could she even do if he had imperial records of government? He learned some things from there. Xiao Xiao wondered if he thought he was the only one who could do that. Her refined magic dragon bone also has an acceleration mode. The prince asked if she wasn't supposed to learn only strengthening techniques. The girl replied that she made an exception for his sake. After that, he started to call the teacher and his other sister for help, because he thought the little girl would kill him. Yuhan wondered if he really needed help against the little girl. After that, there were more people who wanted to join the academy, specifically the prince. He immediately stood up and revealed that Lan Huang Academy was not that easy. The prince worked hard to get here. They really want to study in this academy. These guys were sure that the teacher would accept them, or the prince himself would help. Xiaozhou recognized that they were the same nasty goblins that had pounced on her that time. It was good that she didn't even beat them up last time, and now they also wanted to join them. They immediately recognized the iron puppet. Yang Rui walked up to her from behind and asked Xiao Xiao not to worry. At the same time, he placed his hand on her head. He can accept these people as the second generation of disciples. The first generation will be their martial uncles and aunts. However, they should be kind to their juniors. Xiao Xiao thought that this was a great opportunity, for her pair had burst open. The prince thought the teacher was right. They should be good regardless of appearance or background. So they should not charge them tuition fees. They immediately thanked the seventh prince and teacher when they realized that they would be studying here for free. Shosho and Yuhan wondered what that lousy prince was up to again. Yang Rui replied that these guys should thank the prince. Chen Yang had a bad feeling, for he thought that this redneck was up to something again. Since the prince said they don't have to pay tuition, that of course means the prince will pay for everything. The academy can't work for free, and everyone knows that. Of course, the prince knows it too. You could tell by the look on his face that he hadn't expected such words. The guy replied that of course he knew that, but the damn redneck had fooled him again. Yang Rui said that because their potential was not good, then the fee was doubled. Chen Yang replied that he would pay for everything, after which he wanted to return to spiritual practice. Next morning, the younger brother tried to wake up. The prince told Yuhan to eat slower. It was Xiao Xiao who tried to wake him up. He immediately jumped up, talking about how she scared him to death. Doesn't Xiao Xiao know that it's wrong for boys and girls to be in the same room? He even assumed that this wench wanted to take advantage of him. He was hit by Yuhan, who kindly asked what he was even thinking. They woke him up because of the tuition money. Although money wasn't a problem, but the prince himself said he would pay for everything. Besides, the academy would officially start in 10 days. So these two are here for the money. The prince may not have a lot of things, but it's certainly not about money. They threw him out of the room, saying that he had better get dressed first. Chen Yang didn't understand why they threw him out like that. Xiao Xiao asked her younger brother if the palace was fun. Chen Yang replied that she would see everything when they arrived. After which, she wanted to ask Yuhan. She said that she hadn't been to the palace before. Chen Yang wanted to show that he was the one dominating the palace. But of course, they didn't believe him. Suddenly, it was reported that something had happened. Yuhan asked what had happened. She also mentioned that she was on her way to the palace now. The man replied that he had an urgent report and it was very important. Xiao Xiao came out to the younger sister and asked what was wrong. Yuhan turned to the prince and Xiao Xiao with a frightened expression, saying that something had happened and needed to escape. She also asked to tell the teacher about it. The boys tried to stop Yuhan, but the girl left so quickly and didn't even ask Xiao Xiao for help. Chen Yang replied that she could only smash everything with her hammer. Hua Yu realized that of course she would quickly leave. After all, the biggest event in the history of the continent was coming, and they would all die in this event. Xiao Xiao thought it was hilarious that this man would not even appear ticklish. Chen Yang told her to stop tickling the imperial guards. The girl also noticed that he has a rather large house. It is a palace so beautiful and majestic. If Xiao Xiao didn't make him work so hard, he would bring her here to play more often. But Xiao Xiao refused, because as the eldest sister, she must lead her younger brother to success. He called her a stubborn donkey. Suddenly she was curious about something, so she wanted to go there to watch. Xiao Xiao refused him, so let her just wait and see him break her. He turned to his older sister, talking about how there was another fun place to be. She confessed that there are always lots of fun places to go, and how much she wished she could see them all at once. So she decided to follow her little brother to show him her place. Since she was now in the Talon Prince's territory, he would take care of her. After which they came over. Shia Sha replied that there was indeed something interesting and strange here. She wondered why this room didn't have a name plaque. Chen Yang replied that she would understand once she was inside. She was very curious as to why there were so many crystals on pedestals here. Chen Yang invited her to come closer and see this most interesting place in the palace. These crystals seemed familiar to her. She had something like it at home. Shia Sha asked her younger brother about this formation. But suddenly, she noticed that the younger brother wasn't going inside for some reason. He told her to have fun here, after which the guy didn't close the doors. Shia Sha started knocking, not understanding why little brother was doing such a thing. If he doesn't open, she will get angry. Chen Yang stated that if she promised that she would not force him to practice, he would let her out. Shia Sha swept up that he can't shirk from practicing. Since she says so, she will stay here. After that, the girl just wanted to break that door down, but instead she just started to feel dizzy. This room was made by the palace craftsman. Therefore, she should not waste her energy in vain. Shia Sha shouted for him to just wait for her to get out of this place. Chen Yang ordered her to give her smoke, hot and cold water. The main thing is just to keep her alive. This was his so-called revenge. After which, he informed the inflicted that he wanted to eat. He threw the crab right at the subordinate. He was glad he could finally live the life he wanted. That's what it means to live life to the fullest. He wondered how that girl was doing. The man didn't understand when it was the 7th prince who turned into a redneck. He also replied that she often screams, so he assumed that she was still suffering. Xiao Xiao is still too young to compete with Chen Yan. Meanwhile, they were inside, but there was too much smoke. They also poured water on the prince's orders. It was convenient after all. It was a good thing that junior sister had taught her a little bit about the Qi ocean sealing technique. If Chen Yang found out about this, he would definitely die of a seizure. 3 days had passed. The teacher should have come out of seclusion by now. She should thank him for packing so much food into the storage ring. If she didn't have to pay for the damage, she would have gotten out long ago. Meanwhile, the prince was sleeping and mumbled something about Yuhan eating slower. Where are her manners? Sure enough, he heard someone start to make a noise and interrupt his beautiful dream. He was furious about it. He wondered where Xiao Dense, Xiao Zuozi, and Zhu Hua had gone. Apparently, they won't serve him until the prince himself is angry. Suddenly, he heard shouts of rioters killing people. A subordinate confronted him. He hit the man on the head, asking about whether he wanted to die by hitting his prince. The man only started to tell the prince that all was lost. He had just seen the emperor assassinated and all the guards poisoned. He couldn't believe that the father emperor was dead. Chen Yang asked the bastard how dare he speak ill of his father. He even threatened to kill his entire family. The boy replied that he wouldn't dare lie. The emperor barely had time to call for help, and he was immediately stabbed to death after that. After which suddenly this subordinate was also killed right in front of the prince's eyes. A bunch of assassins ran out of there with orders to kill everyone. Tears appeared in his eyes, for he realized that Father Emperor had truly died. He wanted to kill all those rebels. And as soon as he wanted to use the technique, he realized he hadn't fully mastered it yet. Chen Yang is not strong enough right now. He began to apologize to his father, the emperor, for disappointing him. The prince is weak and couldn't even protect his father. He has to flee even though his enemies are right in front of him. In front of them were General Shitu and Mu. And General Shitu asked the prince not to be afraid, for he was here. Chen Yang asked them to kill everyone and avenge his father. He also asked General Mu to help with the wound on his shoulder. And the general replied that the prince had become a spiritual master, and such a scratch would go away in a couple of days. His wound is indeed already healing. The general was determined to deal with these rebels. They also rushed to the attack. No one should be left alive. He promoted a gleaming battle fist. He realized that this old man's chi was very strong. Chen Yang thanked the general for saving him. The old man had heard about what had happened to the emperor. He considered it his fault for not coming to his aid in time. Elder Chen is stronger than him. Therefore, it is unclear how he could lose to the rebels so easily. He asked the prince to stay here and he would save the other princes and princesses. Suddenly, they heard the voice of Chen Yang's brother, who was surrounded. He asked for the general to save him. The crown prince was trying to fight off all the assassins who wanted to kill the entire royal family. The general realized that the crown prince was in danger. It seems he was wrong about the crown prince, because he thought this guy was the one behind all of this. The general declared that he would kill all these rebels. All who block his path will die. He was glad that General Situ had shown up in time. If not for the general, he, the crown prince, would have died. General Situ replied that it was his duty to protect the prince. He would not lie about doubting His Highness. The Crown Prince replied that he liked the general's straightforwardness. He turned around and saw another squad of swordsmen approaching. The general asked the Crown Prince to keep behind him. However, the Crown Prince had very different motives. Chen Yang shouted to the general to be careful, after which the general was impaled. The Crown Prince confirmed that it was indeed his plan. He was able to trick the general with only a few sixes. General Satusheng had always been loyal in the Tang dynasty. He didn't understand why the Crown Prince wanted to kill him. Why couldn't he just wait? The Crown Prince explained that it was his fault for not supporting the new emperor. The old bastard had lived too long. Therefore, she had just helped him go to heaven a little early. The same thing would happen to the general. Things will be a lot easier now without those old people. The general heard a familiar voice. It was the 8th Duke, Li Xiaochen, who had also participated in the rebellion. He showed his face, cheerfully declaring that the general had figured him out. Even though the prince coveted the throne, he wouldn't have dared such a thing if not for the duke. The Crown Prince's only laughed at those words that he would not have dared to do this deed. Also, Satu Shen should not hope to recover by stalling for time. His sword was coated with the poison of drying steps. If he wants to be cured, he needs at least 24 hours. The Crown Prince left everything on his uncle. He'll go to see if anyone else is left. And when he gets the throne, his uncle will be second to him. However, the Crown Prince didn't even expect to be killed. Li Xiaoqin wondered who would even want to be under that little bastard. He himself will get the throne and rule. So the man ordered the old bastard to kill that stupid prince. After that, everyone rushed to attack. The old man was already wounded, so it wasn't hard to finish him off. There were too many of these killers after all. Chen Yang didn't understand where General Mu had gone. It looked like his end had come. After which, a general appeared and brought the Imperial Guards. General Satu Shen broke the blade, saying that this pitiful wound was nothing to him. After that, he started getting rid of the killers. They should hold out until the city guard arrives. Even an hour later, the old general is fighting after such a wound. The Duke respected him, and General Situ didn't even think of letting the damned traitor go so easily. He would kill him personally when the guards arrived. Li Xiaochen said, not lying to himself. Does he really think that the army really needs this much time to get here? He bribed them a long time ago. It was noticeable that the general hadn't even expected such news. He only laughed, saying that he would give a chance for this general. When he kills the prince, then General Shitu himself will become General Li Xiaocheng. Chen Yang asked the general not to do that. Situ Sheng told His Highness the prince not to listen to that bastard. They will go to the palace to see if anyone else from the imperial family survived. Then they will return to his mansion for the token army and eliminate the traitors. Meanwhile, in Lan Huang's library, the protagonist was distracted and heard the voice of an inner demon saying that Yang Rui had advanced to the Tongshuan stage. He was a teacher in the past world after all. Does he really want the same fate in this one as well? Why doesn't he just command these lands? She also offered to create her own harem. Yang Rui is the strongest and the best. He can do anything he wants. She begged to give vent to her secret desire. The boy recognized that it did sound good. She really had been a teacher all along after all. If a strong spiritual master like Yang Rui let out his inner demons and started killing people, it would look like hell on earth. Suddenly, he saw his students dead. He would not allow anyone in this world to bully his students. The inner demon couldn't believe she couldn't control him anymore. How dare she play with his feelings? Let her get the hell out of here. He activated the Emperor Heavenly Strike. Thanks to that, he was able to chase away his inner demon. However, what would happen sooner or later was that his inner demons would break out at some point. Meanwhile, outside Lan Huang Library, the people outside thought that they were lucky because the prince had given them this treasure from Tianzi Pavilion. The abbot had probably already become a demon. Lan Huan Academy are the enemies of the prince, so they must get rid of them. But suddenly, they noticed that the inner demon's vault had cracked, after which there was an explosion. The man didn't realize what had just happened, and Yang Rui appeared in front of his eyes. He was clearly angry that these people dared to disturb him on his own territory. In that case, they should be prepared to die. After he had dealt with those people, he remembered what they had said about the prince. He realized that something bad had happened in the palace where his students were. He had to urgently set off, for Shia Sha was in danger. A little earlier, there was still carnage somewhere in the palace. Chen Yang noticed that the inner palace would catch fire. And this fire is huge. The princess was leading 2 princes who had managed to hide in other palaces. They asked for help, and General Cheese ordered a quick rescue of the prince and princess. They need to escape immediately. Now they must make their way to his estate and take the tiger token, which grants the right to command troops. General Mu was also leading the princess behind him. Qianyang didn't understand why on earth it was all flying straight at him. He was attacked by a man who explained that he was now the eldest son of an emperor who had recently died. He started screaming in pain and fell down, and General Situ heard the shouts of the seventh prince. He immediately wanted to help him, but suddenly the general heard a voice asking where he was going. It was a painfully familiar voice. He realized who it was. It was Elder Chen, who mentioned that they had known each other for 10 years. It could be said that they were good friends, but he didn't want to see his friend in such a state. And the general only told this traitor to go fuck himself. All because that old bastard didn't understand how to run an empire. So he had to take matters into his own hands. It's all the fault of that emperor. Soon a tsunami will swamp the Mio, and neither elder nor general will be able to stop it. And if he kills those little bastards, he'll be given a chance to see a new world. However, he didn't even want to hear this sentence and used his light fist. It was amazing that he still had so much strength after all. He was badly injured. But if this fight continued, it was not hard to guess what the outcome would be. General Chitu couldn't keep up with him, for this bastard was too fast, and he didn't even notice the stealthy attack. Elder Chen only laughed that he couldn't even keep up with him at all. The general's heart was already wounded as it was, so he didn't understand how this old man could still fight him. Situ Sheng replied that Elder Chen was not right at all. He would give him the rest of his strength as a gift. Suddenly he saw the Thunder Talisman. The elder immediately shoved that old man away, after which he activated a protective barrier to protect himself. And the general stated that his talisman was already targeting the bastard, and also wished him good luck to deal with all that power. He mentally reported to His Majesty that this was all he could do. A flash of light blocked the elder's view, after which there was a huge explosion. Whoever could started running from that explosion. The prince also tried to get away from him. Even the protective barrier couldn't withstand the full power of this talisman. Even after such a powerful blow, he was somehow still alive. The strength of the talisman was too high that even his protective barrier couldn't withstand it. The old bastard had an ace up his sleeve after all. Li Xiaochen replied that it wasn't that dangerous after all. After that, he asked the elder if he was all right. The elder called him an idiot because he didn't even realize that the elder himself had taken most of the blow. He ordered the rest to be taken care of. He was told that the prince was dead, and that's what he wanted to check out for himself. And the duke ordered his men to cut off his head. He immediately tried to run away, those screaming to be rescued. Others realized that this kid had been pretending to be dead the whole time. They can't let that bastard get away. Chen Yang stated that he was not just a prey that could be caught so easily. He has several tactics to escape. However, before he could use one of these tactics, a weapon flew at him, whereupon the guy with the race fell to the ground, and he was about to be killed. Could this really be the end of him? The prince heard shouting. However, he did not realize what had just happened. He looked at the assassin, whose head had gotten very large. It was Xiao Xiao who asked if Chen Yang dared to lock up his senior. He seems to really want to be beaten up, and he thought that this older little girl had long since escaped. Xiao Xiao didn't understand why she would run away. Her junior is still here after all. She would deal with him later. She then turned to her attackers, talking about how those bastards had hurt her little brother. It's not like she's an older girl who will just stand back and watch. There were many opponents against her. Of course, they wanted to kill her too. Xiao Xiao was able to deal with some of these assassins with her weapons. They'll get it for daring to hurt her youngest. The others watched the whole scene and didn't understand why this petite girl was here. And she was so strong. The Duke asked if no one could be a little helpful and get this wench over with. There are some new adversaries out there who have decided they need to take care of this girl themselves. Shosho shouted for the prince to leave first, but just as he was about to run away, he saw something that struck him. An unknown attack struck the older little girl. The Duke rejoiced that the elder was indeed very strong. He was amused by the fact that a little girl in the core formation stage was playing it cool. He will show her the power of a spirit master at the heavenly body stage. Xiao Xiao asked the prince what he was doing since he had to run away. She was immediately attacked by a man who couldn't believe she even dared to look away from the fight. Even though she was injured, she would still let her feel the power of a fist of refined magical dragon bone. The man felt that the girl who was only at the core formation stage was too strong. He must get to the Lord. Xiao Xiao believed that the prince should have already left by now. Now she too was realizing now that being older was proving to be too difficult. She was caught by Chen Yang, who recognized that this girl was heavy, but he won't leave his eldest alone in this situation. He still has too much to do ahead of him. but it looks like his journey will end here. The attackers said that they were going to die today, so they had better accept their fate obediently already. Whereupon, they rushed to the attack. Now he's going to his father too. Suddenly something slammed into them. Even the prince didn't realize what was going on or why it was so bright. It was Yang Rui who praised Chen Yang. The guy didn't escape, so the teacher was proud of him. Now he would take care of the rest. Li Xiaochen recognized that this was the same abbot of the Lan Huang library. However, he couldn't understand why this man was here. He was supposed to be locked up, after all. The protagonist declared that all those who harmed his dear students must die. The man sensed that someone rather interesting had arrived. It seemed that someone worthy of fighting him had appeared. And that person's name is Yang Rui. Therefore, the elder wanted to prepare a gift for him. The prince was glad that the teacher had come to save them. The duke ordered to quickly call for backup and the rest should attack, after which they immediately moved forward to kill you, protagonist. Yang Rui inquired that since they were here, why were they still hiding? It was too boring to fight with this little thing. With a single move, he was able to interrupt these assassins. Even the duke realized that this was his end. However, a person who was able to protect Li Xiaochen appeared. He was surprised that this guy was able to dispel his high-ranked technique. Gan, who was a monk of the Seven Fingers, guessed that it was the abbot of the Lan Huang library, Yang Rui. The duke thanked Master Gan of Tianzi Pavilion for coming here and also greeted him. Hu Yu was also there, telling Elder Gan to be careful. This person's level of spiritual development definitely cannot be underestimated. The old man replied that there was no need to worry. Yang Rui was excited, for this would be his first fight against a master at the profound bonding stage. If he killed this man, he would gain invaluable experience. In addition, this man's subordinates had harmed the protagonist's disciples, so he must know he's gonna die right here. Gan asked if this guy really thought and that he was afraid of him. Their forces clashed and began to oppose each other. Elder Chen felt this incredible pressure, which even made him fall to his knees. Even Hua Yu couldn't move a finger. Yang Rui began to shout. Gan repeated after him as well. The guy started to claim that he had participated in a shouting competition. Does this old man really think he can match Yang Rui? Chen Yang, who had a barrier around him, was happy that the teacher was winning. It could even be seen that the Tianzi Pavilion elder was having a hard time. But even he recognized that he could no longer hold his own against such a staggering force. The old man said to use the demonic suicide bombers, and to do it now. The old man lying on the ground tried to carry out this order, and he succeeded in doing so. Yang Rui shouted for them to attack with everything they had. After which the drawers opened, which clearly contained something interesting. She marveled at the seated filly, the same kidnapped child who rejoiced that at last he was free. But the sun was too bright. The main character couldn't believe that these were the same kidnapped children. He tried to calm them down. He immediately approached the boy and asked him if he remembered Yang Rui. The boy replied that he remembered his uncle giving him a lollipop. He pressed himself against Yang Rui's body, saying that he was very scared and wanted to go back to his mom. He took the baby in his arms, saying that there was no need to be afraid, for the uncle was here. The other babies also wanted to be in his arms. The main character replied that he would help find his mom when he beat the bad guys. Heion wondered why Uncle Gan had brought the children here, and why there were so many of them. He told me that these kids are demonic suicide bombers, and now was a good chance to test them. Then he began the activation. Suddenly, something started happening to the children. They were in pain from all this, so you could hear children screaming. An eye appeared on the child's face, and he told his uncle that he was very scared. Yang Rui realized that he should save this child, but it was too late. The protagonist was struck by a powerful attack. He laughed as he said that the demonic death ghoulie these children made were truly powerful. Even a profound bond stage master wouldn't be able to surpass such a thing. Hua Yu couldn't believe that this old man caught innocent children and turned them into live bombs. This sight shocked even herself. She called him a dirty bastard and also mentioned that she would tell her father about it. However, as it turned out, it was her own father's idea. And he just carried it out. Suddenly, a powerful attack struck him himself. The children must be saved first, after all. They are their future, after all. Previously, Yang Rui didn't have a specific goal, and he just wanted to find some disciples. But today, he has a new specific goal, and that goal is to destroy the Tianqi Pavilion. He couldn't believe that this had happened to his body, which was stronger than spiritual weapons. The old man didn't realize what technique he had just used. Yang Rui revealed that this technique was just from the Tianqi Pavilion. At the same time, he began to heal the child. He thought it was impertinent for this bastard to even say the name of Tianzi Pavilion. The old man was only thinking about how he could escape from this place. Gan shouted for the demonic bloodthirsty mantis to come out. Since it was a demonic mantis, it looked like there wouldn't be much meat in it. Yang Rui realized that there was a way to save these children. Suddenly he heard some sound. It was indeed a praying mantis, except it was its head. The demonic tiger dealt with that demonic bloodthirsty mantis. The protagonist declared that let him not even think about leaving here somewhere today. And now he will see in the power of this abbot. After which he lunged at Gan, who activated his shield in an attempt to defend himself against this attack. He realized that this man was too strong and he couldn't hold on any longer. Yang Rui from Manhwa Academy is really something. The protagonist thought that backup had arrived. He felt an even more powerful chi than that guy behind the chrome arm Keelan. Monstrous Chong shouted that Gan Duo was a useless brat. Let him say, thankful that he wasn't far from this place. Song Songji from the Tianqi Pavilion has arrived. He's here to spar with Master Yang. Gan Duo replied that Master Tsang had arrived just in time. He even still had an ace up his sleeve. He was even more excited when he realized that there were two masters at the deep bonding stage against him. This was definitely going to be fun. Chen Yang told the teacher that things were bad. The boy inquired what was wrong. Xiao Xiao's heart stopped. He just couldn't believe his ears. The news shocked him to the core. He can't deal with these people quickly. He can't delay the fight at all, because then there won't even be a chance to save Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao's life is more important right now. After which, he attacked the technicians. They couldn't even do anything against such an explosion. But even so, they were alive. However, Songji didn't even understand why that guy had left. But that was even better. Chen Yang apologized to his teacher. After all, if it wasn't for him, none of this would have happened. Yang Rui replied that they must first leave the Tang Empire. Xiao Xiao wouldn't be able to withstand teleportation, so they would have to move on their own. He requested that Xiao Xiao not leave them, after which they rescued the child. The protagonist asked Xiaobai to take this boy to his mother. He will be able to find her by smell. Chen Yang noticed that it was a pill of complete renewal, which is a great treasure. It's not a big deal because the patriarch of the Zhangjian sect gave him 2 pieces. He will help the disciples to speed up the absorption of the pill. The prince felt himself getting better. However, the girl had not yet awakened. He started shaking the older one, begging her not to die. She can't leave the prince. Also, Chen Yang admitted that it was all his fault. After which Xiao Xiao slapped him. Though she wasn't dead, he almost shook her to death. The prince asked if she was all right. Yang Rui praised his disciple for her bravery. However, next time, she'd better not take such a big risk. She immediately hugged the teacher, saying that she was so scared and missed the teacher so much. The main character reassured, saying that the teacher was here. Chen Yang revealed that his family was gone. Where will they go now? And himself. Shosha wondered what the prince was so afraid of. They can go to her clan, as she even has plenty of food there. The guy replied that there was no need to do that, because those people would definitely send assassins after them. They can't put her family in danger. The guys seemed to have forgotten about another friend of theirs. Xiao Xiao asked who the teacher was talking about. He was talking about Yuhan to meet, so now they're off to the God of War Pavilion. Yang Rui said that the Yuhan family God of War Pavilion and Tianzi Pavilion were founded at the same time, and both are very powerful. So those bastards won't be able to annoy those as long as they are in the God of War Pavilion. Chen Yang was glad that he would finally be able to see Yuhan. Xiao Xiao replied that the prince has a big heart. His family was just killed and he still thinks about Yuhan. Yang Rui told Shosho to shut up, after which she apologized to the guy and asked him not to be angry. Chen Yang replied that she was right, because he really had a big heart, but he would no longer be trash for his own family. He didn't want to let him die for nothing. So the guy asked for a teacher to teach him strong techniques. The protagonist explained that he had already given him the imperial records of government. It was the strongest technique of the Lan Huang Academy. It was the one he had used earlier, so the prince had already seen its full power. Chen Yang couldn't believe that he already had a strong technique, and he just lacked diligence. Xiao Xiao replied that the teacher's techniques were all stronger. Even Yang Rui confirmed these words. Now he understood everything, and would practice diligently. A few days later, the guys talked about how Chen Yang as well as Xiao Xiao had been working up a sweat lately. She also asked that the teacher buy them some proper food. She smelled a wonderful odor that made her want to get out of the carriage and buy something. He too suggested we stop and go get something to eat. They should also wait for Xiaobai to arrive. Xiao Xiao missed the demonic tiger. Passers-by talked about several countries sending people to be slaves. They need slaves to work in the crystal mines, which means they might be taken away too. The man was approached by Yang Rui, who greeted him. He wondered if those news reports about ordinary residents being taken away were true. Even if they need labor for the mines, they can't round up everyone indiscriminately. The two men began to deny that they had said anything. Then they decided to leave. It seems Chen Yang's family isn't the only one in trouble. Other countries are also experiencing changes. After which, Xiaobai jumped onto his shoulder. The disciples climbed up on the demonic Tychus, and then everyone went to the pavilion of the god of war. And the others were surprised to see the tiger. The guards were talking about someone trying to kill the patriarch. And these people must have had enough of life. Suddenly, the two heard a voice asking to be notified that they had visitors. The man had already drawn his sword, asking who was here. Yang Rui introduced himself and also mentioned that he was from Lanhuang Academy. He came to pay a visit. They knew it was a spiritual master. The boys asked if Saint John had a badge. The protagonist showed the token that Yuhan had given him. He asked to be told that Yang Rui had come. Suddenly, someone got angry because this guy dared to say the name of the war god pavilion princess carelessly. This was not something he could talk about. Xiao Xiao asked how dare he address his teacher in such a tone. Let him show his face. A man came out and remarked that it was only a girl in the core forming stage. Better let her go back to her mammy. The guy introduced himself as a second-generation senior disciple of the second-generation war god pavilion Gai Lun. Of all those below the shapeless essence stage, no one would defeat him. Suddenly he called the prince a trash who harasses the princess every day, the worst of the Tang dynasty, Li Chenyang. Chenyang succeeded to the Tang dynasty, and also revealed that Yu Han is his older sister. And next to him is their teacher. Gai Lun only laughed, saying that the throne of the Tang dynasty no longer belonged to this trash. It seems that this prince is also at the core formation stage, and the news is a bit mistaken. The prince stated that it only took him 10 days to break through. Xiao Xiao began to tease, saying that he was weak. Chen Yang told him to be careful, for he would soon happen this man. He was enraged by the audacity of this trash, so he wanted to kill them all here. Yang Rui couldn't stand it and told this kid to just get the hell out of here, after which Xiao Xiao threw that guy away. Xiao Xiao showed the teacher that she could handle the celestial body stage as well. Yang Ju and asked to let him live a couple more years in the form of this girl scared him to death. Chen and Yang replied that big sister shouldn't have tried so hard. After that, the people who they understood who dared to bully the people of the God of War Pavilion arrived there. They didn't even bother to catch the Gai Lun. Yang Rui kindly inquired as to why they hadn't caught this guy. The two of them didn't know who this person was or how he even dared to make a mess in the War God's Pavilion. Now let him feel the wrath of the Black and White Elders. Yang Rui could still understand why the younger man didn't recognize him. But is this how they should greet teacher Yuhan? The elder immediately stopped. They couldn't believe that this was the person who had helped Princess Yuhan break through. He was the one who was the insistent one who had taught her top-level techniques. Yang Rui replied that let them overestimate him. But he was the very abbot. They immediately began to apologize to him for disrespecting him. After that, these old men decided to escort the teacher and the others inside. Guy Harrier replied that he would remember it. Xiao Xiao noticed that this place is very luxurious. It is even much more grand than Chen Yang's palace here. The prince replied that the palace was no longer his home. It is, after all, the pavilion of the God of War, which is one of the 3 sacred sites. Yang Rui recognized that the God of War Pavilion was indeed beautiful like no other. But he would like to talk to the master. The elder mentioned that there had been an assassination attempt on their master. The main character couldn't believe this news. Xiao Xiao was also shocked that their master was almost killed. Xiao Xiao replied that if it was true, then all of their fathers were tried to be killed, and it couldn't be a mere coincidence. They suspect that the greatest power of this continent is involved. Yang chewed, wondering about the greatest power they were talking about. Xiao Xiao felt very sorry for Yuhan and Chen Yang. The prince asked not to be reminded of this. After which, Yuhan came over to them, who was happy to see the teacher. She also noticed that Xiao Xiao and Chen Yang were here, whom she missed a lot. Xiao Xiao noticed that little sister had become even cuter. Yuhan replied that she was very happy to see these guys. The girl took the teacher under her arm, and the teacher said that she was the mistress of the War God Pavilion, so she should behave with more restraint. Yuhan asked to give the students some time to have fun. They can feel at home and there is plenty of food and drinks. Right now, father needs a few days to recover. She really wanted to have fun with Xiao Xiao and Chen Yang. 7 days later, the Black Elders informed Superior Yang that the master had come out of seclusion specially earlier for the protagonist. Yang Rui thanked the elder for accompanying him. The head of the God of War Pavilion, Lin Tianying, apologized for the long wait. He thanked Abbot Yang that his daughter was now improving at such a fast rate. He had always wanted to meet the man. The teacher justifies the rumors about himself. Yang Rui replied that Yuhan herself was very talented, and she worked hard. He had also heard that Master Lin had recently encountered assassins. This is true, and his body has not yet recovered. The men also mentioned that this assassination attempt had one secret that the abbot might want to know. The main character was curious about this secret. Tianying stated that if he wanted to know the secret, the head of the War God Pavilion should personally see if he had enough strength to do so. The abbot's disciples aren't bad, but it's best to see just how strong their teacher is. The black and white elders wanted to join this fight, but suddenly, they couldn't even move. Yang Rui felt that these two had no killing intent at all. Is it really all a joke? If they are so eager to test the protagonist, then let them fight at full strength. At first, they were going to hold back because of Yuhan, but it was the man himself who asked to bat at full strength. Therefore, let him not blame them if Yang Rui gets hurt. Last time, the 2-on-1 fight ended before it started. How did they even dare to seek a fight with a master like Yang Rui? They're still growing and growing. This attack even pierced through the wall of the building, and before that, it hit the elders, and it was pretty powerful. Tianyin asked Superior Yang to stop. He will tell the secret. Yang Rui only snorted, saying that this was no fun at all. The man also mentioned that he was Yuhan's teacher. Therefore, Brother Lin should tell everything he knows. He recognized that Yang's brother was indeed powerful. Therefore, he was willing to reveal the identity of the assassin who came after him. He is most likely from the Tianzi Pavilion. Yang Rui replied that this pavilion knows how to make people angry. The head of Tianzi Pavilion, Zhanghai Xuan, plans to build a heavenly palace. He wants to rule the whole world and also enslave all living things. A subordinate informed his master that a huge wave of energy was detected coming from the War God Pavilion. He ordered you to delay the next stage of the attack on the God of War Pavilion. Could it be that Lin Tianying still possesses such strength after the assassination attempt? After all, the God of War Pavilion should not be underestimated. Yang Rui noticed that Tianzi Pavilion was quite ambitious. They were the ones who planned the destruction of the Tang dynasty. But he didn't understand why on earth they were making mortals suffer. And why couldn't he just focus on cultivation? He said that Zhanghai Xuan was born into a revered family of spiritual masters, and he was always at the top. Still, he doesn't realize that cultivators and mortals are connected. Spiritual masters are descended from mortals. They protect this world, so spiritual masters and mortals live together. If one side suppresses the other, the balance will be upset, leading to the end of the world. But unfortunately, that person doesn't even realize it. When they were young, they fought off demons together. And then he suggested that Tianying build a heavenly palace for spiritual masters. He mentioned that masters are born noble, and mortals are peasants without the ability to evolve, so they can only be slaves. Tianying only laughed at this, but looking at it now, Zhanghai Xuan had already started his plan, and if he succeeds, then the continent will come to an end. Yang Rui had already met such people of noble bloodlines with such views. Therefore, Zhanghai Xuan was now on his list. Unfortunately, Tianying was injured by the assassin, so the God of War Pavilion doesn't have the strength to give battle to Tianzi Pavilion. And by the time the master recovers, a third of the continent's kingdoms will have fallen, and almost half of the sects will submit to him. But even if it's almost half, it's not that bad. They can still save the day. Tianying noticed that Brother Yang was rather optimistic. The protagonist only laughed. He then inquired from Master Lin if he had ever heard of the term observers or even spectators. Zhanghai Xuan thinks that he can fully utilize the people he has. But no one would want to become a slave of Tianzi Pavilion without getting anything in return. They are waiting for the opportune moment to take sides. So he still doesn't have enough people to carry out his plan. This is a good time to weaken the Tianqi Pavilion. Tianying wondered what his plan was. Yang Rui revealed that the God of War Pavilion couldn't get involved in a full-scale war, so they wouldn't be wary. And Lan Huan Library will start attacking Tianzi Pavilion's secondary forces. When Tianzi Pavilion's name is tarnished, his plan to build the Heavenly Palace will be put on hold. That was when the battle would begin. His plan is good, but Lan Huang Library is not that widely known. The elders wouldn't even fight this person if they knew who he was. And that's the very problem he needs to solve right away. But he'll need the help of the God of War Pavilion. A month later, Xiao Sha noticed that Yuhan's house was very cheerful. Yuhan herself hadn't been this happy in a long time. Afterwards, Chen Yang came to them, who was covered in wounds. The prince replied that it was nothing to be afraid of, for the teacher would cure him. For the sake of avenging the emperor's father, he would endure 100 times more serious injuries. They directly inflamed when they realized that this person was already at the core formation stage, and it was pretty fast. As the elders, they can't afford to let the younger one overtake them. At this time, more and more mortals were becoming slaves, and the rulers who cared about their people were killed. Meanwhile, at the construction site of the Heavenly Palace, people were exploited by threatening that they would not be fed. Suddenly he noticed that one man still hadn't sped up, after which she pushed a boulder at him. Luckily he was caught. The guy thanked me for saving him, and General Mu asked the old man if everything was all right. Spiritual Energy Reaper Suto Sheng replied that he could still continue after all. He was whipped, not realizing what the hell this old man was doing. Since he didn't die of self-destruction, it must have broken through. So what if Elder Chen sealed his meridians? And now, this old man is just a spiritual energy farm. There's no way a man would allow a general to be insulted. However, he was slapped on the tail and told this trash to get lost. They have already ruined his spiritual development, so let him stop trying to do anything. Suddenly, he sent a strong energy wave at them. That was for insulting him. The man only laughed. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice yelling for these useless slaves to look at him. It was Chan Yang with a teacher talking about how he had indeed returned. Since he was bullying the old general, he would die in agony. However, they were prepared for a surprise attack, so the others came out and were glad they could finally do something. Yang Rui felt that one couldn't practice much without trials. Chen Yang must now test his new strength. The counterattack has begun. They immediately wanted to capture that lousy prince. Situ Sheng shouted for him to run away from here. He immediately stopped one person, saying that he would not allow the prince to be harmed. That one immediately wanted to attack the old bastard, so that he would finally die. In his mind, he asked the prince to run away. Suddenly, those claws broke. Situ Sheng noticed that the prince's spiritual development level had increased significantly. They assumed that this prince had broken through to the formless essence stage. He's now at the same level as himself. However, he had just been attacked with cuts. There was nothing he could do. Chen Yang replied that nevertheless, he could kill his opponent with a single strike even if they were on the same level. He was happy to see the general satiated. If the general didn't sacrifice himself, Chen Yang wouldn't have survived. The prince demanded that the general accept his bow. However, the general could not do so, for the seventh prince is his master. He failed to protect the prince's father and allowed his lord to be harmed. Situ Sheng thought it was all his fault. Chen Yang explained that he didn't just come back to take revenge. It is all part of his teacher's plan. He will destroy their plans and reclaim his throne. The general replied that these men were too strong, and they would not be able to defeat them in battle. There appeared a person who was very happy to her whether Chen Yang had actually come. However, the last name he would remember would be the Abyss Spider. He told the prince to run away. This man is the youngest son of a Chung elder, and he has partially turned into a spider. However, Chen Yang wanted to deal with this spider on his own. He laughed, for his opponent is only at the formless essence stage. Therefore, he would easily die. However, principles easily attacked him with an imperial strike. Yang Rui replied that Chen Yang had made a good shot. He hadn't been wrong to take him on as a disciple after all. Even though it was impressive, Prai was still too weak to confront him. In close combat, Chen Yang would not be his opponent. The guy didn't want to waste any more time, so he immediately attacked him again. The Abyss Spider laughed, saying that this person couldn't harm him. After that, he was behind the prince and attacked him. Chen Yang was thrown back against the wall. He recognized that this fight was getting more and more fun. The Spider of the Abyss believed that no one at the same stage of formation of the celestial body could defeat him in close combat. And when he is in hell, let him tell Kshitigarbha that he was sent by the Spider of the Abyss. However, he heard a question. Didn't he ask her before he gave himself the title of invincible in close combat? He immediately turned around to ask who said it. Xiao Xiao introduced herself as the senior apprentice of Lanhuang Academy. She also inquired about what he had just said. He didn't know who the girl was, or when she was behind him. He thought it was impossible. After all, he was the strongest here. Since he's at the celestial body formation stage, the Abyss Spider should know that Xiao Xiao had defeated guys like this before. After which, she struck the Abyss Spider that the teacher called Home Run. 2 more people came to join them, and the guys decided to take on one each. Yang Rui only laughed that they were also the ones who said they were the strongest. It's just called piling garbage in a pile. He asked if this man didn't want to help his students. The one replied that they were just outer disciples who were complete trash. If only Kong Songzi and they were here, right now they would all be dead already. He only thought about the fact that right now he couldn't leave because of the War God Pavilion. Yang Rui replied that Song Songzi is hardly good. Is Tianzi Pavilion really that pathetic? He couldn't endure such humiliation. Yang Rui shouldn't think that he couldn't do anything if he wasn't here. Therefore, he decided to spend some of his ki, all so the bastard could get a taste of his power, after which he started laughing. The protagonist wondered what there was to laugh about. He wouldn't even be able to hit him. After which, Yang Rui was able to dispel this technique. Camp must only wait. One day he will kill him. Yang Rui only laughed, thinking that people from this world were very fond of lying. Yuhan and Xiaobai flew over to him. Yuhan was curious as to why he didn't hit that man back if he could calmly win. Yang Rui said that they can T-face him yet. They only need to show that they are weak. That way, the enemy will underestimate them. Next, they will have to attack these guys all over the continent, but not enough to provoke them. If Tianzi Pavilion doesn't attack them, there will be more time to work out a plan. Yuhan recognized that the teacher was very smart. It is so good that he is her teacher. But in reality, Yang Rui doesn't know how to harm him through the portal. After which, he told Yuhan to help Xiao Xiao and Chen Yang. He's already beaten the toughest one here, so the rest of the work is left to these guys. Let them get some combat experience. Because of this, Yang Rui would be able to train her students in the path of a spiritual master. The Abyss Spider couldn't believe how it was possible that it had lost while in the formation stage of the celestial body. The prince and Xiao Xiao noticed that it was quite fun. General Situ Sheng ran up to the 7th prince. Right now, they should be retreating, and the general was ready to hold them off. Chen Yang wondered who said that they were going to retreat. This time, he is going back home. These two thought the prince's plan was suicide, and he clearly shouldn't do it. He only laughed, saying it's not suicide. The master is with them, so they can do it. Tang Dynasty Imperial Palace. The current emperor of the Tang Dynasty, Li Xiaoqing, was grateful to Zhu Hua for the massage. For now he would be able to attend to matters of state. No wonder his late brother was as thin as a stick. A subordinate rushed in and told the lord that something bad had happened. The emperor was angry because this subordinate had ruined his mood. Does he really want to die so badly? He reported that rebels had been sighted in the city, among whom was Li Chenyang. He couldn't believe the asshole was finally being brave. He had him brought here because he really wanted his head. A frightened subordinate replied that he had already sent assassins, but they were all killed. Even the Imperial Guard could not apprehend them. It made him very angry, the fact that even this pile of trash was rebelling. The general of the Tang Dynasty Guards, Luo Bu, asked the master why he should be so worried. He could just send the 12 demons there. It's not a difficult matter for them to destroy the rebels. Since that was the case, he needn't worry. He asked the Johu to continue the massage. Also, Li Xiaochen felt that that red pill was working. Meanwhile, they rejoiced that they were finally able to return to the Lanhuang Library. They shouted that they should glorify it. Chen Yang declared that they would bring the Tang Dynasty back into their hands. They all had the spirit to bring back the Tang Dynasty. Situ Sheng was very proud that His Highness Prince had such great ambitions. But they were still too weak. The prince admitted that this was true. But the task now was to strengthen the Lanhuang Library, and for this teacher gave him these techniques. All those who are loyal to Chen Yang can become second-generation disciples of Lanhuan Academy. They couldn't believe that they were being offered to join the academy and study there. This news made them even more excited, so they wanted to glorify the academy and bring back the dynasty. However, the general was sad because his meridians had been destroyed, and he would no longer be able to engage in spiritual development. At the same time, everyone was praising the prince. He reassured the general, saying that the teacher had learned of his bravery and was touched. So he returned early to heal the general as well. He was deeply touched that he would receive special treatment. Chen Yang told Situ Shen to find a teacher, and he has other things to take care of in the meantime. Inside the academy itself, he expressed his respect for Immortal Yan. Yang Rui replied that there was no need for such greetings. He noticed that Tianzi Pavilion was indeed very vicious. After all, these meridians were not easy to restore, and it looked like he would have to seriously work on it. He couldn't believe that Immortal Yang had prepared all of this just for him alone. Yang Rui was glad that he was finally done, and it was much more difficult than just killing people. But he still managed to do it all in a matter of seconds. The protagonist said that this altar of purification and rebirth was prepared especially for the old man, and as soon as Yang Rui activates it, Then Situ Sheng will be reborn. He must definitely take note of all its effects. She could sense a qi that was very dense. However, Elder Chen destroyed his spiritual development, and now he is like a cripple. He doesn't want an immortal to waste his strength after all, his old bones aren't worth it. Yang Rui declared that the old man Satu was now his disciple. He forgot to be selfless, going against the swarm of enemies alone. Situ Shen realized that he could lose everything, but Yang Rui decided to give him another chance. Outside the library, they thought that the people from Lanhuang Academy were definitely stupid. They had even completely surrounded them by now. He ordered all the men killed. He still wants the girl. Suddenly, a green shadow flashed before his eyes. He even thought he was seeing it. It was Xiao Xiao who mentioned that those jerks had broken the roof tiles of her academy. Therefore, they must have money to repair it. And if they don't, she'll have to teach them a lesson and make them slaves for 10 years. Chen and Yang replied that these people are just asking to be beaten up. Yu Han has fought other sects and academies before, but she thinks that these people from TNZ Pavilion will be very funny. They couldn't believe that other fighters had been defeated by just these guys. It was just impossible. After all, they are warriors at the heavenly body stage, so there is no way they can lose to children. He decided to let them feel his power to send them straight to hell. The man used the leg of a devastated fire wyvern. Yang Rui replied that the general was lucky to have met him. He had used this method before against internet-addicted children. Situ Sheng just needs to relax. Yang Rui has a lot of experience with this. The old man screamed his body was tearing up in pain. The protagonist asked the old man not to give up. Situ Shen recognized that it was even more painful than the self-destruction technique. Unlike the brief moment of pain, it continued over and over again. He even noticed that his meridians had recovered, and even Diantian was rapidly absorbing spiritual qi, and it didn't look like she was going to stop. Now the old man will have to cultivate in closed mode to fully heal. And by the time Situ Shen he's out, then people will call him the old monster Situ. At the same time, outside the library, man still couldn't believe how he and his men had managed to lose. Still, they pissed off people they shouldn't have, so we need to get out. Yu Han inquired as to why they didn't kill the man. The prince replied that they would let him return to call for reinforcements. Xiao Xiao remarked that this was done for even more fun. Inside the library, second-generation students are trying to break through. Muchachen never thought that he would be able to reach the celestial body stage. And now he had a chance to defeat cultivators at the peak of the celestial body stage. They all wanted to attack the palace and take her capital back into their own hands. They must kill that fake emperor. Chen Yang replied to the general that he did not want to avenge his father. But even so, they should still become as strong as possible. The general wondered if Pepper was afraid of Elder Chen. Now even the general is no longer afraid of him. However, Chen Yang suggested waiting for a stronger person, after which they would attack. This was the same test his teacher had given him. The name of Lanhuan Academy quickly spread throughout the Tang dynasty. Now all the young and capable people know about Lanhuan Academy. When back then, government officials tried to ignore the academy, but even they joined. The emperor was furious that these rebels were walking freely in his capital. It was like a blow to his face. He also wondered why no one was saying anything. Could it be that they were mute? The old man didn't think they should worry about these rebels. Let them breathe while they could, and then, when the time came, they could strike. However, the emperor told this old man that he was useless, and also that he should get out of his sight. Afterwards, the emperor summoned the general, who told him that he had tried to destroy them 3 times. But except for the general himself, none of his squad even came back alive. He couldn't believe that his squad of spiritual masters had been completely wiped out. Li Xiaochen doesn't want to die. After all, he had only eaten the red pill and hadn't had enough fun yet. Therefore, the emperor ordered to bring the elder member from TNZ Pavilion. However, the official felt that his master shouldn't do that, because then they would only be seen as a puppet of TNZ Pavilion. The emperor told that old bastard to shut up. He is already a puppet of that place. Inside Lanhuang Academy, everyone was trying to make a breakthrough. Xiao Xiao sensed that the teacher had come out of seclusion. Yang Rui replied that his disciples had done a good job. Now he could be sure that they would all be safe. And now he has to visit the Zhangjian sect to meet their patriarch. So the academy will be under their control. The library congratulated the protagonist on his breakthrough, and he was given a mystic dragon belt as a reward. It could strengthen the bearer's Tian and allow him to accumulate spiritual energy. Yu Han noticed that the teacher looked so handsome after cultivating in seclusion. Xiao Sha also noticed that he now had a new toy on his waist. Chen Yang couldn't believe that teacher was leaving them. He is afraid that they might send a strong master. Yang Rui replied that at such a time, a man must fulfill his duties. Considering their abilities and the formation Yang Rui had set up, they would be able to accept them. Manhwa Academy is one of the 3 sacred places. Do they really think that the academy doesn't have any support? The 3 couldn't believe since when they had support at all. The protagonist replied that it was a secret, after which he said goodbye to the students and asked them to be careful. A little later, he arrived at the old location of Manhwa Academy. After living so long in this world, Yang Rui is no longer an uneasy visitor to it. He is no longer a teacher on Earth, so he hopes that his students will be all right. In this world, he has love and hate. He has completely adapted to it. After which, he decided to meet with the Patriarch. A little later, they brought the cannon-killing immortals from the front line. Elder Gan was told that Manhwa Academy was just ahead. Therefore, it was time to open fire on the academy. Elder Chen wondered if they shouldn't move closer first. That way, the academy disciples would definitely not be able to escape. Gan replied that this way they would start defending themselves if they came closer. He wanted to take care of that pathetic Chang Song himself. Now it was time to kill Yang Rui, after which he opened fire. Now they would see the full power of the infernal cannon that kills immortals. Xiao Sha and Chen Yang heard some noise outside. After that, the cannon attack hit right on target. Elder Gan wanted to take all the laurels for himself, and Song Song wouldn't even be able to match him. This immortal killing cannon lives up to its description. With it, no one will dare challenge them. But suddenly, they noticed that Lan Huang Library had a strong barrier that was able to minimize the damage from such an attack. They didn't even realize how the immortal killing cannon was only able to make a hole. After which, the elder ordered it to be fired once more. The subordinates replied that they needed half a stick of incense to reload. The elder ordered a faster reload, and these 2 will hold off the attacker. They can't let Yang Chuing get away. He shouted for Yang Chu to go outside. It didn't matter how strong he was, because he would still die from the cannon. After that, the elder flew through the barrier. The others couldn't get through. Chen Yang recognized that this elder had flown here for too long. Gan ordered these small bunch of bipeds to get lost from his sight. He only wanted to fight Yang Chu. But suddenly he noticed that it was so quiet for some reason, and saw that only he himself had been able to get through the barrier. The hole in the barrier was sealed, and without the cannon, they wouldn't even have a chance of winning the battle against Yang Rui. He apologized and said that he was just wondering if Master Yao was here. Gang Du came to apologize for what they had done earlier. Xiao Xiao said that the teachers and this old man are not welcome here. Therefore, it is better for him to leave this place. Yu Han and Chen Yang immediately yelled at Xiao Xiao. The girl didn't understand why they were so abruptly angry. He only laughed when he found out that the bastard wasn't here. Then tomorrow, a new headline would appear in this Luo City, namely the massacre of Lanhuang Library, thousands of leagues away from the academy Zhangjian sect. The protagonist recognized that this sect does look impressive. It's even full of chi energy. He was immediately approached by the students who wanted to know who was coming to them. And he'd better get out of here. Yang Rui's only thought was that these people were ignorant. He showed the invitation from their patriarch and also mentioned for them to look carefully. Only the 2 of them could catch that invitation and recognize that this man was strong. After which, 2 familiar disciples came out to him, who were excited to see Master Yang. Their patriarch had wanted to see them for a long time. He even asked these 2 to meet the abbot. The girl asked Master Yang to follow her. Zuqiao was very happy to see the master again. It was an honor for her to meet him like this. Therefore, she was happy. Yang Rui asked the girl to escort him to the patriarch. Xueqiao replied that she would be happy to do so. Meanwhile, the guy asked to be waited for. He didn't understand why Xueqiao was acting like this when he saw this abbot. He mentally asked the girl not to leave him. Xueqiao explained that the patriarch and waiting for Master Yang inside. The protagonist thanked for his help. Suddenly he felt that someone was trying to test the level of his own spiritual power. But he was so strong that it was as if he was being cut with a knife. However, this is a good opportunity to test out his new belt, especially how much power it will be able to release. He activated the belt at full power. His own method of testing had backfired on himself. Even the disciples felt an intense heat. They even speculated that this bright light might have caused someone's spiritual development. This light almost enveloped the entire sect. Fortunately, The patriarch of the Zhangjian sect, Tsang Tianxiong, only tested his spiritual development. Patriarch Tianxiong greeted Master Yang and also apologized for them not meeting earlier. Yang Rui said that he had come here to make a mutually beneficial proposal. These words made the patriarch very interested, since Master Yan had traveled all this long way to them and had even shown his great strength. The patriarch simply had to listen to him. Meanwhile, Elder Gan was complaining that these kids were getting on his nerves. Xiao Sha began to protest, saying that she was not a child and was an elder disciple. Her arm was already sore, so she told Chen Yang to attack. The prince used an imperial punch. Elder Gan felt that as long as he was in this territory, then his spiritual power was reduced by a third. He attacked these kids, saying that they should respect their elders. Yu Han erected a water barrier to protect herself, Xiao Xiao and Chen Yang. She also recalled her teacher's word that this old man was at the deep bonding stage, but he definitely lacked strength. Elder Gan told her to shut up, for no one even asked for her opinion. All he could think about was that old bastard Song would be here soon. And if he couldn't take care of these kids now, it would be a disgrace for the rest of his life. These guys even forced him to use it. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao noticed that another hole in the barrier had appeared. It was Song Song who shouted that this Gang Du was useless going. He can't even take care of these children. Yu Han didn't like the idea of another grandfather joining their battle, and Chen Yang didn't like the idea of them fighting two at once. At the same time, Elder Gan activated the demonic metal hand. They were both competing to see who would beat these kids. Yu Han listened to Senior Xiao Xiao and decided to activate the compacted water barrier. However, this powerful attack broke through the compacted water barrier, and it even caused damage to Yu Han. The prince and Xiao Xiao began to worry about her. Xiao Xiao shouted that they were not afraid, so let these old men attack. But mentally she apologized to her teacher that they couldn't restrain these two old men anymore. However, there was suddenly a new person who couldn't believe that someone dared to harm Lan Huang Academy. Therefore, he decided to use his new technique. Mystic Dragon Fist, Dragon Light. They both sensed that the master at the deep connection stage was against them. The Mystic Dragon Fist was able to break through these attacks and deal damage to Tsang Song and Gang Du. He couldn't believe that Lan Huang Academy had another master with this kind of strength. Looks like he finished his spiritual practice in time. Now they realized the man the teacher was talking about at that time. It was Jitu Shen from Lan Huang Academy who apologized for the delay. He was now ready to fight with renewed vigor. Chang Song replied that considering the profound bonding stage master, things were definitely not good for them. Elder Chen simply couldn't believe his eyes. He thought it was impossible. He killed Jitu Shen, didn't he? Then how did that old man manage to break through? He couldn't believe it. He ordered his subordinates to fire the cannon faster and kill the man. They explained that they could not do that, for the cannon would explode if fired now. All the more they could deal with that man if they worked together. However, Elder Chen was unwilling to listen to the other's explanation. He just wanted to kill him. After which, he ordered him to open fire. Jitu Shen felt a strong surge of energy. It looked like someone wanted to destroy the academy. But now the old man was here, so this was something they could only dream about. He engaged the palm of the glittering set. Chang Song thought that he had a chance, so he decided to attack. He thought that if he hit first, he won. Gang Du wanted to help old man Song. However, he was attacked by students who knew that this old man was on the teacher's list for elimination. They wanted to eliminate him themselves. He blocked Xiao Xiao's weapon. Yuan had noticed that his spiritual energy was already running low. After all, even the old man couldn't break through her water barrier. Meanwhile, Chen Yang and the rest of the disciples were preparing a powerful attack. Before he could even do anything, he was immediately struck by the Emperor's light. Song Song couldn't believe that this trash would lose. Jitu Shen punched him in the face, talking about how you can't be distracted in battle. He asked for the cannon to fire faster and wanted to get out of here. After which, Elder Chen ordered for the fire to begin. There was no way that Jitu Shen wanted to let Old Man Song go. Therefore, he decided to activate the self-destructive equipment. He had to stop because the bastard could run. Now he has to go back for new clothes. Sit Sheng wouldn't be able to get away next time. Sit Sheng thought that this old man had lost his shame. Gang Du also wanted to leave. These two were trying to get the cannon to fire faster. However, the cannon itself also began to deteriorate. Elder Chen ordered Elder Gan to be rescued and opened fire. And after that, the cannon exploded. Seeing the cannon explode, the elder realized that he could no longer continue this fight. Xiao Xiao stated that Gang Du would die today. She will avenge the teacher and all those killed by this elder. However, he thought these words were ridiculous, for these people were like bugs to him. They were honored to die at his hands. It will be the same for the others. They weren't afraid of Gang Du at all. The guys also said that he was going to die. Yu Han and Chen Yang will support Big Sister. The old man stated that these kids wouldn't even last 3 seconds. At that distance, Sai Tu Sheng wouldn't be able to save them. The general advised that it was better to enjoy the last moments of life. Xiao Xiao dodged his lunge, saying that it was too slow. Gang Du couldn't understand how she could be so fast. After he decided to attack him once more, the girl dodged once more. After which, she appeared right behind the elder, talking about being right here. It was as if she had begun to scoff at the fact that a strenuous sorcerer in the deep bonding stage was being humiliated by 3 kids. He told her to stand her ground if her guts weren't tight. Xiao Xiao felt that it was time to smash his glass head already. They were given this assignment by their teacher. Therefore, let him taste in the full force of his fist the refined bone of the magical dragon. Year 3368, something unexpected happened in the mysterious realm of existence. Tianzi Pavilion Elder, Gang Du, became the first deceased master in the profound connection stage, and the entire world was shocked. Others also felt that the master of the deep connection stage had died. He even speculated that Gang Du had been pounced upon by a few deep link stage masters, or perhaps it was Yang Rui. He didn't suspect at all that he could die and master the deep connection stage. The situation is out of control, so he must take matters into his own hands and regain his position. Tianxiong also couldn't believe that a master at the profound bonding stage had died in the Tang realm. How was this even possible? Meanwhile, the emperor was trying to catch the girls who were running from him. He wanted her to taste his royal claws, however, the girl did not want it. A subordinate came running to him and informed His Majesty that things were very bad. He became angry, not realizing who dared to interfere with him. A subordinate reported that the masters who had been sent to attack Lan Huang Academy had lost. He was also very shocked by the news that even masters at the profound bonding stage had died. He thought it was impossible after all, the fighters from Tianzi Pavilion were invincible. This news shook the emperor so much that he even fell on the floor, talking about having pills brought to him. He also wet himself. Everyone scattered from the emperor. Meanwhile, Chen Yang, Xiao Xiao, and Yuhan entered the palace. They smelled a very nasty odor that said it was time to clean the place up. Li Xiaochen immediately greeted his nephew cordially, saying that his uncle had just warmed up in the morning for his return. Therefore, Chen Yang is still the emperor. Chen Yang replied that uncle should have cleaned up the place, and he also thought that his late father would really like to see his uncle, so let him go and find him there. Zhang Jian Sect Tianxiong didn't understand some things. So why is Master Yang so angry about Tianqi Pavilion's plans to prevent mortals from practicing spiritual development? Yang Rui explained that if mortals did not practice spiritual development, the number of masters would dwindle. Tianxiong started to argue that if the newcomers didn't fight over resources, the others would develop faster. Yang Rui tried to explain that a land without water is just a desert. Tianxiong's brain was the size of a chicken's. He doesn't think the plans for the Tianqi Pavilion are so bad either. It turns out that he is not afraid that Tianzi Pavilion will turn against his Zhangjian sect. Tianxiong said that he didn't need the Academy's help in this matter, but he was interested in exchanging a few blows with Master Yang. The protagonist was also thinking about it. The Patriarch wanted to activate a formation that would make Yang Rui's strength halve. Then he led Master Yang into the arena. Otherwise, he'll tear his entire sect apart. Meanwhile, the formation has been activated. Now this youngster will taste his strength. And then the fight began. Half an hour later, they were done. Yang Rui admitted that it had been quite fun. Patriarch Zhang is good, and his hand is even a little sore after the fight. Tianxiong replied that he is not that strong anymore. Master Yang's water techniques are amazing, but he knows one master who can compete with Yang Rui, namely Master Tao Hua. The protagonist asked if she was really that strong. The Patriarch replied that he had fought her and even lost. Yang Rui wanted to choose a time a little later and exchange a few blows with her, after which the guy informed that he was leaving. Tianxiong replied that they would see each other soon. Meanwhile, his arm was bleeding in his hand. He thought about the fact that Yang Rui was very strong. Looks like he will have to reconsider this situation. The protagonist thought about the fact that the nearest the old man should be in the Fusi cave. It's worth paying him a visit. Suddenly, he heard cries for help. 3 men chased the girl. She stopped, for she could no longer run. The girl covered herself, telling these perverts to stop already. Yang Rui felt dizzy. Her figure and size are better than a goddess. They wanted to take this girl with them for a good laugh. She asked them to leave. However, it was too late. Yang Rui decided to intervene in their battle and shouted that their plan had come to an end. He will stop them. He appeared in front of the girl and apologized for arriving so late. She must have been frightened. The others wondered who he was. He immediately dealt with one person, saying that this lady could now be at ease. The girl was trying to tell him something. Yang Rui replied that there was no need to thank him. The protagonist said she could call him Huo Lei Feng, which means he is always willing to help others. However, she only yelled at him, questioning who asked him to pry into her business in the first place. She flew off, talking about how all the effort had been for naught, and she had just stumbled upon an idiot. What a failure. It's hard to be a good guy. He was just trying to help. Next time he'll leave her there to rot. Lan Huan Academy. Xiao Xiao asked when the teacher would return. Chen Yang replied that he must be very busy. She even joked about the teacher trying to find them a matriarchy. Yu Han replied that there was no need to talk badly about the teacher. Xiao Xiao will get it next time if Yu Han hears such a thing again. Xiao Xiao tried to remind that she is the senior student, and a junior can't do such a thing to a senior, but even she is beginning to miss her teacher. After eradicating the remaining rebels, Li Cheng-yang ascended the throne. He destroyed the power that makes slaves out of people. The kingdom there will prosper again. The disciples did not shirk their spiritual development. They worked hard and made great progress. Very soon, they will reach the peak of the stage, but for a quick breakthrough, they would need the help of their teacher, Abbot of Lan Huang Academy. Xiao Xiao said that the teacher should be back soon. Meanwhile, in the Fuxi Cave, Yang Rui argued with the old man and asked if he really wanted to become a pawn of Tianzi Pavilion. Huang replied that to him, mortal was like ants. He had no intention of playing with words anymore, so let his fists speak for actions. 15 minutes later, Yang Rui was already flying away. Behind him was also a child. He apologized for Master not being able to escort Master Yang out. He had an urgent matter to attend to. Yang Rui replied that there was no need to worry about food and asked him to say hello. After that, the child quickly decided to return to the master. He mentally asked the master to live. Meanwhile, Huana told Changzu to carry more pills faster. The old man realized that this Yang Rui is powerful. His spiritual development is too superior to Huang's spiritual development. Even his Dan Tian almost broke during the battle. History repeats itself again. This time 2 girls were surrounded. The man hit her. The girl cried, and the other girl told her to stop hitting her. They should respect girls. And now no one would interfere with her plans. But suddenly, she heard a very familiar voice. He had decided to intervene again in the name of justice. Remember the ray, here comes the sun. There's that asshole again. He beat these guys and apologized to the ladies for arriving so late. She yelled again, not realizing if he was completely stupid. The guy replied that his name was Huo Lei. He was approached by a girl who called him a hero, and also thanked him for saving her. The protagonist replied that at least someone understands how to thank his savior. She jabbed her finger at him, talking about how the idiot had once again foiled her plans. She only pretended to be caught, so she could get into their camp and destroy the whole gang at once. Their leader, a skeleton demon, had already killed 10 girls. So the sooner she kills this jerk, the more girls will be safe. But he's too sneaky, and this time the guy messed up again. What's she gonna do now? She stated that this guy made her waste so much time. Einosh apologized, saying that he understood that it was all his fault. He would listen to her every order without question, and he was willing to be held accountable for his actions. She clearly didn't expect that he was willing to be held accountable. Yang Rui was the reason why her plans were ruined, so he was willing to help her. Let him ruin her plans, but the girl decided to believe him once again. First, they must bring this girl back home, and then they will be waiting for them in the Phoenix Village. The courtyard in the Phoenix Village. A woman approached her husband and asked what they should do now. The old man told her not to worry and to drink tea. She didn't understand how he could be tea in this situation. 10 of their daughters were captured by the skeleton gang. The old man asked who asked to give birth to 10 daughters in the first place. It would have been better if she had already given birth to 9 sons. The woman couldn't believe it was her fault now. After that, she hit him. He remembered that yesterday those guy and girls said they would help them. He hoped it would work out. Meanwhile, the main character didn't understand why he had to listen to the big-breasted doll. Really wanted to see who was going to be with big breasts now. The guy tried to resist because he didn't want to put it on. But she remembered his words that he would obey her. Meanwhile, members of the skeleton gang burst in on them. They were preparing to grab all the girls. He could not give her his daughters to them. After which, they pointed a sword at him and asked him if this old man was in trouble. In response, he offered them tea. After that, the girls were grabbed. They were preparing to take them all to the camp. The subordinate informed the captain that there were 2 others in the house. They ordered the 2 girls to come out now, or they would burn the whole house down. She asked these kind gentlemen not to rush them. They were on their way out. The girl wondered where they were going to take them. Yang Rui didn't understand how he was getting into this at all. She also mentioned that they were fragile girls, so they should be gentle. These guys were excited to meet 2 beauties, especially the bigger ones, and one has more than the other. They only looked at size. Yang Rui wondered if she was playing with him. She replied that it was for the greater good, and now he should just hold out. Now he has the biggest ones here. The bandits talked about how the 2 of them probably wouldn't fit in the carriage. However, they should still move out. The man suggested the other man check them out first. But if the master finds out, they're finished. But the thing is, one man had never seen one that big, and if he didn't play with them, he would regret it for the rest of his life. The main character got angry, saying that he was about to regret being born into this world at all. She addressed the main character by his real name, saying that he was quite popular. Yang Rui wanted to crush them now. She asked him to be patient a little longer. After that, they arrived at the village. The girl thought they were hiding in some creepy place. This place doesn't look like a place where their boss might be hiding, but the view is mesmerizing. Yang Rui felt that something was approaching. A huge monster appeared there. He was pleased with these girls. Today he is kind, so he decided to give them a chance to die in their sleep. After which, the man sent dense smoke at them. The 4 girls had already passed out. The skeleton gang boss thought it was time to start having fun. He ordered his men to find him more girls. The subordinates immediately scattered. However, he didn't expect the 2 to be conscious at all. Why did they have to shut down in the first place? He just threw yellow smoke at them, and it really stinks. She thought the stench was coming from that monster's body. This monster was angered by her words after all. He washes every day. How dare they insult him? He was ready to swallow them whole. Since he was so eager to sit them down, let him try the protagonist's fist first. He immediately sensed the strength of a profound connection stage master. So the huge monster decided to hide. Yang Rui's strike shattered the rock. Afterward, they saw that there was a cage. The 2 noticed that there was someone else alive here. A man asked these heroines to save them. It was very interesting how he was captured if he was a man. The guy replied that he had been kidnapped along with his wife. He asked for help. Meanwhile, they finally waited for the moment when the dragon spat out its inner core. Hua Yu thought it was just gross. Tsang Song asked the young mistress to eat it. This way, she would be able to infiltrate Lan Huan Academy. If she ate the inner core of the dragon, even a profound communication master wouldn't be able to recognize her under her disguise. The man asked how the preparations were going. Tsang Song replied that they were almost done, but isn't that cheating? Hua Yu asked her father if she really needed to eat this. Pavilion head Tianzi replied that she shouldn't think. She should just complete the mission. Lan Huan Academy was no more than a mere toy in his hands. The man thanked for being rescued. Yang Rui asked if anyone else had survived or not. However, the head of the skeleton gang accosted them again, saying that they weren't going anywhere. They're going to die here. This weapon was destroyed by the protagonist, saying that you shouldn't play with such big and rattlesnakes. The girl recognized that he was pretty good, since he could do it. The protagonist was surprised that she couldn't even see the difference in strength between them. The monster declared that it would crush Yang Rui like a rat. Since he wants to hit him, Yang Rui will just smash his hands. After that, the monster attacked the guy. Yang Rui replied that he was too careless and asked the director to cut that moment. It was the take that he screwed up. The girl only laughed, saying that Yang Rui had lost. It annoyed him that this girl was laughing, so he thought about roasting her too. She erected a shield around herself, telling herself that she had seen this technique before. Too stupid to use it again. It was time to end him. She'll avenge all the girls he's killed. The girl decided to use 100 Sakura blades. Meanwhile, the protagonist was enjoying the beautiful view that opened before his eyes. He even recognized that this beauty could do something, but he was still growing towards him. The girl replied that he talked too much, after which she used 10,000 Sakura blades on him. With only one technique, she had completely dealt with him. Yang Rui recognized that not only was she beautiful, but she could also fight. The guy behind him also saw that this heroine was very strong, but it wasn't a big deal to her. She just didn't like the monster. Even though it is at the deep connection stage and very strong, but this 9 mountain peak formation will become their grave. They didn't understand how his corpses were able to talk. Could this be the world Cell had fallen into too? He is the strongest living creature here. Even taking such severe damage, it will simply recover. Doesn't that mean he's an immortal now? Besides, it looks like backup has arrived. The formation of the 9 mountain peaks was made by the 9 great demonic beasts. And he is precisely one of those demonic beasts. He called out to the other guys and talking about it was time for lunch. The man screamed in panic that they were all going to die. They began to argue about how they wouldn't even have enough of these 3 for an appetizer. The boy didn't understand what they should do in such a situation. He started yelling that they were finished. The man is thin as a match and even unpalatable. Yang Rui was very amused by these monsters, so he thought of taking care of them himself. The protagonist told the creature to stay in the bubble for now. After that, it's on all 9 wrapped in this bubble. Some threatened to eat them all, while others didn't understand what it was all about. They asked to be let out. After which, Yang Rui used the Ocean Chi seal, ice. Now they were all already dead. The girl recognized that he was indeed strong. The boy behind him also noticed that it was pretty good. Suddenly, he attacked them with a 9th Hellbone strike. It was hard to even imagine that they had been tricked so easily. They were wrong. How could those 2 ever forget about that guy? After which they got into formation. As it turned out, he was just pretending. And now they were caught in his great teacher's 9 peaks formation. He had been perfecting this formation for thousands of years. Now, he would absorb their spiritual development, and then his absolute technique would be complete. He will become the strongest being in this world, and will be able to kill any spiritual master with ease. The girl replied that it was quite a bold statement. Yang Rui noticed that this barrier was quite strong no matter how much they hit it. The man said it was useless, for they wouldn't even have enough strength to break that barrier. Soon, these 2 would become part of him. He activated the true flame of the 9 peaks. It was quite hot. She couldn't take the heat anymore. She even wanted to take off those useless clothes. Yang Rui told her to stop. After all, her clothes are quite useful. He helped the both of them. She laughed for the evening, talking about how she felt much better now. 1 more minute, and they would have died from that garbage. That was pretty close. He looked at that monster, talking about how it made him sweat. After which, the protagonist activated the Imperial records. The impact of the purified bone of the magical dragon. He couldn't understand how his great teacher's formation could break. These girls are real monsters. However, he still has to get rid of them. It is necessary to unite all the power of the formation. He created a giant ball of demonic bones after combining all the bones. After which, the man activated the demonic bone strike. The barrier finally fell. Now was the chance for him to kill these 2. She yelled for the protagonist to be careful. The men used the claw of the 9th hell. He laughed, for he thought he had torn her breasts, and now she would not be able to use her power. However, he didn't understand why his chest was so hard. He even broke his fingernail. She declared that she was about to die laughing. Did Yang Rui strengthen the bowls with his strength? The main character yelled that there was nothing wrong with his chest, and he's a guy. He couldn't believe he was facing a fetishist pretending to be a girl. Yang Rui slapped him, talking about how he was like this himself. He thought it was unfair that he had lost to that damned fetishist. She was glad that it was finally over. The girl also recognized that Yang Rui was hot. He ripped off his disguise, saying he's a guy who loves girls. He helped her with those bastards, so he's back to his old self. She covered her eyes, talking about not having him change clothes in front of a lady. He can finally be a man again. Is he really that hard to resist? She only laughed, saying that she liked him better with bowls on his chest, but they'd have to have more fun like that sometime. The girl also noticed that his nose was bleeding. Yang Rui replied that everything was fine. She inquired if he would continue to kill villains. The protagonist replied that yes, but there are some things he can't control. Even if he couldn't do it, it meant they would see each other again. She felt he was special. Yang Rui replied that she is special too. This girl stands out from the rest, even just by her looks. The 2 replied that they would still fight together. After that, Yang Rui returned to the academy. He was immediately embraced by the students, who missed their teacher very much. The guy asked if they had slacked off while he was away. The 3 said they had been working hard. The academy threw a grand opening 3 days later. Many sects and people gathered to congratulate them. The boys thought they were lucky to have the opportunity to be in the ranks of Lan Huang Library. Hua Yu, of course, ate that nasty thing to sneak into the academy under disguise. She really wanted to turn the place around and show what would happen if you pissed off a woman. Shia Sha happily announced that Lan Huang Academy was officially opened. They are starting to accept the first wave of students. He is very surprised that Abbot Yang ignores the personality status of the disciples, and even accepts commoners. The protagonist replied that he was being overpraised and offered to have tea. Yang Rui thanked everyone for coming today. Yuhan was wondering why Dad didn't come. Since it was the grand opening of Lanhuang Academy, they couldn't miss this magnificent event. They had also heard that Abbot Yang is close to the patriarch of the War God Pavilions, so they wondered why he wasn't here. The main character replied that the patriarch had business to attend to. They even assumed that the abbot and patriarch Lin had a fight. Hua Yu was glad that Yang Rui was in trouble. He dared to reject her, so let him get some in return. If her father doesn't show up right now, she will be very angry with him. She will even refuse to think of him as her father. After that, they heard some loud sound. Others noticed how a huge mountain fell straight down from the sky. The patriarch of the God of War Pavilion arrived, and also apologized for being late. Yang Rui and Yuhan asked when he had time to hurt himself. The man replied that he had been injured while preparing the gift. They could ask the Qing master about it. Qingsong from Tianzi Pavilion replied that if the Lin Patriarch didn't restrain those monsters, he wouldn't have succeeded. He helped the Lin Patriarch in the battle against the monsters in the devastated lands. They brought back the Lanhuan Mountain as a gift. Yang Chuing became very curious as to what it meant. After all, this mountain had the same name as his academy. Others were also curious to know why this chorus might be considered a gift. Qingsong said that according to legend, the Heaven Emperor imprisoned all the precious books and techniques in the Lanhuan Library. And to protect the library, he created the Lanhuan Mountain. It was surrounded by a purple mist that was filled with spiritual energy. And even after many years, the mountain still holds many secrets. Yuhan didn't understand where the fog was. Shia Sha replied that it was just a big pile of rocks. It looks like Tianzi Pavilion brought a fake. He can prove that this Lanhuan Mountain is real. He shot up the mountain, telling everyone to watch. Afterwards, everyone saw that there was indeed something inside. There's a purple mountain. This is the most valuable treasure of Lanhuan Mountain. The purple mist around it is filled with spiritual energy, which was quite amazing. Yang Rui didn't understand why Tianzi Pavilion would send him such a treasure. He thanked them for the gift and invited them to tea. Qingsun refused. After all, he had a lot of things to do. Their patriarch would like to meet Abbot Yang sometime. He leaves and hopes they will see each other again. Yang Rui suggested putting the Lanhuan cliff inside the academy. Shia Sha wondered why these bad people gave this mountain. Tianying thought that it was their part of the plan. Chen Yang speculated that perhaps they know there is something inside and think the teacher will find it, and then they would want to take it away. The patriarch of Tianzi Pavilion has big plans. Zheng Haishuan is really crazy. He inquired if Chen Yang had prepared everything. The boy replied that he was ready. Yuhan and Shia Sha wondered what they were talking about, since they hadn't heard anything about it. Besides, Shia Sha was an older student. He told Yuhan not to be envious. They wouldn't like these boring tasks, so they should focus on their own development. Otherwise, Chen Yang would catch up with them with his divine yin meridian. They will do as the teacher says. And now he announces the beginning of the first year of Lanhuang Academy. Everyone was asked to line up. Only 2 can go through at a time. Every disciple can enter the Yang Pull Meridian Purification Pool. After dipping into the pool, even an ordinary mortal would have a chance to start spiritual practice. All of them wanted to dive into this pool. Tianying asked if this pool was really that amazing. Yang Rui replied that it would only be useful to those who had never practiced spiritual development. The boys entered the pool. One boy even thought it looked like a medical bath. A kid felt a spiritual meridian forming, and he could start spiritual development. Someone didn't even feel the meridian, but he was full of energy. Chen Yang revealed that it was also a test. All entrants must be ignorant of spiritual development, otherwise serious consequences await them. They were just laughing with Togo for planting spies in the academy. The guys just wanted to steal tech from that academy. They wondered how much it might help them. They would just be students for a couple of days, and then leave. Apparently it's her lucky day since she came to the Meridian Cleansing Pool. They began to feel a surge of energy. Hua Yu felt that she had done the right thing in becoming a spy. Suddenly, she saw something that shocked her too much. Right before her eyes, people exploded, and she didn't realize what was happening at all. They looked at the whole spectacle in shock, not understanding how this all could have happened to their students. Chen Yang had warned that those who had already started spiritual practice could not enter the pool. He wondered who else wanted to enter the academy. He ordered her to get out if she was done. Luckily, she had eaten the nasty pill or she would have been finished. Yang Rui replied that now all the spies would scatter from such a thing. Tian Ying was impressed and realized why this pool was here. That's how you separate the wheat from the chaff. Yang Rui must have many excellent disciples somewhere. The protagonist was sure that the God of War Pavilion had much more talented disciples. The recruitment stage had been completed. Chen Yang praised everyone, saying that they could now train hard and bring glory to the academy. On the contrary, Hua Yu thought that she was able to handle this ordeal. Suddenly, Yang Rui appeared in front of her, to whom it appeared that she was different from the other students. He inquired about her name. She introduced herself as Zhang Ting. Could it be that Yang Rui had figured her out? He allowed Shia Sha to supervise her teaching. The girl replied that it was fine for an older disciple to teach a talented beginner. She took Ms. Zhang's hand, saying that she would be learning from Shia Sha from now on. Hua Yu had now successfully sneaked inside the academy. Of course, the protagonist noticed that Zhang Ting had hidden her powers, and he was very curious to know what she was doing here. It was all quite interesting. Meanwhile, in Tianzi Pavilion, he was furious that they couldn't infiltrate this stupid academy. Zhang Song replied that everyone except the patriarch's daughter had failed, and it was thanks to that beast pill. At least Ting Ting succeeded. He asked how things were going for Qing Sun. King Song had successfully placed a peek into Lanhuan Academy, so when Hua Yu fought him from within, they would surely be able to kill Yang Rui. The preparation would take a bit of time before the effects manifested. But he had heard that the Zhou Empire Great Academy also had plenty of talents. So if the Zhou Empire Great Academy disciples could defeat Lanhuang Academy, then their title of one of the 3 holy places would become just words, and thus they wouldn't be able to recruit new disciples next year. Yang Rui remarked that Lanhuang Peak had greatly affected his spiritual development. Even the disciples noticed that this peak was helping them a lot. Xiao Xiao felt that she was close to a breakthrough. The students of Lanhuan Academy are also reaping the benefits of this. She only muttered for them to have fun while they could. They'd all be killed when they'd fattened up enough. The other sects began to get jealous because of Lanhuang Peak. They all wanted to take the peak for themselves. Xiao Xiao reported that her fist-refined magic dragon bone had improved. In addition, they had broken through to the celestial body stage. Yang Rui replied that Xiao Xiao and Yuhan both worked very hard. Suddenly, the main character felt that this kid was advancing quite fast. Xiao Xiao also felt a sudden surge of strength. All the students witnessed the golden dragon in the academy. They simply couldn't help but worship this dragon. Chen Yang had attained a small skill in imperial records of government. Xiao Xiao assumed that this golden dragon belonged to Chen Yang. Yuhan felt a strong chin. However, with the increase in strength, there would be trials. Now the trials will begin at Chen Yang's place. Lightning appeared in the sky. The girls asked for the teacher to help Chen Yang. But a sprout that is always protected will never become a tree. Chen Yang is a man, so he must endure this test. Lightning struck the golden dragon. Of course, the girls were worried about junior Chen Yang. The teacher calmed down and said that he would be able to do it. Besides, he believed in his student. However, suddenly, all the big lightning bolts started striking the golden dragon. Yang Rui intervened, for this thundercloud would not give his disciple a drop of enlightenment. The devilish deity thinks he has the power to kill his disciple, but this will not happen in the presence of the protagonist. After which they were struck by more lightning. Xiao Xiao and Yuhan were worried about the teacher and Chen Yang. Fortunately, these two were fine. Chen Yang even felt that he had become stronger than ever. Since Chen Yang's spiritual development house was destroyed, the teacher allowed him to use his house. Chen Yang thanked the teacher for this. He had just broken through and would like to be close to the teacher. Besides, he had a couple questions. The girls and clung on, for they too wanted to go to his house for development. Yuhan demanded that she be allowed to pass this thunderous test. Xiao Xiao thought it was unfair. She wants to go there too. Their junior Chen Yang is busy with the affairs of the empire all the time, so it makes sense to help him out. Those two were just fooling around all day long. They could have at least helped with the academy's affairs. Yuhan muttered that she was busy with her diet. Chen Yanu asked the older sisters to help him with his academy duties. Xiao Xiao agreed. She was happy to help him. Suddenly, they heard a woman's voice, who also asked to be allowed to do developmental work in the teacher's house too. She explained that she was having difficulties. The girl then asked that the teacher help her to develop further. Xiao Xiao revealed that Zhang Ting has been working hard lately. However, her growth is slightly slow. Perhaps it was because of her techniques. Hua Yu asked for the master to help her. Yang Rui recognized that it was most likely due to her techniques. From his observation, Zhang Ting was most inclined towards the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. It was the same technique that he couldn't discover from the beginning. Xiao Xiao didn't hear what the teacher was saying. She even thought she had her ears pricked up. Hua Yu asked what the master was talking about. Yang Rui replied that these techniques were of the water kind. She was definitely born for these techniques. Therefore, the main character suggested the ocean key sealing technique. Since Yuhan has the same technique, she volunteered to teach this girl too. All he has to do is open the main treasury in the library, and then he can get the holy book. All his harem dreams will come true. A week later, Hua Yu had finally succeeded. She was happy that she was actually able to do it. Xiao Xiao was also happy that she was making progress. So she suggested that we all celebrate with a celebratory dinner together. 4 students decided to have a drink. Yuhan wanted to help Xiao Xiao get to the house. After all, she was too drunk. Xiao Xiao was happy if she and Zhang Ting had another drink sometime tomorrow. She replied that she would pay for everyone tomorrow. Now only the older Chen Yang and her were left. Chen Yang offered to continue. Or was she afraid he would interrupt her? Hua Yu couldn't remember, since when did the prince become so friendly with hot liquor in the first place? She replied that she was unable to drink as briskly as the prince. Their academy should have an older brother. He replied that although big sister Xiao Xiao might overreact, she would always help in times of need. She replied that big sister is a true friend, and she could use some bonding time with her. She'll just keep trying to get them all to bond. The next night, she talked about her big sister, that she was just great. Her level of exquisite bone fist, magic dragon, is only a 1/5 of a master's level behind. Xiao Xiao replied that she only possesses a 1/5 of his level, but senior Chen Yang had waved a lot at the master lately. Xiao Xiao recognized that he was extremely hardworking. She should try her best to help as well. In that case, she should ask senior Chen Yang to give Xiao Xiao the throne, because then he would have more time. Xiao Xiao felt that she really should help senior Chen Yang. He was very curious to know what it was that Zhang Ting was going to do, and what she even wanted. In any case, he would still watch her. Yang Rui asked the students if they knew what Lan Huang Peak was. The habitual trio replied that it was the treasure of their academy. They may have been right, but this treasure has been given to them by their enemies. It is here to break their will and deprive them of their diligence. Shosho won't let his enemies do that. They want to weaken the academy's defenses so they can gather their forces and attack. Therefore, Yang Rui decided not to hesitate and strike first. He will take one of the disciples to gather all their forces. And as soon as the teacher was about to choose who Xiao Xiao would be, Yuhan and Chen Yang wanted to go with him. But of course he chose Zhang Ting. She didn't expect it herself. She thanked the master for choosing her. Had Yang Rui recognized her disguise? But it simply couldn't be. The protagonist told her to keep practicing hard, and they would leave in 3 days. Hua Yu only thought about the fact that this man didn't desire her when she gave him the opportunity. And now he himself couldn't wait to try it out. She thought that all men were really bastards. Xiao Xiao thought that the teacher was extremely biased. After all, he didn't even take his senior female student. Chen Yang replied that if senior Xiao Xiao had been a little more engaged in the academy, there would have been a different outcome. Yuhan also wanted to go with her teacher. Xiao Xiao asked that Chen Yang give her the throne for a couple days, and then he could do other things. Xiao Xiao really wanted to make his life easier. The blood of the fallen Jade Wolf is unparalleled. It's a pity that it's a rare beast, because that way the development time would be reduced by many times. Tsang Song said that the scouts had spotted Yang Rui leaving Lanhuan Academy, but it was unknown for what purpose or where to. The scouts who tried to chase him were killed. The head thanked the jerk for distracting him over this nonsense. After all, he already knew that the abbot would leave the academy. Yang Rui probably thinks that they gave him a peek to delude him and the disciples. Therefore, he will try to team up with other sects. Tsang Song didn't even expect that the head already knew everything. He even thought about the fact that the head also knows how Tsang Song played with his maid. Zhang Haixuan replied that he was just directing the course of things. Tsang Song should do as the head ordered, and then they would pleasantly surprise them. There is one extreme mysterious and hidden sect in the world, the Qingyun sect. This sect is said to be built far away on barren islands, so it is hard to find. Yang Rui suggested asking about the people of Togo town. They might know something about Qingyun. Zhang Ting noticed that there were too many diverse stalls here, so she suggested stopping for a drink. There was a child in front of them asking for some money. 6 months ago, his village was looted and everyone was killed. It was a miracle that he escaped, and all he can do now is beg for alms. Zhang Ting asked to tell where the bandits who massacred his village were now. He asked not to go to those bandits because even the local government couldn't deal with them. And all he had to do was eat a little. She gave him 3 gold bars, asked him where those unscrupulous bandits were here now. The boy said they were in the Tianyu Mountains. But these guys better not go there. This girl was good to him, so he couldn't let her die because of him. The girl told him not to worry. Yang Rui could sense Zhang Ting's anxiety. She really wanted to punch those bastards. They must be punished. The protagonist replied that they could manage without them. First, they must find an inn for the night. She was holding a poison called the Flame of the Nine Underworlds. Looks like it's gonna happen tonight. She wanted to thank the master for all he had done for her development. However, there was little she could do, so let this cup of wine represent her heart. Yang Rui thanked Zhang Ting. He smelled the aroma of 82-year-old wine. She really hoped the master would like it. He would be finished the moment he drank that cup. In that case, he should try this. She was in anticipation of what would happen next. However, the protagonist wanted to ask her a question. The girl wondered what was bothering him. But mentally, she wanted to stop talking, and she wanted him to drink the cup as quickly as possible. Yang Rui wondered if she felt sorry for that boy. She thought these freaks should get what they deserved. In response, the master asked if she wanted to avenge him. Zhang Ting replied that master didn't have to worry about it, as she would personally deal with those bandits herself. Yang Rui asked what she would do if there was a strong sect behind it that did much more gruesome things. What if it's their Lan Huang Academy? Or perhaps that child suicide bomber who was sent by Tianzi Pavilion as well? What will she do then? Father said there were necessary steps toward peace and justice. These are only small sacrifices for the common good. He said he would not create any more children of death. He promised that. After all, he had said that peace and justice would appear to them when Tianqi Pavilion united the world. Their actions are driven by justice. The protagonist thanked the girl for this fine wine. Zhang Ting replied that master should not thank her. Mentally, she wanted him dead. After all, this person is standing in the way of their justice. Yang Rui replied that it was already evening and she should rest. The girl replied that the master should do the same. After which, she decided to leave. But she didn't realize if it was definitely Tianzi Pavilion's poison. He didn't look like he had been poisoned at all. Yang Rui replied that if she had any difficulties with her development, she should contact him right away. Afterwards, she heard coughing and inquired what was wrong with the foreman. Now it's time for her to get out of here. Yang Rui will die today. A profound bonding stage master is just nothing. Her subordinates arrived and told her that the area for the operation had been prepared, and they were awaiting further orders, whereupon she ordered it to begin. They all wanted to kill him with their own hands. They even began to argue among themselves about who would do it first. It looks like Yang Rui will never know who Zhang Ting was until his death. Last time she was willing to give herself to this guy, but he never accepted her even as an apprentice. But now he would die at her hands, and it would be well deserved. She then covered the building with a silencing aura that wouldn't let any sound through, so no one would hear anything. Time to clear the room. She never leaves clues. She was even a little obsessed with her cleanliness. If it wasn't for that strange core she had swallowed, no one would have been able to accomplish this task. She seemed to be the greatest heiress of this world, but suddenly she realized that the people she had sent had been there too long for some reason. And it's weird. Someone who is poisoned by the poison of the flames of the 9 underworlds, even if it's a master of the profound bonding stage, will lose all his strength. So even a fighter at the core formation stage would be able to kill him. But why hasn't a single assassin returned? She decided to check for herself. The girl asked how the master was feeling. She inquired again if the master was all right. The apprentice was worried about him. She decided to open the doors to see for herself if it was possible that he was really dead. But then where are the guys? But she didn't expect at all that the protagonist was able to deal with these killers. Yang Rui said that the poison had already extremely absorbed into his body as well, and he might not even live to see tomorrow. He asked me to go outside and guard him. The guy would try to get the poison out, and if he succeeded, they might even meet tomorrow. But if that didn't happen, he asked to take his body to the academy. The girl replied that the master would not die beside her. But mentally she asked him to die already. Zhang Ting inquired who these guys were and how they were able to enter unnoticed. Yang Rui isn't sure, but they came in here for tea and immediately passed out. She clearly hadn't expected such an excuse. After that, she decided to watch him outside. And the main character replied that it gets more and more interesting. He was informed that Tianzi Pavilion was now walking straight into a trap. They probably thought he was trying to rally the troops. We can begin to put their plan into action. Now, we need to get as many people on their side as possible. Yang Rui replied that if Tian Ying saw this, he would definitely laugh. Did Zhang Ting really think that she could fool him? He only took her along so that she wouldn't defame his disciples. He would never have accepted her into the academy if it wasn't required to deceive Tianzi Pavilion. But he had taken his precious time to play with her for a while. He was very curious to see what else she would pull off. Suddenly, someone was trying to get into him. More change arrived to join him. Yang Rui immobilized them all. They didn't understand what was going on or why they were drinking tea. I mean, he's seen these guys all this time. Did they really think he could be poisoned so easily? They could still be used, so the protagonist decided to let them live. She was worried. All these and again, no one comes out. Even Yang Rui was already shouting. She was very curious to know what was going on in that room and why it had gotten so quiet. What's she gonna do now? She's gonna have to fix it herself, but her powers are sealed right now. Even if this guy is poisoned, she still can't defeat him. And breaking the seal takes so much work. And Zhang Ting doesn't want to eat that nasty stuff again. Anyway, On decided to go in there to check things out. Her empty-headed man had taken her with him anyway, so she'd still have time to make him suffer. Besides, he's already almost dead from the poison. Suddenly, the girl heard screams that made her uncomfortable. She didn't understand what had happened. She entered the house and did not expect even such a sight at all. Zhang Ting asked the master what had happened to these guys. Yang Rui replied that they just ran into his place and hung themselves. He even tried to stop them, but there was nothing he could do. She also noticed the very guys who died from the tea. Strange things happen every day. They weren't completely dead yet, and when they saw others hanging themselves, they decided to follow them. They must help each other somehow. Now she realized what had happened. But of course, no one would believe that nonsense. It's obvious to a fool that this guy did it. Master should be more careful. Sooner or later, she'll kill him anyway. Yang Rui wondered what she had said there, and who she was cursing. He was very curious to know whose death she couldn't wait for. Zhang Ting replied that she would kill them all without exception, so that they couldn't harm her master. The protagonists replied that it was very nice of her. He also admitted that this girl was very caring. She really does seem to care about him. The girl replied that it was her job. How fake their smiles looked. The guy replied that he needed to rest. In response, Zhang Ting suggested going to Tianyu Mountain first. Yang Rui asked why I would do that. She can't stop thinking about how pathetic that beggar was and wants to help him get his revenge, and at the same time completely eradicate those bastards from the gang. In that case, he agreed. There seems to be a little more good in this wench. Maybe she wasn't as hopeless as he'd first thought. Whereupon the lad informed the innkeeper that they were leaving. He inquired about what they wanted to taste. Yang Rui wanted to check out of the inn. He also wanted to know where Tianyu Mountain was. His expression immediately changed when he heard about the mountain. The man even assumed that they had come from that mountain. He asked for a visit, and also they could take anything they wanted. Also, this man could offer his body for the mistress. Zhang Ting advised him to stop fantasizing. If they were bandits, they would have killed him long ago. He said that usually the locals, even at the mere mention of this mountain, panic. Zhang Ting just asked to tell them how they could get to that mountain, and they wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. He said that the young lady should not go there, for it was too dangerous. The girl had confessed that they were not mere mortals, but cultivators, and they had great power. And that was something he could be sure of. But she couldn't understand how ordinary cultivators could be stronger than the Tianxian sect. These were all people who had already tried many times to get rid of the bandits in, but all their efforts were in vain. Even they had suffered huge losses. Therefore, if these guys go there, they will simply die. Are those bandits really that strong? The innkeeper replied that they were very dangerous. Zhang Ting replied that the Tianxian sect was just trash. Together with Master, even no demon could defeat them. However, the man felt that it was still better for them not to go. The city's mayor is a junior disciple of the Tianxian sect. Even such a powerful sect is unable to get rid of those bandits. If you think about it, it's quite strange. In the past, the Tianyu Mountain Gang didn't cause much trouble, but ever since they destroyed the city half a year ago, it started acting like a madman that destroys everything in its path. He thanked the gentleman for that information. But the truth was that they just wanted to get to know the area better. So it was better to find out more information about these bandits to avoid them. The innkeeper was already starting to worry about them. He gave them a map with a mark on the mountain, and that place must never be traveled to. The protagonist thanked them for the map and also gave them 10 silver. A few hours later, Zhang Ting asked the master if they had gotten lost. They had been on the road for quite some time. Yang Rui replied that it simply couldn't be. However, he felt that his reputation as a master was beginning to fall. What he hates the most is reading cards. Then it's unclear why they're flying for the third lap. He hadn't even expected her to notice it. The guy explained that he just wanted to get to know the area better before he acted. But the truth was that he just couldn't find the right road. The protagonist didn't understand what he should do now. Suddenly, he saw the mountain peak that the innkeeper was probably talking about. It turns out they were really just exploring the area. She suggested just jumping off and hitting them. That way, they'd save a lot of time. But that's not the way to do it. They may be able to kill innocent people that way. You can't draw conclusions from just one story. There is good and evil everywhere. If a person wants to be wise, he must know how to do the right thing. After which, they flew towards the bandits' lair. However, Zhang Ting still wanted to destroy everything. She didn't really want to hear Master's words. They hid behind a tree, listening to the bandits singing. Afterward, the two men appeared before their eyes. The bandit looked around and cautiously asked who they were. The main character introduced himself as Mai Huanfeng. He called the girl Xiao Xuanfeng. He also told them that they were lost in the mountains and asked them to tell him how to get back to the road. They obviously thought they were mere prey, for the two foolish sheep had lost their way. Since they are lost, these guys can just go with them. They can rest for starters, and then the guys can show them how to get back on the road. Also, the man recognized that this girl had a great figure. Bastards like them are pretty easy to deal with the help of a girl. The protagonist thanked these brothers for the offer. After that, they decided to lead the lost ones straight into the cave. The girl noticed that the place stank. The subordinates informed the second leader that they had returned and had a surprise for him. At the same time, Yang Rui asked her to just be patient. The second leader, a bear with a swift blade. He was beginning to assume that these people were his surprise. The subordinate told him the name of the boy and girl and explained that they were lost, so he brought them here for the leader to show them the way. He only laughed, saying that he would reward this guy generously. He was willing to let the girl out when she was out of his bed. But about her boyfriend, he didn't even know if he should let him go. The others thought it would be quite fun. She called them scumbags. She also wanted to shut their fucking mouths. The bear with the quick blade just loved hot girls like this. They're full of passion. The subordinates even advised the protagonist to persuade his girl to give herself to the leader, or they would both die. And this girl should apologize to the leader. If she does him good, he'll let her boyfriend live. Zhang Ting was only embarrassed, saying that this was not her boyfriend. But since they already dare to say such dirty things, let them not blame her for being overly cruel. If she was going to attack the second leader, she had to go through his subordinates first. They were even willing to tie her up for the leader. However, the girl was able to deal with some of them with ease. She really wanted to teach them good manners. However, these guys didn't understand at all how it was possible that she had beaten them. Yang Rui noticed that she was practicing hard with Yuhan. Dealing with this scum wasn't even a problem for her. She named the second leader of the pig-tailed boy and asked if he was ready to taste her fist. The bear with the swift blade asked how dare she threaten him. He was even willing to show her how he dealt with such smug insolence. And then he'd take care of her in bed. The bear with a swift blade used a lightning storm strike. We had an easy comeback from that hit, saying it was too slow. After that, the girl involved the palm of her hand in the blazing fire. The man started screaming that it was very hot. He's really on fire. It was only then that he realized that these two were cultivators. He ordered his men to quickly call for the leader. Another man was already carrying his bucket of water to put out the fire. He felt much better now. The bear with the swift blade told him that the fire was no longer burning, so they could continue fighting. But if that wasn't enough for him, she could give him another round of punches. A man appeared behind her and noticed that there were people here looking for death. He inquired who had come to Tianyu Mountain for death. Yang Rui noticed that there was a spiritual energy pulsing within him. He is definitely an unusual outlaw. Zhang Ting inquired if he was the boss here. The man revealed that he was the boss of this mountain. He's the head of all these lands. Everyone in the neighborhood knows him. So he was very curious about what this girl was doing here. Since it was the interim leader, she was happy to report that she was here for his life. He only laughed at her for coming here to kill him. That was quite a statement. Since he thinks she can't kill him, it's about time he put that to the test. He said she was just too stupid a child. Jinting realized that he was also a cultivator, moreover even stronger than herself. The artifact was able to save her. A person in the middle stage of ki channeling dares to even challenge it, and yet he is at the late stage of ki direction. May it reach the same stage soon, but she still has a long way to go. She didn't like this arrogant demeanor, so she decided to show off the power of the Lan Huan Academy disciple. She matched the QE formation technique, after which she shot him. He was very curious to know just how she was going to overpower him. There was an explosion. He couldn't believe what an incredible technique this was. The man asked the master to help because he couldn't take it anymore. Someone snapped their fingers and laughed. Her sword stopped, and the girl didn't realize what had happened. After that, her sword began to crack. The protagonist guessed that this person was being helped by someone, after which he immediately moved to help his student. Suddenly, there was another explosion. It was scary. She had just realized that someone very strong was hiding here. Yang Rui replied that he would deal with him. The man only laughed, saying that now they should know what they were capable of. Yang Rui heard someone's voice saying that cultivating was quite difficult, and if they left now, she would spare them. However, he thought they were empty words. Why would they leave, and what would this man even be able to do to them? These words infuriated the unknown man even more, and he realized that these guys were clearly hoping to die. Stone golems appeared behind him. Looks like he's going to have to stretch a bit. However, a talisman flew in front of him. This talisman blew up the golem. Of course, he realized that Zhang Ting had done this. She demanded that this wench come and fight them in person. She'll see what Zhang Ting is made of. This unknown person had seen that this girl had a powerful talisman that only disciples, the strongest sect, had access to. Therefore, she was very curious to know where the two of them came from. Zhang Ting replied that it was none of her business, and there was no way to escape from them. She only laughed, for this wretch has no idea who she's talking to. She doesn't realize the difference in their abilities. Zhang Ting didn't want to listen to this nonsense anymore. This person is trying to intimidate them, but even now, he himself is shaking with fear. She thought that this wench would prove to be strong, so it was better to let Yang Rui fight with her. It seems that until she demonstrates her power, then they won't be convinced just how powerful she is. She stepped out of the portal and said that she would now take away on her own skin how powerful she was, and she had better not bow down to her much. She called that man useless trash. He bowed to her and apologized to the great cultivator. Yang Rui felt that the head of the pitiful bandits was at the level of a heavenly body. She also saw that that guy wasn't a bad guy at all. He was even able to see what stage she herself was at, but it was unclear why she couldn't see his stage. Master must have granted him a talisman that hides cultivation. If he gave her this talisman, she would spare them. Yang Rui demanded to know how many people she had already killed. She didn't understand why he cared, and how he dared to ignore her orders in the first place. She would kill him if he did. The girl attacked him with intent to kill. However, he easily demolished her attack, saying that they were just ordinary childish tricks that weren't worth paying attention to. At this moment, she guessed that this guy should at least be at the peak of the divine body stage, on the verge of a breakthrough. Faraday out of here. If she's thinking of running away, it's too late. He used the attack to grab the wench. She demanded to be released now. The man who was standing behind the protagonist asked the great savior to kill her. Yang Rui inquired what was going on. He told me that they usually only rob rich people and give everything to the poor. They kill the rotten elite. But this evil wench made them do her bidding. They kidnapped people for her cultivation, and if they refused, she would kill them. She wondered if the man really thought he was going to be kept alive just because he was talking this crap. Does he really think she's going to die here? When her true form manifested, she would finish him off even if he was at the peak of the celestial body stage, whereupon it exploded. As it turned out, it was only a fraction of her true form. She would return for revenge, and they would regret being alive. Zhang Ting didn't like the fact that this wench had slipped away. The teacher told me that it was just her puppet. There wasn't even any way to recognize her true form. The man didn't understand what they should do now. They had pissed off this cultivator, and now they were definitely finished. The bear with the swift blade worried, for she was not dead, and would come back for revenge. They would all die. The gang leader started apologizing, because he had messed up, and it was entirely his fault. Now, since it was a demon that had left, it was necessary to free the people. And he also told the bear with the swift blade to go with these two great cultivators. And he will also stay here and delay this demon when she comes to take revenge. The girl didn't understand why they were starting to worry ahead of time, before death, having a long way to go. Besides, the master would not let anyone die. The bear with the swift blade didn't want to leave his elder brother behind. After all, if he stays, so does Jun-Er. After which, he decided to lead the cultivators to a few residents they had captured for this demon. He told me that the demon dressed in red ordered people to be taken here. Because of this giant door, they had never been inside. I think there was some kind of password Yang Rui replied that there was no need to waste time on this useless thing. Let them just watch. After which he fired a shot through the door. The girl replied that the whole cave would collapse now. The teacher realized that he should have held back. Something eerie appeared in front of her eyes. Yang chewed and wondered what she meant. There lay the skeletons of people killed by the demon. Fortunately, there were also people still alive. Zhang Ting, as soon as she saw that they were still alive, asked the teacher to help them. He agreed. He realized that this woman was really overreacting. Too much. Afterward, they woke up and couldn't even believe they were saved. The main character said that they were now free. The others immediately began to thank him for saving them. He also apologized to the people gathered here. He was forced to kidnap people and it was all his fault. However, people believed that even if he was forced to do it, with impunity, he still wouldn't leave. Some had already died. Bear explained with a quick blade that they hadn't done anything wrong before. They really had been forced to. And they just wanted to save their brothers. And to repay them for that, they were willing to be their slaves for the rest of their lives. The old man replied that it was all right, and there was no need to do that. They were just trying to survive. But they could not continue to be bandits, or their children would have a terrible future. He suggested farming. Yang Rui recognized that this was a pretty good idea. At least they wouldn't have to stay on Tianyu Mountain, and it would be harder for this woman to find them. They thanked the great cultivator. He, in turn, will look for information on this demonic woman to kill the thing. After which, he informed Zhang Ting that they were leaving. She wondered to the master if they would really look for her. It would be easier to seek help from other sects. The protagonist wondered how on earth they could leave people in trouble. They have such powers and don't use them to do good. It's like doing evil themselves. The girl couldn't even figure out for herself anymore if she should try to kill him. 2 hours later, they arrived at the nearest Tianxian sect. After all, they would obviously need help to track down this woman. And now they're here. Tianxian sect. Meanwhile, the girls were arguing about the fact that this man would belong to her today. The handsome man would go to another woman when she was done with him. However, she wanted to be first. Those girls started a fight. Yang Rui didn't understand why he was in for it. Zhang Ting asked not to ask. 10 minutes earlier, the main character had asked if this was the Tianxian sect. Zhang Ting asked how she would even know that. After all, he had brought her here. 2 girls appeared in front of them and told them that mortals and garbage were not allowed to enter. However, they immediately saw Yang Rui's handsome appearance and gorgeous body. Even though mortals and trash may not be allowed in. But if this guy spends the night with her, she'll let him in. She shot down another student, talking about getting this handsome man to spend the night with her, and then the entrance would be open for him. The girls asked if he would agree to such a condition. This situation made Zhang Ting very angry, and she said that they had come to see the matriarch, so let them better report their arrival. She admitted that the little one has a pretty sharp tongue. Besides, their matriarch doesn't date just anyone, and she just wanted to get her hands on this guy. And the main character was also very angry because he didn't realize who they even thought he was. They dared to think that he was just a house for pleasure. Those girls immediately began to tremble, for they sensed the aura of a person at the celestial body stage. Yang Rui ordered him to be taken to the matriarch, after which they were led to the 2 masters. Tianhu introduced herself. She also mentioned that Master Yan looked so handsome and clean. She was very curious to know what kind of beauty came along with him. It might be his sibling, or even a partner not for pair cultivation. Zhang Ting couldn't listen to her being compared to these masters. She is not a promiscuous wench like the others. She is his disciple. Therefore, let them stop looking down on her and testing her patience. Tianhu assumed from her mannerisms that the masters were treating her with love and care. Zhang Ting said to stop it. The girl in green robes suggested that she should be a little more serious. At the same time, Zhang Ti offered to just leave. Yang Rui asked if this was all she could do for the sake of great justice. She apologized for her sister's behavior. As it turned out, this girl's name was Lu and she kindly inquired about what Master Yang wanted. Perhaps they could help her without appealing to the matriarchy. This sect is made up of only women. There's not a single man here. They must be drawing yang energy from men for their cultivation. If they were the ones behind this, he would just kill everyone. He wondered if they had heard of a demonic woman dressed in red who was rampaging through these neighborhoods. Luan said that they had seen demonic cultivators a lot, but usually killed them right away. Chen-Hu added that killing demonic cultivators was the duty of all cultivators. Now he realized that these girls were really dumb-headed. Perhaps he could catch them in a lie. He told them that there was a female demonic cultivator hunting in the vicinity. using the locals for his cultivation. Lu didn't understand how this was possible, or what she was doing in the Tianxian sect's territory. Apparently, she just wanted to die quickly, though their reputation among the cultivator leaves much to be desired. But they can't let demons run riot in their own lands. Zhang Ting stated that their lands are only filled with turmoil. Take the bandits behind the Tianyu Mountains, for example. The local villagers told how the Tianxian sect ran away from them in tears. Luan told this little girl to stop lying. Qianhu wondered who she heard this nonsense from. This gang was only a small gang, so they left the job to mortals. Recently, they hadn't received any news of their atrocities. But recently, a couple of new cultivators had appeared. However, none of them wore red robes. She suggested asking her elder sister about it, but since the matriarch isn't here, she offered to show Master Yan her sect. Suddenly, they heard another female voice inquiring why they were looking for her. Zhang Ting expected it to be another promiscuous wench. She apologized to Master Yan for the wait. Wan Wu Yu introduced herself to the matriarchy of the Tianxian sect. The guy replied that it was fine. He was just thinking that this girl was exactly his type. All the guy could think about was that this girl was very beautiful. Whereupon he cast a powerful spell that clouded his mind. Vain Wu Yu thought that it was just another boy to play with. Qianhu replied that her older sister's innate charm expressed stronger than their attractive abilities. Lu replied that it was understandable. After all, that was the main reason their sister had been elected matriarch. Though she doesn't develop her ability, she can subdue any man. However, this handsome man was able to break free from the influence of her charms. Wan Wu Yue apologized for this. Qianhu also noticed that he had broken free from his older sister's charms very easily. An ordinary man would have already crawled in front of her feet, obeying her every order. He apologized to the mistress for his rudeness. Zhang Ting only thought that this guy was a pervert. He recognized that the Tianxian sect was the strongest sect in the area, so he wanted to ask them. Namely, whether they had seen a red-clothed demonic cultivator, or perhaps they had heard something. She told me that demonic cultivators were few in number, but they weren't that rare. They kill every one of them they come across. Therefore, the girl didn't understand whether one demonic cultivator was worth such an effort. And they had come all this long way just to ask about this cultivator. When he came across this thing, he destroyed part of its essence to save someone. But for killing one of her bodies, she has vowed to slaughter everyone in the village. So we need to find this demon as soon as possible. Now she realized what had happened. And also, the girl confessed that Master Yang would be unusually approving of the man. She asked for a description of this demonic cultivator, and then she would send some disciples to search for her. This mountain is of incredible size, but the Tianxian sect isn't small either. They seem to have a sufficient number of people, but unfortunately, they don't have a master at the profound bonding stage to imprint their name on the continent. He thanked the matriarch Wu Yu. Wan Wu Yu replied that she didn't need thanks because he was the real hero. Zhang Ting then asked what they would do. Yang Rui replied that he had a plan. The innkeeper would probably not let them in after the Togo incident and they might have to sleep outside. Wan Wu Yu offered to stay with her sect. If the demonic cultivator didn't show up within 3 days, then it was likely that she had left the area, and then they could leave as well. And the protagonist accepted her offer and also thanked her for it. It was very rare for her sect to receive male guests, so they would have a feast in Master Yan's honor. She also asked the elder to take their guests to their rooms. Qian Wuhu replied that she would do the matriarch's errand. She led them to a door behind which magic was happening, after which an incredible view opened up before them. Zhang Ting even spotted a cute squirrel. She liked this place. Luan said that Qian Hu was worried about the pain in her leg, so she would have to walk them to the chambers. However, where was the custom to hear Qian Hu's voice, who didn't understand why sister kicked her? After all, she wanted to show a handsome resting place. She led the way to the room and said to enjoy yourself. Besides, if Master Yan needed anything, he could call her. The guy admitted that this place was really wonderful. If this place wasn't full of girls, he would be happy to stay here. Zhang Ting asked if Master was all right and what about the poison. The guy replied that he was fine for now, but the poison was still in his body. She tried to tell him that she had ordered tea at the inn, but she didn't want to hurt the master. The boy replied that he trusted her, but really he'd be a fool to trust her. You have to retaliate a little. He touched her back. That's the beginning of her dousing it. He inquired about what happened to Zhang Ting. She didn't seem to like it very much when he did that. However, the girl replied that everything was fine. She knows that Master loves Zhang Ting the most. Yang Rui revealed that among all his students, she really is the most favorite. He also noticed the dirt on her clothes, so he contrived to wipe it off quickly. However, Jiang Ting did not understand at all what this bastard was doing. She is his student after all. And what would he even say to his future wife? That he wanted to do inappropriate things to his student. But for a good cause, she will accept it. But the shame and humiliation she will suffer today, she will return Yang Chu tenfold. Jiang Ting reported that she was a little tired, so she would go to bed. Yang Rui mentioned that cultivators might not sleep for weeks. She jumped away from the master, saying that she was still at the stage of channeling qi and could no longer tolerate her sleepiness. He also offered to let her sleep in his room. She came right out, talking about how everything was fine. She'd rather sleep alone. Afterwards, she said goodnight to him. One day that damn pervert will pay for all the humiliation. The protagonist thought she would cry for spying on him. He was very curious to see how much longer she could endure this little punishment. A little later, he heard someone coming and thought it was the little rascal waking up. However, it was a Lu, and who said that she was having trouble cultivating and asked for help. Yang Rui inquired about what kind of problems she was having. The girl had always felt that she was progressing slower than the others. Perhaps it was because of her body. Therefore, she suddenly thought of having Master Yang give her a full examination. Since she says so, he'll do what he can. Suddenly, someone wanted to enter his room again and knocked. He suggested that she get under the blanket quickly. However, the girl replied that there was no need to hurry, and she was not ready yet. However, he just threw her on the bed and covered her with a blanket. He asked her to be quiet and not give herself away. There was Chen Hu at the door. Since she didn't hear that there was anyone in the room, she just thought of going in there. And as soon as she entered, you noticed that Master Yang was inside. The protagonist asked the mistress what had happened. If it was nothing serious, he would like to return to cultivation. The girl inquired if the master was going to bed. Yang Rui replied that he was just about to lie down. She was a little bored and would like the master to keep her company. At the sight of how cranky master was, she didn't understand what he was waiting for. Were they really just going to sit like this? He pushed her down on the bed, talking about how he had waited a long time for these little devils. And then someone knocked on his door again. He told her to get under the covers. It was also there that Chen Hu noticed Lu Yi not realizing what she was doing here. Lu replied that it was a rhetorical question, and she is here for the same reason. If she were to pair cultivate with such a strong master, she would finally be able to move forward. Xian Hu replied that it was her turn. Last time Lu took the two guys at the formless essence stage, and she was also stuck in the same place. She offered to discuss the matter later. Besides, the girl heard someone coming. It was interesting to find out who it was. Xian Hu assumed that it was Sister Wu Yu. The protagonist told the person who just knocked to come in. It was Wan Wu Yu who inquired, "Is Master still awake? It's quite late." He greeted the matriarch, talking about how he usually stayed up long and just meditated. He wondered why she had come to see him at such a late hour. She didn't even know how to say it. The main character asked to tell it like it is, and he will do everything he can to help her. Wu Nabayu said that she and Madame Xian had remained at the peak of the celestial body stage for more than 10 years. Mrs. Tian Xian has always cultivated in seclusion. Wu Yayu has also tried many methods, but nothing works. Master is quite strong, so she asked him to help with cultivation. Luan noticed that the matriarch had never touched men, so it was unclear why she had suddenly changed her belief abruptly. Qian Hu mentioned that Madame Tian Xian had always cultivated with men. Perhaps the matriarch did it too, only in secret. And they seem to have learned her secret. But we must be careful not to be found out. Yang Rui wondered how he could help her. All he could think about was that there was another girl coming into his arms. The girl decided to lead the way. After that, they left. The matriarch likes privacy, so they probably headed to her room. They didn't even realize that their sister was so cunning. She makes herself look like an underdog, but there's nothing wrong with pair cultivation. It's natural. Maybe she just wanted no one to know about it. But this time they caught her right in the act. Lu offered to give her away when she would again reproach them in secret affairs. Suddenly she came back into the room and asked how these girls got here. Qian Hu replied that they were just checking if the bed was soft enough for Master Yang. Luan replied that the matriarch could leave, as she must be very busy, and they would sort it out here. The protagonist felt that the concentration of qi in this place was simply astounding, but what a pity he had not yet learned the magic sutra of the heart. Then all the women in this world would desire him, and he would have amassed a huge harem. The magic heart sutra grants longevity and keeps the body in shape. With this technique, one could help people with their cultivation. And that's the main interest here. It looked like he would have to work hard to master all the secret techniques of the Lan Huang library. The girl reported that she was almost there. The guy turned his attention to more important matters, after which she showed me that her room was over there. But she feels extremely uncomfortable. The protagonist replied that it's okay, because he likes helping people. However, about seeing all these preparations, he didn't realize what was going on, and where the bed was. Perhaps he had misunderstood something. Yang Rui asked if she wanted him to help her here. Wan Wuyu said yes. She hoped that Master Yan would help break through the heavenly body stage. She finally revealed the main course for the evening. Not only was this girl born with the perfect charm technique, but she herself is taking her first steps. She's too cute. The main character thought she was the perfect girl. It turns out that she really wants to do pair cultivation with him. He didn't even think the first person he would sleep with would be a girl from this world. He looked at her beautiful and sweet face and her curves. The girl was confused, not understanding what Master Yan was doing. Yang Rui replied that she was going to do pair cultivation with him, and he was just going to start. Zhou Supreme Academy. The abbot of the Supreme Academy, Zhou Jun. He ordered his disciples to leave him. Suddenly, he noticed Shang Song coming toward him. The old man explained that he had orders from the patriarch. He needs people to send them to the Tang dynasty. She lay underneath the main character and begged her not to. Wanhua told him that the pair cultivation she was talking about was not the type of support he might have thought of. He clearly didn't expect that answer. He immediately gave her space, not understanding why she hadn't told him about it sooner. She apologized for that. Yang Rui asked how he should help her then. To prevent this from happening again, she should tell him everything from the beginning. If he couldn't help her, he wouldn't even try. When Willoughby noticed that Master Yang looked sad, suddenly she kissed him on the cheek. Whereupon she immediately left the room. The kid thought about her trying to cheer him up. She had just heard from the elders that men would stop being angry if you kissed them. Of course, she saw that the master was a little upset, so she decided to kiss him. So she asked not to be angry. Yang Rui wondered if she had never kissed a man before. She seemed very embarrassed. As it turned out, she had never even touched a man before. Wan Yu told everyone that she was going to change the sect. He's the first guy she's ever touched. Looks like he made a big score. If he had a magic heart sutra, he would definitely help her break through. He liked this approach, so he immediately cheered up and asked how he could help her. Wumalder Yu is going to release her spirit and cultivate. It needs Master Yang to fill her spirit with energy, and once her spirit is stabilized, it will be much easier for her to break through. But the energy that the master will fill her spirit with must be of the type used by her sect. He saw that type of energy, thought it must be pretty simple. Tianxian sect's battle arena. The girls were discussing something they didn't expect this from the matriarch at all. Luan replied that they had seen it with their own eyes, so it was true. The matriarch had always been single and had never touched a man, so she didn't understand why they would believe that. Xian Hu confirmed that she had seen it too. Now they found out that these two had infiltrated Master Yang's chambers, but were caught by the matriarch. But the point was that they had really seen everything with their own eyes. She guessed it was the pervert still awake, and it was already midnight. So she decided to check it out for herself. Zhangting felt that she had to protect the proud name of Lan Huang Library. She entered his chambers, and there was indeed no master there. Qian Hu asked this girl if she was really looking for her master. Zhang Ting asked if her master had really engaged in pair cultivation with the matriarchy. Looks like she heard about it too. Only you can't tell anyone about it. Student, you'd better wait here because she was sure they'd be done soon. She knew that guy was just a pervert, but why is her heart breaking? He's just having fun with another woman and it shouldn't bother her at all. Tianqi Pavilion. Zhang Song informed the patriarch that everything was ready and they were only waiting for his command. Zhang Haixuan said he wouldn't mess up this time. Zhang Song replied that he would not disappoint him this time. He also mentioned that Yang Rui was still trying to find allies. Therefore, the man wondered if it was worth sending someone to prevent him from doing so. However, he'd seen what the main character was doing and thought he'd just overestimated him. So there was no need to send someone after him. However, Zhang Song didn't understand why they weren't attacking this guy when he hadn't gathered his allies yet. What kind of allies are we talking about if he's swimming in a sea of women right now? Let him have fun, and when he returns, the Lanhuan library will have already been destroyed. He laughed because the main character is just a complete idiot. It's been 3 days, not even how many days before he's done. Zhang Ting thinks that if she showed her real face, he would chase after her like a leash. She's even much better than those slutty girls. He's supposed to come back soon because he can't keep doing this forever. 2 hours later. She was even beginning to think he had already died of exhaustion. So she decided to ask these idiots what was going on. Suddenly, she felt the building and the ground begin to shake. Chenhu asked what had happened. Lu replied that it was as if an explosion had sounded from Elder Tianxian's room. After that, the girls saw that the Elder was breaking through. She was happy that finally their sect would have a full connection stage cultivator. Even if they didn't make it to the list of the strongest sects, it would be the best among the mid-ranked sects. Luan thought there was something wrong here. Shouldn't the matriarch have broken through first? Matriarch Wan Yu was elected because of her potential. Perhaps the Elder had someone helping her too. They wondered just how strong this person was, since she wouldn't have been able to break through so easily. In any case, it's an occasion to be celebrated. The sect will finally be revitalized. Suddenly they noticed that someone had also made a breakthrough. The protagonist saw a strong source of qi. It was definitely worth his time and effort. She thanked Master Yang for his help. Wu Yu didn't even realize that he was at the stage of full communication. It was only because of him that she was able to break through so quickly. The guy replied that it wasn't without her potential. Without the potential, it would have taken her many times longer to break through. That's why he didn't help her much. Meanwhile, in the other Tianjin sect, the girls noticed that the matriarch had also broken through. And now, their sect had 2 masters at the full connection stage. Now no one will dare to look down on them. Zheng Ting was angry that that wench had broken through. It looked like Yang Rui was trying hard in pair cultivation with her. She knew that he wasn't even really a kind-hearted person. She used to think that because of his desire to capture and kill a demonic cultivator, he had a modicum of kindness. But it seemed like he was the one who needed to be killed. They couldn't believe that the Tianxian sect had become so strong. While they were rejoicing, they could be attacked from the sneaky side. The man asked which of the 2 of them would go on a scouting mission. But why not go to the person who suggested it? He wanted the others to check for traps, didn't he? He suggested waiting. Perhaps they had not broken through, and we should wait for news for the time being. It's clearly a sign above, and there's no way it's simple luck. The next day, Elder Tianxian came out of seclusion. The other disciples began to congratulate the Elder. She is now one of the strongest people in the world. Zhang Ting didn't see where Yang Rui had gone, and the Elder didn't like the fact that this wench didn't even bow to her. She inquired how dare she disrespect a master at the full bonding stage. Zhang Ting asked if she really wanted her to kneel before her. The girl explained that she came from a large, influential family as well. She wondered where the girl had come from, and how she had not noticed her coming. Suddenly, the Elder recognized her. At first, Zhang Ting couldn't understand how she knew her, but she suddenly realized that it was the same demoness. But since she's been recognized, in that case, this broad should go straight to hell. I mean, she said she was going to kill everyone. Xian Hu tried to stop Big Sister Tianxiang, saying that she was a sect guest. Lu and also asked for her to be spared. Her master is a cultivator at the celestial body stage who is also a guest of the sect. She didn't want to hear those nasty broads and told to get out of her sight. After which she released her spiritual energy. She couldn't believe that this was the power of a cultivator at the full connection stage. Tianxiang wondered, since when should she be interested in the words of low-order elders? If anyone else said a word, she would personally send him to hell. She also announced that she was the head of the Tianxian sect as of today. Zhang Ting said that it was the same demonic cultivator from Tianyu Mountain. Although the elder had changed her appearance, she immediately recognized her from her qi. Tianxiang wondered, and what she was going to do next. They almost ruined her entire plan. She was even lucky enough to be able to transfer the blood she had gotten from the residents before her clone died. And that blood was enough to break through to the full bonding stage. She called her an evil witch. The elder only laughed when she heard that she had been given such a nickname. The world had always been ruled by the stronger ones. They were very much unknown. To see if she could continue to call her an evil witch after she destroyed that wench. She also mentioned that the others couldn't hear them. She finished off everyone who tried to ruin her plans. Though she doesn't know why this wench is acting so brazen and cocky, but now it's time to die. Zhang Ting didn't even think that she would die while undercover. And at the hands of that witch. Master probably wouldn't have enough time to get here. She didn't understand what was wrong with her at all, or why she was hoping he would save her. But it's too late anyway. Suddenly, Yang Rui shouted to let her go. Wan Wuyu asked her older sister why she became a demonic cultivator, and how many people she had killed because of her goal. She also felt that the Yuayu was at the stage of full connection. If they worked together, it would be enough for the sect to soar to the level of the top sects. They would have the resources to help the younger ones break through. By then, they would be one of the strongest sects. However, Tianxiang had always considered herself stronger than Wu Yu. But for some reason, Master appointed her as the matriarch. And that's not fair. Tianxiang should have been the one to become him, and the sect should have gone to her. Yang Rui didn't understand her pride in capturing a mere disciple. Maybe it would be better for her to capture a master then. Then they would see how strong she was. The girl only laughed when she found out that he was Master Jiang Ting. He confirmed the words that he was indeed her master. Let her go to him too, if she could do anything. She thought of him as a mere cultivator at the celestial body stage. To her, finishing them off was like crushing ants. And did they really think they could escape? Wan Wuyu said that the village will help these people escape without a problem. And if he lays low, the elder will definitely not be able to find him. So even if she kills Jiang Ting, she won't be able to lay a finger on Yang Rui. That bastard is the reason why all her plans for Tianyu Mountain failed. It's all his fault. If it wasn't for him, no one would have known about her identity, and all that blood wouldn't have been lost. Therefore, she must take her revenge. Tianxiang agreed to let her go, but that guy will take her place. Yang Rui didn't trust her, so let him swear that he would let her go. Tianxiang swears that if Yang Rui comes over here and takes her place, she will let this girl go unharmed. If she doesn't keep her words, then let the demons inside blow her body apart. However, she didn't say she would let her live. Therefore, when she's done with that guy, she'll proceed to this girl. Yang Rui agreed to replace her, talking about how he had nothing in his hands. After which, she let Jiang Ting go. She was very angry that he had ruined all her plans. Even if she died, she would still remember his face and his chi. She didn't realize what was going on. She has yet to rejoice at this person's death. If Yang Rui died, Tianzi Pavilion would rule the entire world. But why did she feel sad? Probably because he's trying to save her, and she should be grateful for that. However, one must keep his cool. Even if this witch doesn't kill him, she will personally finish him off. She decided to let Yang Chu be the first victim after her breakthrough. Let him go to hell. She was angry and ready to kill the damn witch. Tianxiang only laughed, because to her, this girl was just a small bug. Jiang Ting wanted to avenge her master. Wan Wuyu tried to stop her. Madame Jiang Ting should come back. However, she wanted to avenge her master. Tianxiang called her reckless. The elder didn't even allow herself to be approached closely. She was thankful that the wench had come running on her own, since she wouldn't have to waste energy chasing after her. After that, she wanted to kill her. The girl thought this was really her end. However, she was prevented from killing Jiang Ting. She opened her eyes and saw the master in front of her, telling her not to do anything stupid anymore. He hadn't even taught her the holy martial arts yet, and she was already thinking of dying. She was even glad the master was alive. The elder immediately jumped away from him. She didn't understand how the bastard was still alive. Yang Rui really didn't want to upset her. However, her previous target was a clone that was made from a drop of his blood. She was going to kill that girl earlier, and he had pushed her away with his power. Could it be that even his clone could have such strength? It was only then that she began to suspect that this guy was also a cultivator at the full connection stage. The protagonist congratulated her, for she had said everything completely right. She was furious about the fact that she had been tricked again. But he still shouldn't think about escaping even if he is a cultivator at the full connection stage. Well, Yang Rui wondered when he said he was going to run away from her. Wan Wu Waochu appeared beside Master Yang, asking to be allowed to deal with this woman. They need to clear up their entire relationship to the end. She asked her older sister to just give up. If she admitted her mistakes, they could forgive her. They could work together to strengthen the sect. However, she wasn't willing to give up so easily and let you continue to be the matriarch. She believed that she wouldn't lose. After all, she had killed countless people for blood. Even if these two joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat her. After all, her martial arts had been honed to perfection. The girl used the palm of heaven's blood. Let them try the technique taught to her by the master. She is the only one who knows this technique, and Wan Wu is nowhere near her level. She wondered what the technique was. She told me that it was a demonic blood conquest technique. Does she really think she can fight it with her pathetic techniques? Let her go to hell. Wan Wu Yu informed her older sister that if she didn't stop now, she would regret it later. Tianxiang replied that if she wanted to attack, then let her do so already. It could be considered that she was already dead. Wan Wu Yu really didn't want to hurt her, but as the matriarch, she can't let this continue to go on. There is simply no other way, so she decided to punish her with the master's weapon. The sword of 100 tears appeared in her hands. She even warned her elder sister that she was going to use half of this sword's power. After which she attacked Tianxiang. She was even able to master the sword of 100 tears. And this sword should have originally belonged to her. In that case, she'll let her try out her bloody imperial seal. Afterwards, she used this seal to attack Wu Yu. That attack hit right at her. Is sister really going to kill her? Wan Wu Yu is her younger sister. However, she didn't want to listen to this nonsense. Tianxiang couldn't believe that this wench thought that her life was as meaningful as the master's treasure. She is too naive. And Tianxiang is just taking away what is rightfully hers. Even if she does it at the cost of her little sister's life. The girl hid behind the wizard and asked him to help her get rid of this evil witch. He agreed. For him, it's the easiest thing in the world. Tianxiang thought this was simply excellent. Since they wanted to die together so badly, she would fulfill their wish. Wan Wu Yu informed Master Yang that this demonic weapon was very strong. However, he didn't consider it a cause for concern. The protagonist attacked the Imperial Blood Seal. With a single attack, he was able to completely destroy it. Tianxiang managed to dodge this devastating attack. In the end, this attack destroyed even the mountain itself. The girls watched. They realized how it was possible that he could have such terrifying power. Even she recognized that his power was incredible. The girl claimed it was some kind of trick. And the protagonist wondered if she really thought he needed to use subterfuge. It was too stupid to think she could kill someone else in front of him. He stated that it is simply not strong enough. It made her even more angry, saying that he should have known that empty words had to be answered for. Apparently, he had used some kind of artifact that was effective against her weapons. Then she'll kill this guy without using her weapon. Today's his last day. Tianxiang used the great fire demonic paw. Yang Rui recalled that she still hadn't apologized for her actions. In that case, he should help the matriarch of the Tianxian sect to clean up the trash. He was able to destroy Tianxiang's video equipment. After which he stabbed her. She just couldn't believe the outcome. The others also couldn't believe that Elder Tianxiang had lost. Yang Rui happily declared that this elder was just a pathetic bug compared to him. Wan Wu Yu asked the master if he really wouldn't stay a couple more days. It looked like he would cheat a lot to come back. The protagonist thanked the sub-matriarch for the offer. But unfortunately, he had important things to do. He was only here because of the demonic cultivator, and that is their elder sister. Wu mentioned that what she said earlier was serious. She wasn't joking around. Yang Rui asked what she was talking about. The girl only sighed, telling him to just forget her words. Yang Rui told these esteemed cultivators that they would see each other again, after which they flew away on the sword. Wu Yu thought he was an idiot, because he really didn't understand what she meant. Did he really want the lady to say such things in front of the others? Zhongting mentioned that earlier, when Master had spared Tianxiang, then the matriarch was very eager to express her gratitude, and it was obvious that she was willing to offer herself as a reward. Therefore, she did not understand why the Master had ignored her. Yang Rui wondered in response if she really wanted to stay in the Tianxian sect that badly, but she was very curious about what the Master was talking to her about in private. The girl even assumed that she proposed marriage to the Master, and the main character did not understand what she was saying. Zhang Ting replied that there was no point in Master hiding it from her. He was already practicing pair cultivation with her, so they should get married. Besides, the proposal was still on the table. This wench was already pissing him off. He replied that Wan Wu Yu was a reliable person. Suddenly, his disciple's words reached him. Since the matriarch is so graciously offering himself, perhaps he really should come back. Suddenly, he heard a message from Sutu Sheng, who was asked to urgently return to the academy immediately. He told me that something strange was going on at the academy, so he asked to return as soon as possible. The main character announced that they were going back to the academy. After that, he stood up, and the girl didn't understand why he did it. The teacher told her that he just wanted to speed up a bit. Didn't Zhang Ting miss her brother and sisters? The girl replied that she certainly missed her. He told her to hold on tight. After which they arrived at the academy. Chen Yang noticed that little sister had returned and asked where Master had gone. Zhang Ting told her that Master was resting. She also asked if Big Brother was still busy training new disciples. The Emperor replied that someone needed to guide them. In addition, he noticed that Junior Sister was already at the 8th level Kui channeling stage. The girl replied that it was all thanks to the Master. He said he would pay more attention to her than to the three of them. He clearly didn't like hearing those words from her. After that, Zhang Ting wanted to go see his older sister. Knowing her temperament, she would yell at Zhang Ting for not going to see her first thing after returning. She would also rebuke her for disrespecting her elders. He recognized that Big Sister was indeed like a tyrant. After which, she came to Shia Sha, who was training other disciples. Shia Sha was surprised that she had advanced again. Even it was not progressing this fast. Zhang Ting replied that it was understandable since Master was paying her a lot of attention. He even wanted to teach her an advanced secret technique to speed up her cultivation. She was angry that Master wanted to teach her an advanced secret technique. Shia Sha is the eldest apprentice after all, and Master is too kind to his younger sister. She also suggested that they go together to see Big Brother. Shia Sha replied that she had already seen with him, so he said that Zhang Ting could go alone, but the truth was that Zhang Ting didn't want to go there alone. Shia Sha asked why she didn't want to do it. Big Brother said that Shia Sha looked like a tyrant, so if she didn't go with her little sister, he definitely wouldn't change his opinion. And Zhang Ting didn't want these two to fight. It just really pissed her off that the Master wasn't paying attention to her at all. She wanted something interesting to do while the Master was away. This guy still dares to call her a tyrant. She tried to reassure her older sister. She asked Chen Yang if he was so eager to get punched in the face. At what point is she a tyrant? Yu Han said that she just misunderstood him. Chen Yang didn't mean to offend her. It's just that Xiao Xiao is always on pins and needles, and now it made her angry that Yu Han was also of the same opinion. She's older than them, which means she's in charge here. Chen Yang said, "Big sister to stop after all, this is too much." Yu Han tried to stop Chen Yang. Just because he thinks she's a tyrant, it only means she has the right to behave just because she's the strongest. After which, she punched Chen Yang. Yu Han immediately became worried and asked if Chen Yang was all right. This time, and she told Xiao Xiao that it was too much. She has gone too far. Since she wants a fight, she will get it. Xiao Xiao shouted that she never liked this girl. She would crush her like a cookie. And this argument was observed by Zhang Ting. Let Yang Rui be hard to kill in that case, she would just start with his disciples. Xiao Xiao was about to show her why she was called a senior disciple. Yu Han shouted that she wasn't afraid of her. Suddenly she heard the voice of a master who didn't understand what was going on here, or why he wasn't called to this party. Zhang Ting asked the master why he was here. Yang Rui noticed that Xiao Xiao had improved her mastery of the youth, but she should also be careful because Chen Yang was going to strike stealthily from the left. Chen Yang is aiming at the wrong place. He and Yu Han need to work together. Since Yu Han had used her condensed water technique, then now was the time to use the freezing technique. They immediately turned their attention to the master. Chen Yang admitted that he was the one to blame for everything. He shouldn't have started a fight with his older sister. Yu Han and Xiao Xiao stood up for the guy, saying that it was their fault. Zhang Ting was displeased that these three were very close to each other. The boy replied that it was a good time to fight amongst themselves. Through this, they were able to learn their weaknesses. Yang Rui asked if they were going to continue. However, the guys started to shake their heads, which meant no. Then he will point out everyone's problems, so they know what they need to work on. Xiao Xiao has a very kind heart, but she suffers foolishness all day long. She even assigned her disciple, Tong Wanjin, to handle the new disciples, instead of herself. Does she really think that Master would do that? She wouldn't even be at this level if Master taught her like that. Yu Han is very shy, and she needs to bond with the other students. She needs to look at her oldest student, Yun Kai, because she doesn't socialize with anyone at all. It's like she doesn't belong in this academy. For Chen Yang, there are a couple of observations as well. He's really running the country, and so far he's succeeding academically. But he forgets the most important thing, namely friendship with others. Chen Yang must learn to find common ground with people. Chen Yang and Yu Han apologized to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao replied that it was her fault. She apologized for always trying to seem like the best. She also apologized for making them call her big sister. Of course, she knows she's actually the younger one. The girl apologized again. The three of them all started crying, saying that it was their wine. Yang Rui only laughed and was glad that they had resolved their conflict, and were also able to learn a valuable lesson from it. A student came running to them asking for help, whereupon he fell. General Mu busied himself with stabilizing his condition. He couldn't believe who dared to attack a disciple of Lan Huang Academy in the first place. He asked the guy to tell him what had happened. Yang Rui advised him to give him time to catch his breath. Let him concentrate and tell him everything in detail. As it turns out, his name is An Donglei. Donglei was walking through the streets and heard people saying all sorts of nasty things about the academy. He got angry and tried to make sense of it all, but he ended up getting hit and injured. Xi Tuxing couldn't believe that these non-hunters were still in the city. Yang Rui noticed that the general had also arrived here. It's good to have one of the main fighters here. He wondered if Donglei knew exactly who it was. I think these people said that they were from Tongtian Academy. He had never heard of this academy before. Looking at the general's reaction, one could guess that he knew about this academy. The protagonist asked what was going on. Chen Yang had heard from his father that there was a royal academy located on the border of neighboring countries. And this academy is much stronger than Lan Huan Academy. General Mu couldn't understand why Tongtian's disciples would want to maim Lan Huan's disciples. They didn't know about this academy and its students. Yu Han assumed that since they were slandering the academy, perhaps they were unaware of it. Perhaps they wanted to challenge them. Xiao Xiao immediately got the idea of fighting with Tongtian Academy. Donglu replied that they were indeed looking for someone to fight. He also showed the letter they had told him to give to the headmaster. Yang Rui read the letter and realized that they really wanted to stretch their strength. Xiao Xiao was certain that Master could destroy the entire Zhou country. So why should they worry about some sect out there? The protagonist replied that it would be cool if it was that simple. But a cultivator at the full connection stage is forbidden from attacking weaker cultivators without any reason, especially ordinary disciples. Going against this prohibition would incur the wrath of the rulers of all countries. Even the sects would not turn a blind eye to such a thing. Full connection stage cultivators are capable of destroying countless ordinary disciples. That's why there are so many restrictions on them. However, the master has these disciples. Therefore, they were willing to take on this task. Zhang Ting replied that actually, she was here too. Shi Tusheng swept up. Zhang Ting might be unknown, but the Tongtian Academy is run by the top of the Zhou country. They have 6 or even 7 cultivators at the celestial body stage. Aolan Huan Academy only has the Emperor, Lady Yu Han, and Lady Xiao Xiao. Therefore, they are in the minority. And among the lower stages, they have no chance at all. All the new disciples are still at the QE channeling stage. None of them have reached the core formation stage yet. There must be a reason why Tongtian is challenging them. Chen Yang even speculated that these Zhou bastards wanted to attack the country. The protagonist assumed that there must be someone behind the actions of Tongtian Academy, but he doesn't think that this Zhou country. He wondered who could be the trouble seeker. Perhaps they really should take this challenge. Tongtian Academy. Headmaster of Tongtian Academy. Teacher of the Prince of Zhou country, Zhou Jun. Prince of Zhou country, Zhou Yuanlun. Xu Chu's senior apprentice. He informed Master that lately he felt as if he was close to a breakthrough. Xu Chu is truly gifted. Zhou Jun wouldn't even be surprised if he really did break through soon. The headmaster of the academy inquired about the status of the assigned task. Xu Chu explained that he had sent a man to the Tang country. He ordered him to attack the disciples and deliver a letter of challenge. The letter said that they were challenging the entire country. They're going to have to rise to the challenge, especially when they act so abruptly. A student arrived with an urgent report. The headmaster of the academy asked why there was such a rush. Let him tell me what happened. The disciple they sent to the Tang country was badly injured, and his wounds are very serious. He asked who attacked the student and if the subordinate knew who they were. All they know is that they are not from Lan Huan Academy because they don't have any disciples of the highest Kuai channeling stage yet. It seems like this is General Mu's doing. Still, Lan Huan Academy is just a bunch of scum. All they have is just the headmaster. He inquired about the challenge. The subordinate said that they had accepted the challenge. That was just what they were allowed to do. The headmaster asked the prince if he would like some company in the land of the Dan. Yanlun told him that if the Zhou country pounced on Lan Huang Academy like this, they would have a problem. Besides, Chief Master Yang is a full settlement stage cultivator, and the Zhou country doesn't have such fighters yet. He replied that they had nothing to worry about, as it wasn't even a problem. Defeating Lan Huan Academy would elevate the reputation of the Zhou country. This is a great opportunity to seize the territories of the Tang country. The prince couldn't even believe that his master was so confident. His confidence is natural after all. They have one of the 3 holy places behind them, and their power is many times greater than that of Lan Huang Academy. Situ Sheng thinks that the headmaster shouldn't accept the challenge. General Mu also agrees with this. It doesn't matter whether they win or lose, because it will turn out to be a humiliation for them. The old man Zhou Jun arrogantly looks at them. He will let Yang Rui's 3 disciples fight with his best disciple Xu Chu, who is at the full connection stage. Miss Lin and Miss Xiao Xiao are only at the middle stage of the divine body, while Emperor Tang is at the early stage. If they lose, it will weaken the academy, and winning a 3-on-1 battle is also doubtful. They shouldn't accept the challenge. Their opponent has obviously prepared thoroughly for this, but they still couldn't avoid the fight. Besides, they should have more faith in Chen Yang. The Tongtian Academy dared to challenge them, and they can only respond with force. To the backyard of Lanhuang Academy, Tang Song greeted Mrs. Huayu. The leaders alerted the elder that the girl was on a secret mission while undercover. He asked her to be careful not to give herself away. The old man also inquired if there were any instructions for him. Huayu reported that she knew Yang Rui's plan, and she would succeed this time. The easiest thing to be is to collapse them from the inside. Zhangjin sect. Xu Qiao inquired of the master. Did he really think that Lanhuan Academy would be able to win? Tan Sheng replied that obviously not, for they had no chance. Could it be that even 3 disciples wouldn't be able to defeat Xu Chu? Xu Chu is an unusual person. He used to hunt demonic cultivators in foreign lands. He was chased by a monster at the full connection stage for 3 days and 3 nights until the guy managed to reach the domain of Zhou country. A person who had almost broken through to the full connection stage wouldn't lose to 3 pathetic kids. None of them are even at the late celestial body stage. She was surprised that Xu Chu was so strong. Although Yang Rui's cultivation level is high, but he is still too inexperienced. He shouldn't have accepted this challenge. People are wary of the Lanhuang Academy, but really, everyone is only afraid of their headmaster. However, Tongtian Academy had gotten a little too bold. She wondered what would happen if Yang Rui got angry and personally destroyed them. He wondered if she really thought that Tongtian Academy would have the guts to do this. They are just pathetic pawns. Behind them is someone intimidating who won't give Yang Rui even a chance to win. So this time, Lanhuan Academy will lose this time. There were many people gathered outside the arena. Yu Han also noticed the pandemonium. The guy replied that it was natural since they had come to see a good show. Xiao Sha wanted to show them just how strong Lanhuang Academy was. The prince asked Xu Chu how much confidence he had in his victory. He replied that he was 100% sure. Someone was sure that Lanhuan Academy would be embarrassed today, and some thought that it was Tongtian Academy that would be disgraced. Either way, they had come here to watch this battle. He ordered the 3 hounds from Lanhuang Academy to attack. Xiao Xiao really wanted to smear this arrogant person. Suddenly, he activated some sort of technique. The girl felt as if her cultivation was being suppressed, and she was losing control of her body. The others did not understand why Xu Chu stood up like a stumbling block when Xiao Xiao wanted to attack him. Zhang Ting, on the contrary, thought that Xiao Xiao had come to an end. He swung his weapon at her, wanting to see if she could survive the blow. Even though Xiao was able to block it with her weapon, however, the damage also went through her. After that, he wanted to finish her off, but the truth is, he had to dodge the surprise attack. Of course, Chen Yang and Yu Han won't let their big sister be killed. She admitted that it was rather strange, for even the flash of energy was gone. Could it have been a hallucination? After which a drop of blood fell on her hammer. Zhang Ting didn't understand why she was still alive and what had even happened. Afterward, she tried to contact Chang Song. At the same time, the emperor attacked his rival. He was joined in the attack by Yu Han. But of course, he had no trouble slipping away from her lunge, and the viewers were happy with this spectacle. They also admitted that this trio is very strong. Even though they are all in the early stage of the celestial body, their strength is comparable to the late stage. Xu Chu replied that they were not weaklings, and he was even sweating a little. But it was only a warm-up. He really wanted to see if these guys could withstand his next attack. Xu Chu used a bloodthirsty beast kick. Xiao Shou told her younger brother and younger sister not to be afraid. After all, big sister will protect them. Yu Han and Chen Yang shouted to their elder sister not to be silly. However, Xiao Shao was very angry because he dared to injure the younger disciples. But suddenly her mace became heavy. Xiao Shao guessed that someone was interrupting her. They could clearly understand that old man Tsang Song had succeeded. After which, he immediately decided to go on the attack to chop this wench in half. Xiao Shao couldn't lose here, but there was nothing she could do to counteract that blow. Near Chen Yang, an older sister flew by. She was caught by Zhang Ting, who inquired if she was okay. She saw that there was blood on her face, so she wanted to wipe it off. Xiao Xiao thanked her younger sister for doing so. However, there was a potent poison on the handkerchief. Zhang Ting really wanted to see just how long she could last after this. She offered her elder sister a little breather. However, Xiao Xiao refused, as she was still able to fight. The onlookers saw that Xu Chu was also strong. Once he became more serious, then either Chen Yang and Miss Lin can't resist him. He is on a completely different level, and it is unlikely that Master Yang's disciples have any chance of winning. He shouted that these lowlifes were too weak, so they would obediently meet their end afterward. Xiao Xiao immediately stood in their defense. unable to believe that he was going to kill her students. As long as she is alive, he can only dream about it. After which, he immediately swung his weapon to finally get rid of that stubborn wench. They were worried about their big sister. Xiao Xiao didn't understand why on earth she couldn't lie the strength in her body. All she has to do is try her best. The girl replied that she is fine after all. She is their older sister. So to get rid of this person, the forest behind the arena, Situ Sheng asked the protagonist if he had been brought here to watch the duel. With their strength, even in the capital, they could find out the progress of the fight. So why did they have to come here? Yang Rui told me that they didn't come here just to watch, but to help. When that wench entered Lanhuan Academy, he didn't reveal her to know the plans of Tianzi Pavilion. He watched her every move, and his patience bore fruit. Now the protagonist has an advantage. Yang Rui wondered why he was hiding. Does he still want to play hide and seek at such an age? Chen Song suppressed his qi, but this person was still able to detect him. Yang Rui is really not bad. The protagonist inquired as a full connection stage cultivator dared to interfere in the duel. The old man said that he had merely strengthened Shuchu's qi with a secret technique. He had not injured Yang Rui's disciples in any way. Therefore, he did not understand why the headmaster was so angry. Yang Rui told him to get out of here. He won't kill this man now. Tsang Song will be avenged by Yang Rui's disciples. Tsang Song decided to fly away, saying that next time, this person would regret going against Tianzi Pavilion. But of course, he didn't think to tolerate these threats. Tsang Song noticed that his arm was injured. Yang Rui couldn't believe that he dared to be threatened. He would never tolerate threats. If he did anything else, he would pay deeply for it. But suddenly, the protagonist and the general are surrounded by tree demons. Yan Rui thought it was strange that somehow they didn't immediately smell the demonic qi. So they decided to take to the skies. But as it turns out, these tree demons can fly too. Tsang Song noticed the illusion sphere. He knew this person was here, but why didn't he show up sooner? She seemed to enjoy the sight of him being humiliated. The girl revealed that she's always been there for him, but Tsang Sun just never notices her. These three were almost at the limit of their abilities. Xiao Xiao needs to keep on keeping on. He couldn't believe that this was it. It looked like this pile of garbage couldn't even compare to him. After which, he noticed another disciple of Yang Rui. Zhu Chu decided to kill the weak first. If she died, Yang Rui would definitely be furious. Therefore, he immediately attacked her. This idiot doesn't even know who she is. Xiao Xiao is poisoned, and she probably won't have the strength to protect Zhang Ting. Still, karma is just an incredible thing. However, Xiao Xiao still took this blow, saying that as long as she stood her ground, she would not even lay a finger on the younger ones. After which, she threw it back. Even the girl was starting to worry about her older sister. But Chen Yang and Yu Han also stood up in her defense, telling Shu Chu that this was too much. And now, little sister must run away, and have her bring her older sister with her, while they apprehend this man. But the truth is, these guys weren't strong enough to hurt him in any way. She saw her older sister and older brother fighting selflessly. Therefore, there was nothing left but to use the antidote handkerchief, which would instantly allow Xiao Xiao to recover. Xiao Xiao said that everything is fine. Little sister should run away from here everywhere there is danger. Let him leave it to his elders. Suddenly, she noticed that something was starting to happen to her mace. She felt as if an unlimited power had awakened within her. Xiao Xiao decided to name her weapon the Crystal Gorilla Bloodfire Mace. And now she's ready to get back in the game, after which she immediately pounced on him from behind. And he didn't even realize what was happening. The girl sent an incredibly powerful attack at him, and then there was an explosion. Even the audience was scared to watch it. Shu Chu asked if she really thought that was enough to win. But it was pretty great, so she decided to do it again. He will have to put his life on the line to repel this attack. Chen Yang and Yu Han saw that their eldest sister is incredibly cool, and in such a case, they can't be cool. They simply can't give in to her. Of course, they decided to jointly attack him. There was another explosion that destroyed the arena. The prince and the headmaster heard Shu Chu's screams. The master thought that it was simply impossible. General Mu asked those ignorant fools why they thought it was impossible. They even decided to answer you in the words of those fools. How on earth can this trash single-handedly fight the disciples of Lanhuang Academy? Tsang Song asked the Sufei fairy why it took her so long to get here. He also asked if she could help him restore his arm. Sufei replied that he was too hasty and decided to act alone. She also remembered the leader's words that besides Tsang Song, there would be another person here. Hadn't he arrived yet? But he doesn't know that. His arm had recovered. He also mentioned that the fairy was a mental power cultivator. And did she really not notice anything? Looks like one should have definitely asked the old man about it. She told that old man to stop annoying her already. That man has such power. How could she not see it? Yang Rui seemed to have broken through the illusory sphere. He recognized that from Tsang Sun is brave. He let this old man leave, but he refused and even called for reinforcements. Tsang Song replied that the advantage was now on his side, so why should he run away? He offered to take on one at a time. The fairy decided to keep herself busy with the young one. She asked the handsome man to let her play with him. He heard a sound from behind him and even thought it was an illusion. Su Fei found herself behind him, talking about being too slow. Let him play in his illusory sphere, and the little sister can wait for him. Looks like he's totally relaxed by now, and he fell into the illusory realm of mental power. Everything here is unreal, but he has to defend himself against all the attacks. The illusions that were created by the mental power may not be real, but the attacks are very real. So far, everything is quiet and nothing is happening. Even the surface of the ocean is calm, and he can't even see the shadow of his opponent. These mental forces are working strangely. He doesn't even know where it might hit from. Suddenly, a huge meteorite flew at him. He was able to shatter that stone. Looks like it's not over yet. Then a monster appeared from the ocean. Yang Rui told him to attack, after which he decided to show his strength. This huge attack was aimed at the monsters. There was an explosion. Situ Shen was wounded. Chang Song laughed, for there was only this lowlife left. He is already at the stage of fully connecting hundreds of years. Therefore, the general wouldn't be able to compete with him. He will only spare the old man if he doesn't get involved. Once Tsang Song helps Shu Chu win, he might even reward Sat Shen. He recognized that the plan had been carefully thought out. The previous emperor had been favorable to him on this site. Situ Sheng was able to follow the 7th prince to unify the empire. So even if he dies, he won't let San Sun even touch a hair of the emperor. Shu Chu just can't lose. They're all going to die here. Even if he has to sacrifice his own life and use a forbidden technique, he'll still kill them all here. Chen Yang didn't understand where this guy got so much strength from. He incessantly attacked Yuhan as well. After that, he was attacked by Xiao Xiao, who said that this man would go to the other world today. In response, he called her a deranged juvenile who gets into trouble. Once again, there was a massive explosion in the arena. He left a mark there. Still didn't understand where she got that giant mace from, or why this little thing was so strong. He clearly needed to get out of here. But the truth is, you have to forge iron while it's hot. And now he had decided to try out the dragon transformation. The great imperial teachings. He realized he was finished and started asking for help. The arena shuddered with each explosion. Shu Chu's axe got stuck in the rocks. However, she felt it was too early to celebrate victory. A cultivator above the celestial body stage is very difficult to kill. Even if their body is destroyed, they can survive if their soul survives. And if his spirit leaves his body, he can come back to life. But this Yuhan would not allow this to happen. She activated the immense chi condensation technique, after which the soul parts were frozen. Yuhan broke the ice. They finally won. Everyone began to celebrate the victory of Lanhuang Academy. Chen Yang revealed that they had only won this battle because of their elder sister. Xiao Xiao laughed, saying that it was nothing. As an elder sister, she should set an example for the younger ones. Chen Yang told his little sister that she was the best. Xiao Xiao replied that he was not bad either. That's all well and good, but she failed. And she did it with her own hands, meanwhile in the forest. Situ Sheng said that as long as Sang Song occupied them, then it could already be considered a victory. The old man realized that he had no more time to waste. Since the general is asking so much to kill himself, he will fulfill his wishes. He'll have to use it. A divine burial token appeared in his hand. Now this wretched trash will see the ancient treasures. Even Sang Xiong bows to its power. The general doesn't stand a chance. After which, he threw that token directly at the Sat Shen. But the general will never give up. Death is the only outcome if he relies only on his stubbornness. Now it was Yang Rui's turn. He found the illusory sphere's supposed weak spot. After which, he struck the place. The illusory sphere began to collapse. Yeah, once the protagonist got outside, he didn't realize where the cabin came from. He then heard a woman calling for help. He went down to the girl and asked if Mistress was all right. She asked the Lord to help her. She was bitten by a poisonous snake. Yang Rui thought of her incredible beauty. He immediately helped the mistress to stand up and asked her how she was feeling. The girl replied that she was fine, and she thanked him for that. After that, she asked him to help her into the hut. However, once this guy gets inside, that's the end of him. Yang Rui hit her from behind. Su Fei pointed out that he was completely inept at treating ladies. Yang Rui called her a demon and also explained that he had no intention of maiming her. That pretty boy better watch his mouth. It remains to be seen who dies here. She pointed to the cabin, indicating that the show was starting. The kid noticed that the hut had suddenly turned into a golem. It was a good thing he hadn't entered that cabin, because he would have been right in the monster's mouth. But she didn't think she could kill him with that. Yang Rui engaged the exquisite bone fist of the magic dragon, after which he punched the golem right in the face. This attack pierced through the golem. She couldn't believe that he had killed the illusory beast with just one blow. It seems like it's worth reconsidering who the real monster is here. The protagonist engaged the technique of concentrated immense ki. Cracks appeared there. She was shocked that this person was even able to destroy the illusory sphere. It looked like she would have to get her hands dirty. She summoned the lightning. Yang Rui jumped away from where the lightning was about to strike. He also noticed that this girl had a fire. That lightning was pretty powerful. Because of this, he realized that this was not an illusion, but a real and tangible mental attack. Her strength cannot be compared to most cultivators' techniques. However, Yang Rui was not a timid person. After that, she sent a windblade at him. The kid saw that it was also a pretty strong mental attack. To protect himself, he put up a shield. This girl's strength is really great, but even with that strength, the vulnerability of the Sufei is pretty obvious. Her body is made up of flesh and bone. He engaged a graceful earthquake. With his technique, he has sealed her illusory sphere, and you have nowhere for her to escape to. The girl realized that she really had nowhere to run. She will feel the bitter loss on her own skin. Yang Rui felt that it wasn't that difficult. All he had to do was to become a little more serious. Afterward, he decided to put his technique away to see what other tricks she had left. Su Fei asked for clemency and even agreed to become his woman. This is a very good offer for him. This suggestion clearly interested him. The girl asked the handsome man what he would say to that. She would make him let his guard down, after which she would kill him. Su Fei said she would do anything he ordered for him, but suddenly he pierced her chest. It was an attack that traveled near her heart. She couldn't believe that this handsome man was actually going to kill her. He couldn't believe that she really thought Yang Rui would fall for it. Besides, this girl wasn't good enough, and he had seen women who were far more beautiful than herself. The girl stated that even if that bastard kills her, he still won't be able to escape. That man is almost here. After which, she was overtaken by the main character's attack. There was another explosion. She should have shut up by now. Those words are getting on his nerves. Meanwhile, in the arena, 3 students were also attacked. Shia Sha wanted to send them all to hell. The prince couldn't believe how they even dared to kill his Shuchu. He would give 100 million silver to whoever killed Lan Huan's disciples. Everyone wanted to get rich. The boys surrounded. They did not understand what they should do now, because there were too many of them. Shia Sha shouted to approach if she had the guts to do so. She was already tired of waiting. She asked the prince where his soldiers were located. According to the treaty, the 2 armies should be at least 12 kilometers away. But he had secretly ordered his men to come a little closer. However, the truth of the matter was that they still wouldn't make it in time. Yuhan couldn't believe that he was trying to start a full-scale war. But that didn't matter now, because we need to get out of here. Suddenly, someone teleported directly into the arena. Everyone was wondering who had decided to teleport here. It was the Xiao Bai as well as the Imperial Army. She was glad to see little Bai along with the rest of the cavalry. Others didn't understand what this monster was, and they begged for help. The prince fell down and started calling out to Gu Shuzi. 2 people stood at his defense who tried to calm his majesty down. After all, they would protect him. The mantis will earn his glory today. Xiao Sha praised the demonic tiger for doing a great job. He arrived just in time. Xiao Bai told him that Chief Master Yang and General Shitu had ordered him to organize an ambush with the cavalry. Yuhan was glad that the master was really worried about them. After all, it was even his doing. Chen Yang replied that the master had shown his wisdom. Xiao Sha replied that master really is the best. She loves him the most. Chen Yang couldn't believe that they were thinking of attacking his homeland. These guys seemed to think that he was a pacifist. With the master's help, they would definitely win. After which they all went on the attack. The protagonist wondered how Satu Sheng was doing. Even more so. But he was even more interested in the demon's words that the man had arrived. Suddenly someone landed behind him. He didn't even expect to see a familiar girl named Daji. She also couldn't believe her that he was the master of Lan Huan Yang Rui Academy. The guy admitted it was true, but she shouldn't bow down to him, even though he was a legend. Yang Rui inquired as to what she was doing here. Daji replied that she was just passing by. He speculated that since she was going in this direction in the Tang dynasty, she might have been looking for Yang Rui. Daji replied that it is. Yang Rui was pleased, and also said that he would take her with him later. But right now, he needed to help Sat Sheng. Meanwhile, their fight was still going on. Chang Song noticed that it would give the old man was not dead yet, but his condition wasn't one of the best. Even his sword would soon be destroyed. He really disliked the stubbornness of the Sat Shen. And this time he'll kill him for sure. Chang Song revealed that his strength was comparable to a cultivator's strength with his body. He gave Old Cheese a chance, but he never took it. Shu Chu is dead, and he has failed in his mission. So he will kill the old general to make up for his failure. And he uses one of his techniques to do it. He mentally appealed to His Majesty, saying that he had given his all and held on long enough for the Emperor to kill Shu Chu. Now he could die without regrets. He also apologized to Master Yang. But suddenly he heard a familiar shout that told him to get out of here. It was Yang Rui who was flying behind him. Apparently the Sufei fairy had failed her mission. He'll keep the general alive for now, but next time he'll definitely chop off his head. Yang Rui complained that Chang Song was running too fast. Afterward, he asked the general if he was all right. The latter thanked Master Yang for saving him again. Unfortunately, he could not defeat Chang Song. But there was no need to worry about it. If the general hadn't stopped him and he would have fought Sufei side by side, even young Dui wouldn't have been able to settle things so easily. After which he called out to Da Ji. The girl immediately flew to him. Da Jip wondered if they were going to Lan Huang Academy. Yang Rui said to follow him to familiarize himself with his discipline. They would return later. Da Ji agreed. Suddenly, Chen Yang sent him a message. The protagonist wondered why he was sending messages right now. He revealed that the Zhou state intended to violate the agreement, and Chen Yang decided to attack the Zhou state directly. Yang Rui told him to be careful. If something unforeseen happened, he should definitely go back with the rest of his disciples. He reported that his students are busy right now, so they will return to the academy first. Suddenly, a group of people appeared in front of them. The man asked if he was also a master of Lanhuan Academy named Yang Rui. When the protagonist confirmed that it was him, the man didn't even expect him to be so young. Could it really be the young man who had ruined his plans several times? Yang Rui guessed that it was the head of Tianzi Pavilion, Zhang Haixuan. After all, Zhang Ting really did look like him. He was very curious to know why the man chose to appear in front of him just now. Haixuan replied that being able to maintain composure in front of him was not bad at all. Ting Ting had mentioned Yang Rui earlier, and she was right in that he was exceptional. After which, he called the guy a young hero. He also felt that another person had appeared here, so he asked why not show himself. Did he personally need to ask an old friend to reveal himself? Seeing how many people were here, Yang Rui guessed that there were even enough for many mahjong tables. The others were curious to know what he was talking about. Lin Tianying replied that they really hadn't seen each other for a long time. Hai Shen wondered if he was really going to oppose him. After all, they have known each other for years. Tianying must know that he is not trying to make life difficult for cultivators. He is just trying to establish the heavenly family realm. Then the mortals will become rumors that serve the cultivator. Yang Rui asked what rights he had to determine people's fate. He explained that power in this world decides everything. Cultivation has been from the beginning a path that goes against nature. That's why they have to go through countless trials and tribulations. And if it enslaves mortals, then what is the difference between Haixuan and those who learn demonic techniques? Heavenly principles state that all living beings are equal. Haixuan wondered if they were all equal. Then why was his mortal wife killed by a cultivator? This was just one bloody example out of many. It's a lesson that they will never be equal. If they are all equal, will they be equal termites despite having trained so hard for years and decades? What's the point of practicing then? He advised the head to be careful, for these men seem quite strong. But power decides everything, and he would like to see how they could stop him. Tianying noticed that he had allied with the Green Cloud sect. No wonder he is so arrogant. Haixuan replied that he too had allied with Lan Huang Academy. How else would he have so many deep bonding realms to go against his longtime friend? Tianying wondered if he was already afraid. Let him just look at the lineup. They have 8 cultivators in the realm of deep communication, while Zhang Haixuan only has 5. He only laughed at the fact that the others thought he was a coward. He never knew what fear was, so he'd better stop this conversation now. It was better to start fighting, because some of them were itching for it. Each side felt that the other side was not their equal. Tianying noticed that Yang Rui was truly amazing. After all, he managed to entrust him to get the support of the head of the Qing Palace. He also said that it had been a long time since he had seen the Cherry Blossom Fairy. Yang Rui didn't understand which fairy he was talking about at first. After which it came to him that she was the head of the palace of the Qing Empire. Daji asked him what he thought, after which she showed the mark on her forehead. Daji admitted he was so stupid, because he didn't even realize it. Tianning wondered if Haixuan really thought that with the current roster, he could win. Haixuan wondered. She had seen Song Song injured and Su Fei killed. Then why didn't she do anything? If the Cherry Blossom Fairy didn't move now when Jean could do so. He didn't understand what the head of Tianzi Pavilion meant. Daji apologized in advance, after which she attacked Yang Rui. He fell straight down. Yang Rui tried to cough, and didn't understand why on earth she did so. The girl only replied that it was the same line as before. Haixuan laughed at these naive fools. He really wanted to bury them all here. He turned to the Cherry Blossom Fairy, talking about how he would call her a lush-breasted Dajai. He just can't watch the pavilion masters of the War Godling Pavilion get beaten up. Therefore, he will have to intervene. He engaged an imperial strike refined by a magical dragon bone. The others didn't understand what kind of terrifying power it was. She was able to bounce off the directional trajectory of this technique. Haixuan recognized that this technique was worthy of being called a supreme technique of the Lanhuan Academy. Its strength was simply immense. However, Yang Rui's cultivation level was unstable, so she wasn't as powerful as she could be. He found it impossible that this person could dispel his technique easily, and now it was his turn. He's just the main character getting a feel for what it's like to be so much weaker than his opponent. Tianying asked Master Yang to let him help him. Yang Rui agreed, after which they carried out a joint attack. When they united in a counterattack, the fundamental principles of Tai Chi were triggered. Haixuan also didn't understand what it was and how they had turned the power of his technique against her herself. To think that two ants together were able to repel his attack. After that, he decided to launch another attack. There was an explosion. They seem to have reached a stalemate, so it's best to call a truce for now. He mentioned that as the heir to the Lanhuan Yanzhui Library, he should know everything about Xiao Yaozi. This is the senior master of Lanhuan Academy who disappeared 1,000 years ago. There's one thing he doesn't understand. Xiao Yaozi disappeared after a massive war 1,000 years ago. Yang Rui should know about the same amount. This is the only remnant of information that the library keeps. Yaozi is said to have merged the Lanhuan Library with the Hero Alliance. So they fought against hordes of enemies in a war that swept the world. After that, he disappeared without leaving a trace. Since Zhang Haixuan had mentioned such information, Yang Rui assumed that he wanted to say something with this. In fact, he had always suspected that Xiao Yaozi had not disappeared, but had surpassed his mortal shell and become a saint who had ascended to heaven. He asked Yang Rui what he thought about it. He can't say anything about it due to lack of information. But even if he knew something, does Haixuan really think that he would say anything about it? His words made sense, after all. He was still opposing the Tianzi Pavilion. Yang Rui apologized, however, he could not tolerate the way they were doing business. But he wondered why Haixuan had returned Lanhuan Mountain if he knew that they would end up becoming enemies. Zhang Haixuan described himself as a fair and just man, even though he only sees mortals as insects. He is very generous to those who chose the same path. And since Lanhuan Mountain belongs to Yang Rui, of course it had to be returned. Of course, the protagonist had his doubts about whether he was really that kind. Haixuan replied that he would soon be able to answer these doubts himself. Yang Rui asked him to accept his thanks in that case. It would give him some time to think about it. But if he stayed on the side of Tianzi Pavilion's opponents, the next time, even if they fought together, Haixuan would crush them. After which they flew away. Haixuan asked the Cherry Blossom Fairy why she didn't use all her power. The girl replied that she had used all the power she had. He really hopes she hasn't forgotten about her promise. She mentally apologized for what she had done today in front of Yang, chewing. Yang Rui was sure that Daji had been forced to do this. Meanwhile, the guards were talking about whether or not the senior master had won. Another man told him to be quiet, for it looked like there was nothing this time. After all, they had underestimated the strength of the Tianqi Pavilion. But no matter how you look at it, it's a great victory for the Tang Emperor. He wondered what kind of incredible technique the guy had used earlier to fend off Zhang Haixuan's attack. Could it really be another secret technique of the Lanhuan Academy? It was just a redirection of power, and he was a little uncomfortable because he was using an instinctive technique he had practiced on the ground. All three recognized that this technique was unusual and they wanted to learn more about it. He said that this form of national martial art, the name of which is victory with small forces, he had never heard of such a martial art before, and asked where such a strange name came from. Tianying couldn't imagine that there was such a thing. Technically, you can think of it as Tai Chi. Winning with small forces is just one of the simple techniques that goes into it. The guys didn't realize what the rack was yet. The general recognized that Tai Chi was a rather interesting name. It sounds a little strange, but it was quite a sight. Still, it's an appropriate name for this technique. Think of such a martial art, not with the Lanhuang Academy. He was very curious to know what genius had invented it. He figured that such a person probably wouldn't use advanced techniques, but would rely on close combat. Yang Rui agreed mentally. He didn't understand what other advanced techniques were. Rather, he had to create Tai Chi because he couldn't learn these techniques. He didn't understand before, but now that he had become a cultivator, he realized that the Tai Chi he practiced as his morning exercise had an unimaginable depth. It was very interesting how a mortal sage was able to create something so incredible. Tianying asked what country this martial art was from. Perhaps Master Yang could demonstrate other Tai Chi techniques. Yang Rui would try to describe from his understanding. Yin and Yang are one. Yin and Yang are dependent on each other. Mankind and the deities. Calm and quiet. He understands the depths of the stage of complete union. And comprehension, not brute force, is essential for this. For example, his understanding of Tai Chi. Hollow and solid, Tai yin and yang, softness versus brute force. Outside and inside are one, loose and tight together, free quietly moving. They were amazed at the technique. He picked himself up, talking about how Master Yan could stop the demonstration. Yang Rui asked, "Isn't that surprising?" Tianying replied that since they were quite close, so he would say everything honestly. Tai Chi apart from the technique of winning with small forces sounds useless. Those soft, careful movements are more suited to beating absorbent cotton, not people. He got angry. However, he said that this man was not the first person to evaluate Tai Chi in this way. Therefore, he suggested sparring. Yang Rui would use techniques that were designed for beating absorbent cotton. Master Lin was afraid of hurting him. The protagonist replied that he could try to do it. If he succeeded, he would give him his academy's book. Tianying was interested in such a suggestion. Yang Rui was fed up with this useless chatter, so it was worth fighting already. Tianying promised to give you the magical steel god of war palace token if Tai Chi won. Yang Rui wondered what it was for. He explained that if a guy has such a token, he can ask the head of the palace of the god of war for a favor. If the request would not harm the palace itself, or if it was not evil in nature, it would be honored. He agreed. He then gave the first move to his opponent, after which he attacked. Tianying was going to digest turning this place into a crater. He inquired how such a blow would be to Master Yang. The protagonist replied that it was pretty good, after which he began to embody the Tai Chi technique. Yang Rui was able to stop his fist, saying that it might have been painful. He didn't even have time to react before the main character punched him in the face, after which he threw the head of the pavilion a Ling from himself. The others saw that the head of the Ling palace had a strong body. In addition, he had already flown through several houses. He flew all the way to the fake mountain. He didn't understand what this strange technique was. Yang Rui told me that it was a Chinese martial art. Is he really surprised now? Tianyin replied that it doesn't matter. As long as I leave has this token, then he could ask the palace head of the war god's palace for a favor. After which, Yang Rui said goodbye to the palace head. He said goodbye too. After the members of the war god palace left, Yang Rui stayed in the Zhou country for a couple of months, watching Chen Yang fight. Lai Chenyang subjugated the Zhou country and became the emperor of the two countries. After that, Yang Rui, together with the general, had enough dodge to Lanhuang Academy. After the war, Yang Rui and the Lanhuang Academy received a big boost in reputation, and the names of his disciples, such as Li Chenyang, were known by almost everyone. The academy was at a stage of prosperity. Lanhuan Mountain, Cultivation Iron Hall. The girls noticed that their master has been here for 3 days. But he's not practicing or even sleeping. Therefore, it was unclear what he was even doing. Yu Han even assumed that he had fallen in love. Come to think of it, Daji was on the side of Tianzi Pavilion, but she was so kind to those people. And she didn't even give the villains any mercy. Does she really want to help the pavilion and enslave people? But he doesn't believe it. The next time he sees this girl, he'll get to the bottom of it. Zhang Haixuan is too strong, so he needs to train more. He remembered that Tai Chi was not the only Chinese martial art. Is there using his cultivation and Chinese martial arts as a base? Then he would be able to open up a whole new path. A path that no one would be able to copy, and through which no one had become a saint yet. Suddenly he saw that there was some kind of skirmish in front of the gate, so he immediately went outside to take a look at what was going on. A man came out and explained that this was the training grounds of Lanhuang Academy. He couldn't understand who was making noise here. An apprentice arrived at Senior Van's house and said that the two insisted that their son join the academy. He couldn't understand how these two would manage to barge into the academy. His parents admitted that it was very rude. The man said that their child was tested and determined to have potential in him. So he asked to be allowed to attend Lan Huang Academy. They don't want their child to grow up to be nothing. She asked for a little kindness. They have no money, but they are willing to serve them. The guy mentioned that these are just ordinary people and they haven't done anything wrong. They are just poor, so they shouldn't be treated so harshly. Senior Wang explained that the academy has rules and they can't make exceptions so easily. The parents mentioned again that they would serve them. The man replied that they were cultivators, so why would they need servants? It's not that the academy is evil at all. All other academies require tuition fees when accepting students. Lan Huan Academy's prices are already lower than the others. That's why they are disliked. They are said to use low prices to steal students. Still, the academy needs resources to sustain itself. He really would like to help them, but paying teachers and the like takes a lot of money and resources. Yang Rui arrived there and explained that it was impossible to make someone strong without payment. He can't afford to train too many people. The stronger they become, the more resources are required. Therefore, if no fees are collected, the academy will go bankrupt. They greeted the headmaster. The senior also said that they weren't rude to these people, so he asked them not to take off their glasses. The man noticed that this was Master Yang. Even though they didn't come with bad intentions, these guys behaved sincerely until the very end, so it's fine. However, they should be more careful next time. He helped the man stand up. The man again asked for an exception. Master Yang had the power, so he asked that his child be deprived of the need to pay tuition. Yang Rui replied that he couldn't make an exception. The balance in this world is only maintained through rules. If he made an exception, then more people would ask for it. However, the woman wanted him to become a cultivator. The man requested that she let their son take up cattle breeding. Then he could earn money and get married. The protagonist mentioned that he can't make an exception, however he can change the academy's charter. The poor don't have enough money for training, but he can't afford to train everyone to a high level. The academy would then date the training for 3 years. The academy's resources may well cover that time period. If the student's results after this term are good, he will be able to stay at the academy to train further, and then he will be able to pay the tuition for these 3 years by performing tasks. If the results are average, the academy will be able to get the student a job in the royal court or other organizations, and then he can pay his debt to the academy. The academy will only provide subsidies for 3 years. He couldn't believe the abbot was so generous. He thanked these people for coming. For thanks to them, he would be able to change his tiredness. He also asked them to tell the child to report tomorrow. This advanced charter will help the academy to happen the rest in the future. He decided that he would fight Tianzi Pavilion to the end, so using his knowledge of the land. Yang Rui would completely change this world, and his actions would destroy the beliefs of all sects without exception. They began to thank the gentleman. The guy replied that he did not need their gratitude. If their child has the potential and desire to learn, they will perk up academically. He ordered his disciples to call Master Undong Lei and the others, for he had something he wanted to tell them. They would still see if Zhang Haixuan could enslave people, and who would become the ruler of this world. The kid asked if the master wanted to teach them Chinese martial arts. He had never heard of them before. They don't need to know the origin of these martial arts. Soon they will become a national treasure of the Tan country. They will be practiced not only by people from the academy, but also by civilians. Of course, he had his doubts about the fact that even peaceful people could learn these martial arts. But if they can't do that, then how can these martial arts be called a national treasure? In the future, Tai Chi, Baguazhang, Wing Chun and the like will spread among the people of the country. Of course, what the people will learn is only the base. He gave his disciples books. The guy revealed that they were reference books that he had prepared himself. These 3 would be responsible for promoting and teaching martial arts at the academy and among the people. Besides the techniques themselves, it describes the basics that will be promoted by the academy and the royal court. They will train the inhabitants. From now on, the academy will not only teach combat techniques, but also general knowledge, so you need to work hard and find teachers. Also, the academy has changed their charter, and they now provide subsidies for 3 years of training at the academy. He is counting on these guys to spread the word. General Situ inquired about the subsidies for 3 years of schooling. Every child, no matter poor or rich, will be able to attend the academy for free for 3 years. When these children grow up, They will lead the tank country to prosperity. Most people in the country will be taught literacy. Add the study of Chinese martial arts, and every citizen will become a soldier. The country will be incredibly strong. If everyone learns the national martial arts, ordinary soldiers will become stronger, making the army invincible. When every resident is trained, the country will be a wave of talented people, and it will become much easier to run the empire. Then they will begin to prosper. This is truly a brilliant idea. They all admitted that Master Po is truly wise. With these changes, Lanhuan Academy would definitely be able to surpass other academies. Meanwhile, a masked man walked straight down to the water. He wanted to be attacked, a normal beast with the strength of the lower stages. The man couldn't believe how this worthless beast dared to get in his way. After which, he chopped the beast into pieces. An explosion sounded. If he didn't hurry to report the evidence he'd found, he'd track down all their nests and destroy every one of them. Suddenly, a new opponent appeared in front of him and asked how dare he. The man inquired who it was, but it doesn't matter anymore. The monster's hand grabbed the man. He couldn't believe this little bug dared to kill his pet. The man replied that he had no right to injure him after all. He was an elder from Tianzi Pavilion. However, he didn't care at all about who his opponent was, so he blew him up. Even if he were the head of the Tower of Kuyazi, he should not be treated arrogantly. He was very curious to know how Kuyatsu was doing. Because of this man, the old man was imprisoned here, so he will take revenge on him at any cost. Zhang Song couldn't believe that Elder Tianyao had died, so he asked how it happened. Elder Tianyao's spiritual token has been destroyed. He was tasked by the tower head to find evidence that leads him to Xiaoyaozi. He was the only one fast enough to do so. Even if he were to get into trouble, a full connection stage cultivator wouldn't be able to keep up with him. This person had already been killed. Is it really because of his discovery? Zhang Song hurriedly rushed over to report this to the head of the pavilion. 10 countries came together for the sake of the academy. The heads of all sorts of academies had gathered here to spar between the students. The masked man asked Master Liu what he thought about subsidizing the teachings of Lanhuan Academy. His interlocutor replied that by doing so, the other academies would become enemies to them. If they become free to teach, how could they even oppose them? When he has the chance, he will personally force Yang Rui to explain himself. Then he will stop being so arrogant. Recently, Lanhuan Academy has been gaining momentum. The man called for his foreman, after which he punched his opponent. He explained that these opponents were too weak for him. They are indeed slightly inferior to the level of an apprentice. He had heard that Lanhuan Academy was promoting some national martial arts. Perhaps he should bring Yang Rui over. He really wanted to know how much stronger these martial arts were. The master only laughed, saying that his courage was commendable. It was not for nothing that this boy was his favorite student. But now is not the right time. Then they'll show Yang Ju who's boss. The main camp of the army of Tan. In less than a month, the cavalry will inevitably crush the capital of Liu country. His army is very strong. Yuhan noticed that they had already captured 3 countries, and this was indeed a great achievement. But perhaps they should go back home already. Xiao Xiao had already missed Master as well. Chen Yang asked if they had learned the national martial arts that the Master had sent them. Xiao Xiao replied that they had. The Master's all gone, and now they can relax a little. Yuhan noticed that Tai Chi and Bugua really were incredible. She felt that she became stronger as she studied these techniques. Chen Yang agreed to take a break after taking over the Liu country. Their cultivation hasn't increased in a long time, so they are using this time to break through the middle stage of the celestial body. As the girls prepare to move to the late stage of the celestial body, suddenly they noticed a demonic tiger jumping right at them. He was about to destroy this tent. He changed his shape, after which he landed neatly on the floor. Xiao Xiao noticed that little Bai has been doing great lately. He has defeated a lot of opponents, but the girl thinks that he is suppressing his cultivation level. He needs to break through to the celestial body stage, and then they can return home safely. Xiao Xiao hoped that they could surprise the master. Besides, she really missed his embrace. Afterward, An Donglei came to the protagonist with a report. Yang Rui said to tell you what he has there. But even if it's just the Lanhuang Mountain Garden, it's worth warning before entering. Near the Immortal Assembly Mountain on the border of the Qinzhou attacked the students of Lanhuan Academy. Looks like something strange is going on in there. He decided to lie down to check things out. We need to look at the people who caused trouble. The black-haired older brother had heard that there was some kind of cult here, so we had to be careful. The girl felt an ominous aura for some reason. Maybe she's just worried for nothing. He wondered what the library would reward him for this task. Perhaps they would give him some treasure. He was just waiting to inherit the book. He wondered why Xiao Yaozi suddenly disappeared after he finished the mission. From the information that Yang Rui has, his disappearance is a great secret. It was very interesting to find out what really happened. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a single clue about his predecessor. After which he arrived at the very same spot. He decided to check out a small town for starters. A man was selling berries and in hawthorn. The father bought some for his daughter and said to eat it slowly. The girl thanked her father, saying that it was very tasty. I can't believe they lied to him. There didn't even seem to be an ominous aura here or within a dozen miles either. So he decided to wait a couple more days. Day 2, Day 3, the 4th day. He called Dong Lei a scumbag because he dared to lie to him. He will punish that guy when he comes back. He sneered at the mention of himself. Suddenly the protagonist felt something. He immediately went to that spot. The residents didn't realize what had just happened. In Tianshi village, those cries for help could be heard, and he needs more blood. The woman asked to be pardoned, and the child asked that her mother not be touched. People showed up there who were very curious about what kind of demon was causing trouble here. These were the disciples of Lanhuang Academy, who had come here to kill him. After that, they immediately attacked that demon. They wanted to avenge the locals. However, he was easily able to deal with them with his scythe. The man realized that this monster had in strength that was close to the stage of full fusion, and an ordinary group of disciples wouldn't be able to handle it. He felt that there was a lot of pure ki in these pitiful and childish people, so he decided to make them his food and show his true form. And also when he consumes these children, he will reach the stage of complete union. They're not strong enough to kill this demon. He was getting ready to finish these guys off. Fortunately, Yang Rui appeared there in time, attacking that demon and destroying its scythe. The guys didn't realize what kind of tough guy it was that slew this demon with just one attack. Yang Rui replied that it was just an ordinary cultist who dares to behave arrogantly in front of the main character. He would just crush him. They recognized the master and greeted him. A girl approached the boy. She asked if that monster was definitely dead. Yang Rui replied that he was completely destroyed, and there was no need to worry because from now on, the monsters would no longer attack them. Suddenly her sign lit up. Yang Rui asked Yuan Zhou what was going on and why she was so suddenly agitated. She reported that in Hongfeng village, similar creatures were attacking and abducting residents. The guy was approached by the mother of this child. The protagonist thought it was awkward. The girl cried and asked, "Didn't Uncle say they wouldn't show up again? Would more people die?" He calmed that little girl down, talking about killing that monster now. He tried to calm down, for he needed to act reasonably. Afterward, he told the disciples to follow him. They arrived at the village and saw a similar monster. The boys thought it would not be easy, so they asked the master what they should do. Yang Rui wondered if they really thought it would be difficult. The guys should distract him, and he would just sneak up and join the hostages. We need to find out where this monster will take them. Yuan Zhou felt that they weren't strong enough to fight this monster. The protagonist replied that they just have to give it their best and it will get scared. After that, the guys immediately went to that monster and wished the master good luck. He also wished them good luck. They pounced on the monster. After that, Yang Rui joined their ranks and asked his brother to move over. The villagers had never seen him before. Meanwhile, the monster had to retreat because there were too many of these guys and he can't fight them. Then he decided to take you with him. The monster's gone. Now they'll leave the rest to the master. After which, they arrived at some locality. The men thought they were finished. The monster threatened that he would immediately kill the one who dared to throw something out. Yang Rui didn't understand where he was taking all these people. Was he really just doing his boss's dirty work? For now, he'll forgive this insolence. But once they get to the base, he'll give this monster a good lesson. There was already a rush from Daji, who was yelling for this monster to try and escape. The boy thought he was too smart. Daji hit that monster with her attack. As long as she's here, no one will dare harm people. He could see his plan crumbling before his eyes. He immediately asked if she was completely stupid. Daji claimed she saved them, but instead of thanking her, this guy just yells, and the monster thought it was a great chance for an escape. After which, he decided to fly away. Yang Rui shouted at him not to leave, and to keep him from escaping, he froze that monster. From the technique of concentrated qi, she realized that it was Yang Rui. After that, and he saw that it was a lushly busty Daji, or perhaps he should call her the Cherry Blossom Fairy. The conference room of Tianxi Pavilion. They still don't know where Tian Yao was killed. Zhang Haixuan shouted that they were all useless and couldn't do anything. He ordered the investigation to continue, for he was sure that this old man had been caught because he had learned important information about Xiao Yaozi. They shouldn't let Lanhuan Academy relax, so they need to contact the Zhentian sect. If Mingji does well, Haishuan will give him the demon blood pearl. Now they'll see how Yang Rui will do this time. Haishuan still has a lot of trump cards up his sleeve. They both asked each other what each was doing here. Yang Rui said that his disciples had been injured, so he came to find out who had done it. Da Ji is always traveling and dealing with evil creatures like this demon. She's already killed over 800 of these monsters. When he first met her, she was doing the same thing, but he needs to ask her something. Of course, she knew his question about why the girl was helping Zhang Haishuan. To begin with, she offered to take these people back and then talk. Here they were finished. The main character said to tell the reason, for he really wanted to know it. Is it really that important to him? If she wishes to enslave people like someone male, then she should stay away from Yang Rui. She saw that he would not give up his beliefs. She inquired if the protagonist knew what the magical steel token meant. Yang Rui explained that he already had such a war god palace token. Her clan was very unlucky, and her master's generation was captured by the Beast Island Emperor. No sect agreed to help them. In desperation, her master asked Tianzi Pavilion for help, and in exchange, they gave them a magical steel token. Lin Tianying mentioned that with this token, one could ask those about one favor. In exchange for the token, Zhang Haishuan asked for her help to defeat the nefarious Master Yang. Yang Rui asked if he was really that vicious. He even gave a list of the main character's atrocities, and they were all horrible. Even provided proof, and there were also witnesses, so she thought that they really deserved to die. At that time, she didn't know that it was Yang Jue who was in question. She realized she was being taken advantage of when she saw this guy. But what can she do now? He has the token, so she doesn't have much choice. He assumed that when she didn't put her best foot forward, Haishuan noticed it and was angry with her. In fact, she was already there when Su Fei had this guy trapped. But she hid her aura so that Su Fei and Sang Song wouldn't notice her. He thanked her for holding back then. The girl asked if he was angry with her. After all, she's a noble heroine who kills evil creatures. So why should he hate her? If someone gave a token to Lanhuan Academy, he would do exactly the same. She thanked him for his understanding. Now she shouldn't give up the token so easily. Daji replied that if the situation wasn't so desperate and whatnot, who would even give such a token? The guy decided not to tease her anymore, saying that he understood everything. He knew that the lush-breasted Daji was a noble person and would never side with Zhang Haishuan. The girl got angry and said to take his dirty hands away from her. When his academy opened, she told the elders to send many gifts, and even invited him as a guest. Therefore, their goals are the same. Of course he remembers it, but first they need to find out where these monsters came from. She has already killed 3 such monsters, but she doesn't know where they come from. Yang Rui asked why she didn't try to sneak into their camp. The monsters she'd met before directly sucked the life out of people. They never took hostages. Then they'll ask that monster directly. He broke the ice by talking about how he should stop pretending to be dead. He said to let him go, as these people would not even be able to kill him. The protagonist replied that they could indeed let him go. But first he had to tell them where he came from. Some things it's better not to know, and if you do, they'll die in agony. So they better mind their own business. After which he was attacked. You don't have to be so stubborn. The guy's gonna crush him right now for this. The monster only agreed to tell you so he wouldn't be beaten again. He came from the cave, the assembly of the gods. They all come from there. Yang Rui asked if he was lying. Monster replied something he wouldn't have dared to do. Daji inquired how many there were. The one replied that there were 9. She killed 3, and he killed 1. And now this monster is the 5th. That leaves them 4 to go. Daji told him to stop lying. And does he really think they can't see him lying? He agreed to tell them everything. There are actually 13 of them, and the strongest is at the peak of the celestial body. Also may he be swallowed by the abyss if he lies. After which the boys inquired of them where the cave of the gods' assembly was. Zhentian Academy. He could sense a lot of strength from Master Ming Jai in his aura as well. His training must have helped him a lot. Master Ming Jai was honored, but unfortunately, he still lacked the demonic blood pearl for his transformation. The other person asked the master not to worry, because he would soon break through the celestial body stage and definitely get it. Does he really think that the pearl is so easy to find? It's a big coincidence, but if Master Ming Jai manages to get his hands on this artifact, then he will be able to arrive at the stage of the complete conjunction of years. Chen Tian put on a great show at the Academy Assembly. From all the surrounding countries, not a single disciple could compare to him. Chen Tian was flattered by this praise. Song Song wondered how many new students had joined them. They must already be stronger than the other academies. Master Mingji replied that things were not so rosy. Lan Huan Academy spit out again, throwing something out. Song Song asked if Master Mingjai would not even make them explain themselves. This is very unlike him. Chang Song should know that no matter how much he wanted to do so, he was still not strong enough. He is still no match for Yang Rui. It turns out he needs to get stronger right away. Master Mingji needs to transform the heavenly demon. And to do so, he needs the pearl that appeared in Song Song's hand. The old man replied that it was indeed a pearl of demon blood. If he did what Song Sun told him, this pearl would belong to him. A little later, they arrived at the very same cave. Yang Rui didn't understand what was so special about this place, and why it had raised so many evil creatures. Until they get in there, they won't know. It was quite cold in this cave. Yang Rui mentioned that with their cultivation level, the cold wasn't terrible, but this cave was very strange. He told the girl to follow him. If it got dangerous here, she should leave right away, and he would catch up with her later. Daji had gotten into a lot of trouble when she fought, but no one had ever stood up for her like this before. The girl replied that he should be careful too. She even mentally admitted that it was not a bad thing to have such a companion. The protagonist noticed that the walls in this cave shine like mirrors, and their reflection in those mirrors look kind of weird. It's like they're mocking them. Suddenly, an ice dragon appeared there. They realized it was an ambush. He didn't realize who dared to attack him, so he said to show himself now. And with a single attack, he destroyed the ice dragon. Looks like they got a big fish. Looks like that monster lied to them. There were even more than he'd said. There were 13 now, but considering the dead, there were 18 in all. Daji asked who is their leader. Monster didn't understand why they were asking so many questions. They were about to become their food anyway. Yang Rui was amused that he was so bold when he was only at the celestial body stage. Well, you don't have to worry about that because they're already dead anyway. He used a formation of heavenly mirrored illusions. A lot of doppelgangers showed up there. They recognized that it was going to be quite a challenge. So many monsters. Plus, there were illusions. Yang Rui used the concentrated ki technique. Daji used the palm of the cherry blossom. After which, this attack hit the monster. The girl replied that these guys took her by surprise. Yang Rui asked if she was okay. She replied that she did, but she thought it was a shame that Yang Rui had saved her again. Do those damned creatures really think she's afraid of them? The girl used a secret cherry blossom technique, after which she forced the flower open. The petals hit directly into the monsters' bodies. It was surprising that the girl had handled them so easily. He thought about the fact that even he would be hard to resist this ability here. She just called them weak and devilish brats. Daji was furious that they dared to touch her, after which she proposed to go, for she wanted to know what secrets lay in this cave. They approached the stone gate. Yang Rui noticed that these statues were alive. She said to forget about these statues, and also mentioned that these gates are too heavy, causing her to be unable to open them. After that, he decided to give it a try. He shot at that stone gate, but nothing seemed to happen. But after that, they noticed that the gate began to crack, after which they were able to open them. Daji noticed that it's a transformation gate, but they don't know where they can teleport to. If they don't want to eradicate this sect, then they need to take the risk and kill everyone who is even waiting for them on the other side. At the same time, she took his hand, whereupon they passed through this gate. Yang Rui almost threw up, and the light made Daji's eyes hurt. However, these two didn't realize where they had gotten to at all, especially in such a bloody place. The border of the Zhou country. The girls noticed that little brother had just reached the middle stage of the celestial body, and little Bai had reached the peak of the celestial body. Now that their younger brother has broken through, the older sisters definitely can't just keep an eye on him. They need to practice their alienation training and break through the peak of the celestial body, and when they're done, then return to master. Daji saw that there were dead bodies and a bunch of skeletons everywhere. Yang Rui noticed that all the bones were badly damaged. It looked like their deaths were very painful. Whereupon, they heard a voice asking the dear guests where they were from. They immediately turned around to see who was speaking. The man said that he had already activated the formation, so no one would be able to help them. Let them prepare to die. The protagonist asked what kind of monster it was in the first place. They are all cultivators who are trying to become stronger. So why is he called a monster? Also, why are humans allowed to kill beastmen, but beastmen aren't allowed to kill humans? To them, humans are the ultimate evil. Yang Rui asked. So why does he wear a human face then? Is he really the one behind the killings of the locals? He explained that these inhabitants were killing his kin, foxes, and birds. So why couldn't he take revenge on them? And these two killed his spirit clones. Doesn't he have the right to revenge? He called himself the Devil of Black Bones, hidden for hundreds of years, and now he's decided to show his true colors. The girl couldn't believe it was a black bone devil. The protagonist asked if he was really that powerful and he should intervene in this battle. Based on the rumors, he's a cultivator who was famous a couple centuries ago, but he had suffered a key deviation, so she didn't expect to see him alive at all. So this old monster is quite famous, so he's going to enjoy this fight. He didn't even expect anyone to remember him. Then he wouldn't need a layer of human skin and use his true body to kill those two. Suddenly he felt a familiar aura and guessed that Yang Rui had killed his brother, namely, the immortal white skeleton. I couldn't even believe how this evil creature dared to call itself an immortal. It's just a simple cultist. The protagonist replied that they had already killed all the monsters outside. If they really did kill him, tonight's the end of those two. Yang Rui advised this monster to already attack. Since this guy wants to die so badly, he'll get his wish. They were formerly famous cultivators who became his servants after he killed them. The same fate awaits these two. They loved the thought of finally eating fresh meat. It's time to eat. Daji realized that all those monsters outside were his doing. She decided to kill him. The protagonist engaged the coup seal to freeze these skeletons. Yang Rui reported that he would deal with the bugs around him. In that case, she'll take on the Black Bone Devil. She facilitated the technique of 1,000 cherry blossoms. After that blow, he realized that he had been hit by powerful enemies. No wonder they killed his little brother. We have to fight seriously. Now it was his turn. Black Bone Devil engaged the Reaper's swing, a wave that pierces to the bone. For some reason, she couldn't move. The girl thought that's how she was going to die. She was covered by Yang Rui. He asked me to leave it to him. The protagonist engaged a blow purified by the bones of a magical dragon. However, this scythe was able to get through the guy's honeycomb. He couldn't believe that this monster was so strong. He heard Daji's voice telling him to stop holding back and show all he was capable of. Looks like he doesn't have a choice. He activated full power, connecting with the chi of earth and sky, after which he activated the Imperial State Control Records. A huge palm appeared in the sky, the palm that crushes the gods. The scythe was destroyed. She noticed that Yang Rui had indeed become stronger, and it's not like he was going to put up with his weapon being broken so easily. No wonder he's that legendary monster, since he was even able to survive such an attack. He told Daji to attack him from afar. At the same time as Yang Rui gets closer, the Black Bone Devil only laughed at the fact that he was going all out. This way he could easily be finished off. Yang Rui told him not to relax early. As soon as the devil and the black bones wanted to kill him, he grabbed his hand. After that, he decided to employ the technique of winning with small forces. He threw it right on the ground. Yang Rui reported that it was a good time to hit Daji. She attacked the devil with her technique. After that, the two attacks hit right on target. They didn't even know if they had succeeded or not. Somehow, the Black Bone Devil was still alive. The protagonist assumed he was a cockroach, so he decided to personally send him to hell. But he only laughed, preparing his nefarious plan. And as soon as the guy came in close to him, he pierced him with his power. She couldn't believe that this had happened. Yang chewed. But there were even tears in her eyes. He just wanted to devour them. Yang Rui really wanted to see if he had enough strength to do this. He punched the Black Bone Devil and then asked if that was all he could do. The kid only laughed, saying that he would find out soon enough. He used a 1-inch punch. After his large shell was destroyed, he tried to escape. But the protagonist wasn't willing to let him do that. Daji followed him. He's gone after all. After that, the guys heard the voice of the Black Bone Devil saying that they would both perish in the darkness. When the Black Zen Master finished his training, they would both die. Daji didn't want to let him get away, so there was an urgent need for a chase. She didn't even believe he could escape them so easily. The guy inquired about the Black Zen Master he mentioned, but she didn't know about it. Someone who can call the Black Bone Devil his disciple must be someone very powerful. Then, why hadn't he heard of it before? Daji assumed it was someone from the past. But even if he's still alive, he should show his face in public at least once in a while. He didn't understand how it was possible that the two of them couldn't know anything about him. Even practicing in seclusion couldn't last more than 100 years. She wasn't sure, but it seemed to her that this master was human. Yang Rui said that they should catch that monster and find out information about this person. He called the White Bone Devil his younger brother, which means the Black Zen Master has at least 6 disciples. Ominous ki affects her senses, don't let her see far away. We need to be more careful. Daji said to stop groping her. Yang Rui apologized, saying that the fog was too thick and he couldn't see well. She wanted to nail him. Two children dare to wander into one of the 4 danger zones, the abyss of the gods. Apparently they're looking for death. Once upon a time, the old master had gathered 10 fighters at the established connection stage to explore this place, and none of them had returned. Looks like he won't get a chance to personally retaliate against them now. After the announcement of a subsidy for 3 years of study at Lanhuang Academy, the surrounding land became more popular. Traitors from everywhere gathered and Lanhuang Street was established. The masked man asked His Highness if they would be going to the Red Arm Pavilion today. The prince replied that he wanted to try something new today. Suddenly a civilian crashed into him, and the prince asked if he was blind. He hastily apologized to the prince. The man replied that if he ever saw him again, he would skin him alive, whereupon he noticed the beauty and ordered her to be captured. But there was a man on the defense who told the wretched rabble to get away from her. He didn't bring his Hell Spider helmet with him, but they are much weaker than Shu Chu. Therefore, he could not be afraid of being embarrassed in front of Wan Er. He easily broke off with these two, saying that when he was by Wan Er's side, no one would dare to lay a finger on her. Press didn't understand how a man who was only at the peak of the core formation dared to attack his men. He even claimed to be a disciple of Lanhuang Academy. After which, he was whisked straight to the statue. Even without entering the formless essence stage, it was the easiest thing for him to do. Could this be the strength of the disciples of Lanhuang Academy that has been rumored a lot? He challenged the Lanhuang Academy. Yang Rui reported that they seemed to be lost. I mean, she told that idiot not to go any further, but he insisted. The protagonist wondered if she thought that if she had big breasts, she could accuse others for nothing. Actually, she was the one who was in favor of the chase. She'd even forgotten it by now. Daji asked then what they were going to do now. The guy replied that he needed to go backwards. Even 30 minutes later, they were here again. She didn't understand what this place even was, why they were going around in circles. Her consciousness is severely suppressed. A cultivator without the power of consciousness is practically blind, especially in a place like this. She noticed that they had already passed this lake 3 times. It seemed that until they crossed this lake, they were not going to get anywhere. But their forces are suppressed, so what will they do if they are suddenly attacked by monsters? They can't use their forces for exploration. It's too dangerous. They can't fly, they can't scout the area. Looks like we'll have to cross the lake on foot. Yang Rui noticed that this water was somehow strange. Why did he feel like they were in a swamp? It was hard to walk, and besides, it was water that behaved differently. As it turned out, this water even sucked out his qi. Daiji realized that this was no ordinary lake, but a legendary endless stream. The protagonist inquired as to what it was, but she didn't know much about it. Legends say that 1,000 years ago, a strong cultivator cult took over their land. So countless masters united in battle against the invader. In the end, both sides were completely destroyed, and no one knows what happened in that battle. The battle site became known as the Abyss of the Gods because many ancestors had died here. And such a concentration of cultivators caused an endless stream to be created. The water in it is black like ink and incredibly thick. It's hard to move around in it, like a swamp. Anyone who fell into it would be dragged deeper and deeper into its impenetrable abyss until all energy was exhausted. Are they really going to die here like this? Daji replied that there was a little hope. If they cross the endless stream, they will become stronger and get a mixed core composition that is stronger than steel. He didn't even realize if they were lucky or not. She just hopes they can get out alive, because she didn't want to die in godforsaken place at all. Yang Rui replied that at least he has a lush-breasted beauty with him, and at least one can die in such a society. Daji said to stop dreaming. He is so tired and doesn't want to move anymore. His strength is running out. Suddenly he noticed how the girl was already starting to sink. She mentally thought that Yang Rui was the best person she had ever met on her path. Unfortunately, she wouldn't be able to keep him company until the very end. She hoped that he would be able to survive. He returned immediately after the girl in the trail. Of course he won't let her die here. Yang Rui pushed her. She didn't realize what had happened. Then she saw the guy. That idiot's out of his mind. If he dragged her outside, he'd only get her deeper. She didn't want to leave this place alone. He sagged not to lose the chance the protagonist had given her, or else his death would be in vain. He would rather stay in this cursed place alone than the two of them die together. Let him live his life to the fullest and take care of the Lanhuang sect. After which she was washed ashore. Yang Rui is a complete idiot. That bastard left her alone now. But this idiot can take it easy, for she will take care of the Lanhuang sect. the outside of Lanhuang Academy. He started claiming to be from the royal court. And by such actions, that man is clearly a man who wants to die. His face was stepped on. Chen Tian introduced himself as a third-generation disciple of Gentian Academy. Ming Ji is his master. Does this bastard really think he is afraid of him? He couldn't believe that she wasn't the one from Chen Tian Academy. They clearly didn't expect to see Chen Tian here. No wonder he's so strong. Therefore, the prince should go far away. It turns out he's the same Chen Tian. The prince apologized for his defiant behavior. In that case, they should forget about what happened. Didn't he tell the prince to get the hell out of here? Wouldn't anyone accept his challenge? It seems like all the students at Lanhuan Academy are just cowards. Shao Kahn came out to him at the core formation stage, who didn't understand how dare this guy wreak havoc outside the academy. He accepted his challenge. Shao Xiang used a palm of condensed qi. Chen Tian thought that this was just another pathetic bug, after which he struck his opponent with a punch. After all, the disciples of Lanhuang Academy were simply nothing. The man wondered if anyone else would dare to accept his challenge. This endless stream is terrifying. But fortunately, he had time to summon the true form of the Lanhuang Library. I guess Daji really thought he was dead. If he couldn't escape from there, he wouldn't even dive into the endless stream. Now Yang Rui has recovered some of his strength and time to look for a way to get out. The endless stream is too thick, and it is impossible to just swim out of it, which means there's only one way out. He ordered Lanhuang Library to take off. A shield formed there, and after that, the academy began to move upwards, after which she emerged from the water. Yang Rui jumped to Daji, who clearly wasn't expecting it. She must have thought he would just die there. Tears came to her eyes, and she was very happy to see him alive. She immediately hugged him, which made him a little surprised. Daji called him an idiot and a liar. She really thought the guy was dead. He tried to calm him down, talking about how he was alive now, so he should stop crying. Her eyes were already all red. She asked him to promise that he wouldn't do such a stupid thing again, sacrificing himself to save her. If Yang Rui died, she wouldn't survive it. It's cruel to leave her all alone. He only started joking about her having a crush on him. The girl was embarrassed, saying that it was nonsense. Yang Rui then asked if she had gotten anything from the stream. Daji replied that she had been in it for too short a time, so nothing much had changed. But it was as if the body had gotten much stronger. It might not be the strongest form of mixed core, but she got it. He had heard that after obtaining a mixed core formation, there was a chance that her body would become a saint body. It was said that even a cultivator at the full treasure connection stage was powerless against such a thing. The girl wondered what about him. The protagonist decided to demonstrate the power of a 5-pointed nucleus of mixed structure. She couldn't believe that he actually succeeded. Legends say that if Yang Rui mastered it, he would become invincible. The chance of obtaining a saint body is much higher. Seeing this, she even wanted to return to the streams to try her luck again. The guy replied that she should be satisfied with what she got, because she had risked her life for it. The girl recognized that he was right. Now they can look for the demon of black bones. He ordered Lanhuan's library to shrink. Daji was curious about what kind of mobile estate this was. It must be the treasure of Lanhuang Academy. The protagonist replied that it could be said that way. After all, the academy has many treasures. Suddenly, the mobile estate began to move of its own accord. Yang Rui noticed that this treasure was attracted by a strange energy. Everyone was confused by this guy's strength. None of those opponents who came out to face him were his equal. Everyone says that Lanhuan Academy is strong, but now he realized that it's utter nonsense. It's much weaker than Gentian Academy. Another person came out who couldn't believe he was saying such nasty things about his academy. Chen Tian thought it was just another stray dog. It was Wang, who is a disciple of Master Andong Lei. He is at the peak of the core formation stage. He inquired who he was to rampage at the gates of Lanhuang Academy. Chen Tian introduced himself and also mentioned that he was a follower of Gentian Academy, and he would like to compete with Lanhuang disciples. He thinks that with this level of cultivation, he shouldn't have shown his face. It looked like he just wanted to get beaten up, and it was better to transfer someone who was capable of fighting normally. Wang replied that he had only fought with outer disciples before, and he was much stronger, even though his cultivation level was lower. Therefore, he shouldn't be so impertinent. The students of Lanhuan Academy are not weak at all. He wondered what they were studying here. Maybe astronomy or geography. He had even heard that they had national martial arts here. In that case, let him experience these national martial arts. After that, he used an inch punch. The impact caused Chen Tian to fall right into the statue. Fan attacked him again. He sealed it right into the ground. He is not good enough to challenge Lanhuang Academy. Meanwhile, the two had already been chasing the treasure for half a day. The girl didn't understand where she was going. The boy didn't know either, for he had lost control of the treasure. They arrived at a place where there was a stone slab. Daji thought it looked mysterious, so she offered to look at it. There was something written on this stone slab. Only by understanding the path on Lanhuang Mountain can one become a saint. A world under a demonic curse where everyone only cares about themselves. Everyone who is destined to read this must spread these words. But beware. She wondered what they had to watch out for. It felt as if the writing here was incomplete. It seems that the secret to becoming a saint lies in the Lanhuan Mountain. It seems that Zhang Haishuan gave him this mountain because he was unable to comprehend this secret. That's why he wants to use Yang Rui. If you follow the words that the world according to demonic curses, in which only care about themselves, then you can understand that it is talking about people who want to become stronger by any means, thinking only of their own benefit. They are no different from demons. But you can't generalize like that because not all people are like that. It seems to refer to most, not all without exception. But what does the last line mean? What do they really have to watch out for? The trees. Obviously, the author wrote it in a hurry and could not finish his work. It was unclear what he was trying to warn the one who would read this stone slab. She is more interested in what kind of person who knew about the mountain. After all, this treasure belongs to the Lanhuan Library. He remembered that in Tianmu country, similar writing had been found on the ruins of the Lanhuan Library. It seemed to have been written by Xiao Yaozi himself 1,000 years ago. Now I can see why the previous library master might have been here earlier. But why he wrote all this? What he wants to convey to his descendants. But obviously they wouldn't understand it, because he never finished his work. And it was very interesting to find out what had happened 1,000 years ago. Whether Xiao Yaozi had been killed in battle right here. She suggested that we go to see what would happen next. But first we need to return Lanhuan's library. As soon as the library was in his hand, then she informed him that she knew why the master was still here. Can't he sense Qian Fengzi's aura? Let him follow the library and find more clues. After which he hid the library. He took her hand and suggested we go see what was hidden here. He stated that it was so underhanded, or he wouldn't have fallen for it. His armor is regenerating, so now the real fight will begin. They will fight fairly. Since his cultivation level is of the highest Van level, he will only use his body strength. Let them show their pathetic, outdated martial arts. The man asked if he was sure of his decision. He was really pissed off by this insolence, so he decided to attack first. Chen Tian saw that he wanted to use the same technique again. He guessed that his opponent was trying to catch him as he swung. He put all of his strength into this strike, so he was very eager to see what Wang would do in response to it. He sees that his opponent has guts, but he should have been more careful. Now let it fall. He really didn't realize how he had just fallen. Onlookers thought that Lanhuan Academy's martial arts were incredible. They were different from those taught to ordinary people. Chen Tian might not have been prepared for the first strike, but the second strike would definitely prove the power of these techniques. Van inquired if he wanted to try again. Chen Tian said that his techniques were tricky, and the force of his strike was negated, and he was confused. The man didn't understand why so many excuses when the strongest fighter had won. Fortunately, he had stolen some of the demonic fire from Tsang Song, otherwise he would have been finished. And now it's his turn. He attacked Wang again. These continuous blows caused him to slide backwards a bit. If he continued to use only his body strength, he might even lose to him. But since he says that the strongest food will win, he decided to use his kui. Did this man really think it was possible to throw him to the ground so calmly? Now he would make him feel all that despair. North of Tianmu country, Huafeng Ridge. The man was chased into the beasts that were too fast. He was pinned right up against a tree and he thought he was done for. Suddenly some sort of portal began to form in the sky. Daji and Yang Rui fell from it. He fell right on top of the wolf and didn't realize what had happened. It was a painful landing. Daji admitted that this demon was terrifying, that even the two of them together were a long way from him. Who would have thought that they would stumble upon such a thing upon entering the abyss of the gods? But now the questions are shameful. What's going on here? He was telling the young men to run. If they could get to the village by the Yu, they would be safe. But the boys did not even think of running away. As soon as the wolves thought to attack, he told them to get the hell out of here right away. They began to tremble with fear, whereupon they scattered. The man didn't understand how it could have worked at all, and how this man could even drive away the demon wolves with a single word. He had to try it himself. Residents spoke of silver wolves being nearby. However, the master had driven them away, so it should be safe by now. Someone even thought that the wizard might have attracted monsters to the village, but he was told to be quiet, because the master might hear. The entire family of the rescued man thanked the two men for the rescue. He wanted to deal with all the monsters in the neighborhood tomorrow. The woman mentioned that such a young couple shouldn't go into the mountains just for fun, as there are a lot of monsters there. The guy and the girls said in one voice that they are not a couple. The woman only laughed, saying it's just for now, but she understands, because she was young too. There are only 2 rooms in their house, so these two will have to share 1 room today. Meanwhile, their battle continued. He recognized that the exquisite bone fist of the Lanhuan Academy's magic dragon was indeed very strong. Wang replied that Gentian's palm strike wasn't that bad either. He thought it was too arrogant, so he decided to show the true strength of Gentian Academy. He used scorching ocean fire. The spectators were discussing that it was the strongest fire technique from the Gentian Academy. It is said that it can even burn even space itself. The exquisite bone fist of the magic dragon is strong, and it can't be compared to this. But it was unclear how the guy would resist this attack. It looked like he was truly finished. Vaughn thought about how they were just ignorant fools. Since his opponent was using chi, he decided to follow suit. He decided to show that in the Lanhuang Academy, it was not uncommon for a weaker technique to surpass a stronger one. The man used the great chi condensation technique, freezing, after which he made ice blades. He figured those tiny ice cubes would vaporize before they got to him. Was she really trying to win with such cheap tricks? It seems that this is all that Lanhuan Academy is. He's too naive to think that. The wall blades ripped through his technique before striking the man. He didn't realize what had just happened at all. He even thought it was a dream. Wang knew that he really thought that about the techniques of Zhenpul Academy are strong. They are too weak. A village near the south, the southern part of the Tianmu country. A family bursts into the house, informing them that something terrible has happened. Demonic wolves are attacking, so we need to get out of here. Yang Rui was only glad that they had come on their own, as it saved them time. He asked Big Brother Qin not to worry, for they would take care of these wolves. The woman asked the young man to see how beautiful his wife was. It would be a shame if he died. It would be better for him to just run into the forest, taking her with him. The child was scared, but of course they had no thought of running. Chief Kirby tried to calm these people down by talking about how they are wanderers, who go around and save people. Let them leave everything to them. At the entrance of the village, these two were trying to fight off so many demonic wolves. However, to them, they were like they were at a punching bag. Afterward, he noticed that 2 foremen had arrived. However, he felt that these outsiders should flee, not solve their problems. The villagers don't seem to trust them. Yang Rui counted the number of demonic wolves. There are about 100 of them, and the 2 big ones are in the small energy realm. The girl inquired about the plan. If they leave after killing these wolves, the ancestors of demonic wolves with high cultivation levels would still be around. And in that case, they will come for revenge and destroy the whole village. But they can't keep wolves around, so they keep hurting the village. Still, when they have a warning against certain species or races, it may not be entirely justified. Now that Lanhuan Academy teaches the masses, they will always teach the principle of equality. No matter what kind of living being it is, they should try to coexist peacefully. She doesn't quite get it, but equality sounds awesome. He asked to watch him handle it. The guy took to the skies. To deal with these wolves, he'd just have to apply some pressure. He showed a bit of his power, telling these demon wolves to listen to his words. He won't kill them today, but now, their leader would only be accompanied by the 10 strongest wolves, and they would be under the command of the village headman. And they won't even attack the village. The protagonist will leave on their trail, and if they don't go against what he said, they will die. As soon as he came down, everyone was offering to kill those wolves together. Yang Rui recognized that he was the head of Lanhuang Academy, and next to him, the head of the Triple Purification Palace. The demonic wolves are now under the control of the village, but they must not abuse it. If they do, the wolves will come for retribution. And these 2 will also give the villagers punishment. Thereupon the 2 set out on their journey. In the meantime, the villagers were thankful for the instruction. She admitted that wandering around and helping people is great. Yang Rui replied that it all depends on who he is traveling with. In that case, he must now follow her everywhere. Daji wanted to show him the whole world. Tianmu Northern Prefecture. A man had heard that a leader in the north of the city had been killed. His interlocutor couldn't even imagine such a dare to kill a demonic fairy master. As it turned out, it was the master of the Lanhuan Academy and the master of the Triple Purification Palace. Since it was the same pair, there was nothing surprising about it. They have these two in Tianmu, so this is definitely a god's blessing. Yutun City of Tianmu Prefecture. They can't give up because the people in the city believe they won't let the bridges go there. However, it was a real bloodbath. Monsters are killing more and more people. It would be great if the immortal couple came here too, and they were clearly talking about Yang Rui and Daji. However, why would such powerful people come to a place like this to help them? He'll die if he keeps thinking like that. Suddenly he noticed the petals. An immortal couple had indeed arrived. The petals immediately rushed towards the monsters. Yang Rui ordered the 10 great beast kings not to attack the city anymore. He will also put a mark controlling the beast. Otherwise, let her not be blamed for his ruthlessness. King of the wild boars, one of the 10 great beast kings. He will never submit to man, even if he is killed. Before he could say anything else, he exploded. He wants all living beings to be educated, and that they should be treated as devils. But Yang Rui does not allow such evil. Leaving such an animal that is not for peace is a curse. The other beast kings were willing to obey him. They asked the protagonist and to be merciful. The deeds of these two are widespread, and there's hardly anyone who doesn't know about them in Tianmu Prefecture. Yang Rui's words expanded his influence. As a result, many people worshipped him as a supreme being with great respect. Tianshi Pavilion, Zhang Haixuan House. So why, after so many years, they still hadn't found out where Elder Tian Yao had died? He replied that the subordinates were weak and the soul search flag couldn't find him. Haixuan asked, "Is there really no key to the soul retrieval flag? It seems that they are not the ones who are weak, but the opponent's means are too strong." He was really curious about the mysterious person who killed him. No matter what, they must find out who this mysterious person is, as well as the method he used to kill Elder Tian Yao. They need to put more effort into it. He also has good news. Their men have discovered the location of the Ling herb. After he obtained this Ling herb, he would be able to get the 3 mystic heavens to do something for him. He really wanted to see how Yang Rui would react to this. The border of the Great Zhou country. Yuhan and Xiao Sha finally made a breakthrough. He congratulated the elder sisters. Now they had also advanced to the late stage of the heavenly realm, and now they could return. He also praised General Omu for leading the army to expand the Tang dynasty. Chen Yang expects that when they return, they might be able to fight as equals. P. General replied that His Majesty should not go to the field on his own. He should focus on his improvement at the academy, and he would take care of the other things. Chen Yang replied that they would not talk about it later, but for now, he would leave everything in his hands. Meanwhile, some people in cloaks came to the lake. A dragon appeared from there and replied that these humans were very brave. As it turns out, he is the descendant of a true dragon. Do they really think that mere ants can kill the Tongshuan realm? He is clearly underestimated. Well, if he didn't want to be his spirit beast, then let him die. The dragon descendant should have accepted his generous offer. After that, he killed him. He couldn't believe that a little guy at the Tongshuan realm stage dared to fight him. He informed the 3rd brother that now the 6th brother had been killed and the 5th brother's body had been destroyed. Perhaps they have not come out for hundreds of years, and the world has already forgotten the reputation of the 6 evil spirits in Beihai. He thinks they should take revenge by killing these 2 babies. However, nothing should be done now. The task of the master is the priority. If they act privately, the consequences will be very serious. Well, the one replied that it is fine, and moreover, they are the incarnation of a black Zen master. That here old man will not take any action against them. But it is worth being careful, because he can appear in their guise. Especially he is not a deity, so one must be careful. Otherwise, he will destroy him on the spot. The guy with the horns asked if it wouldn't be too dangerous to go there, just the 2 of them. Hunfeng replied that he was worrying too much about it. With him and Azure PC together, there is no place in this world that they can't go to. It was better to stop worrying and go to the meteoric abyss right now. Suddenly, Yang Rui began to sneeze. Zhejiang City. The guy thought that someone was missing him. Daji replied that it was obvious that someone was saying bad things about him behind his back. Few of his students had returned to the academy, so he suggested going back there to begin with. He wanted to introduce the girl to them. However, she had helped Haixuan last time. Daji wasn't sure if she would be understood. Yang Rui wondered what she was afraid of. When he is here, no one would dare to misunderstand her. He asked him to tell the elder that Lan Huang Chief Master Yang Rui and the Triple Purification Palace Master had left Zhejiang City, and it looked like they were returning to Lan Huang Academy. Meanwhile, he was still thinking about the meaning of the words on the stone slab they had seen on his god abyss. What did Senior Xiao Yaozi want to say with this? Suddenly, the library gave him another mission: need to solve an old secret from thousands of years ago. He is told to find out the true cause of Xiao Yaozi's death and find the culprit behind the incident. As a reward, he will be unlocked all the classics currently available in the library. He had already even forgotten about the very technique he wanted to recite. It turns out that the Heart Sutra will also be revealed. The library reminded this boy to work hard, and as his strength grew stronger, he would understand more of the secrets of Xuan Haitian refinement. Furthermore, he must not think that he was invincible in the profound realm. The previous owners of the Lan Huang Library who had such thoughts had died with a bang. The protagonist thought, shouldn't this be a friendly reminder, rather than a non-core reminder? Daji tells me that she has news from her palace. There is an elder there who is in the deep realm and is about to cross the tribulation period. Therefore, she must go there immediately. He didn't even know what kind of realm the tribulation period was. It seems to be higher than the profound realm. To be precise, crossing the tribulation period is not considered a realm of refinement because their cultivation will not increase. But the cultivation base of the profound realm has accumulated to a certain degree, and the understanding of the rules of heaven and earth has become more profound. When the cultivation base becomes more powerful than the profound realm and reaches the point of holiness, it is called the tribulation period. Yang Rui asked, "Isn't this the half-step of a saint?" It was unexpected that such a terrifying creature existed in her palace. It's a half-saint. Major sects have existed for thousands of years, so they will naturally have deep accumulation. In fact, other sects may also have this kind of backstory. However, it is very dangerous to cross the tribulation period. In the entire history of the binary triple purification, only 2 people succeeded, and the rest were killed by the Graham calamity. Yang Rui requested that she be careful. Daji replied that it would take some time, but she would come to him as soon as she finished. It was originally believed that as a profound realm cultivator, he was already a supreme expert in the Xuan Hai Tian cultivation world. Unexpectedly, there is a period of tribulation. Even the older generation had not reached such heights. The world of refinement is quite profound, even deeper than he had imagined. It is indeed becoming more and more interesting. He noticed a dark cloud in front of him, but it was unnatural, for the weather was fine. He realized that this wasn't a dark cloud. The whole place was full of monsters. One monster even dared to scratch his handsome face, so he decided to kill this monster. These monsters must have been fought for a long time, so sooner or later they will run out of energy. Although he can't kill them all, he will definitely take revenge later. Normally, the profound realm would perish under this tide of 10,000 beasts. Well, this whole child is really well appreciated. However, he won't be able to run away from them forever. In front of Lan Huang Academy. At the same time, Senior Wang was fighting against Master Mingjie. It is said that Chen Tian, who was the first genius of the Zhentian Academy, although he was only at the peak of the great perfection of the Yuanxiu realm, but he is called the first person in the land of heaven and earth. The last time the top 10 of the academy competed, Chen Tian went against the tide and even defeated all of his opponents and took first place. Because of this, the academy became even more famous. He couldn't believe that this little brat was acting so arrogant when he had just injured his dear student. After which he punched him. He was caught by Master Andong Lei. He praised his disciple and told him to come back to improve. Seems like all he knows how to do is bully the younger ones. The guys were talking about how Andong Lei was not as strong as Mingjie, so he would lose. Lan Huan Academy will lose its face. However, Andong Lei is the first disciple, His Majesty the Tang Emperor. Finally, he had found a worthy cultivator. He wanted to see how much strength he had, so he offered to fight. Dong Lo agreed. Lan Huan's disciples never give up. His base of self-improvement is higher than Dun Ali's, and he needs more practice, and his student just used Chinese martial arts to defeat his student. So he will give a chance to let Dun Li use all his skills, and he will only use physical close combat skills. He couldn't believe that this man was insulting the national martial art. He'll kill him for it. The monsters greeted the Black Zen Master. Hong Feng and Qing Mao encountered some problems in the meteoric abyss while they were figuring out Xiao Yaozi's secrets. His dragons are practicing the special attribute of the Breath of Death, so they will go there and help them. However, this meteoric abyss is one of the 4 most dangerous places. So many famous and influential people have gotten into it, but it didn't work out. After which he was immediately attacked. He raised this dragon for 300 years and he dares to tell him no. Then he asked the other dragon what he would do. He began to shake with fear, saying that he would follow the order. To help the 2 disciples of the Black Zen Master, he would go to this abyss. He asked him to be obedient at all times and not to go anywhere. At that time, the Black Zen Master had countless disciples, but they all died in his arms. And he never really showed himself. Whoever saw him, they would end up dead in his hands. If the master is different, he will not look at his student, and if he does not want to obey, he will be killed. Tianshi Pavilion. Chang Song reported that the man from the White Tiger Academy was unable to stop Yang Rui. Instead, he was thrown back by him. Haishuan replied that he was just a useless husband. Once Yang Rui returns to the academy, then the situation of Zhentian Academy against Lan Huan will be resolved. Therefore, it is necessary to install his favorite methods. Even though he and brother Qing Sunji had joined forces, however, they were not opponents to him. So how could he stop this man? He read them a bunch of lowlifes. To plan the overall situation, could only let her take a little risk before she could pull Yang Rui out of Lan Huan Academy. But she must not be informed in this matter. As long as Yang Rui is not in the academy, then Zhenpul can defeat Lan Huan, and other plans can be realized smoothly. This must be done in secret. He also ordered that no other forces should be allowed to get ahead of them. And since there is no information about Elder Tian Yao, Xiao Yaozi's case cannot be delayed. He ordered to send someone to investigate again. It's now Lanhuang Academy. Mingji thought it was impossible. Dong Lei asked if the Corker wanted to compete with him in close combat. He's just weak. He was really annoyed with that smelly boy. Originally, he was saving this technique for Yang Rui's disciple. It seems like he was really unlucky. The man used the evil dragon's heavenly palm. Dong Lei used a cleansing bone fist. The audience thought it was an incredible fight. Lan Huan's academy is really amazing. Whether it's melee or anything else, that person is not his opponent. The courtyard of Lan Huan Academy. Zhang Ting realized that Yang Rui and his disciples were not as bad as her father said. She can't deal with the protagonist, and now she has become soft-hearted towards the disciples. The girl didn't understand what she should do now. It would do her no good to stay here any longer. Suddenly, she received a message at exactly that time. The girl was told that she had to meet someone. Now he's home and can finally get a good night's rest. He noticed Zhang Ting, who had left the academy in such a hurry. Looks like Tianzi Pavilion is planning something again. So he decided to check it out. She arrived at the place and noticed some woman in a raincoat who said she was late. Zhang Ting asked who she was, and if she had been sent here by her father. The stranger asked if she was sent here because of her. She called her just a show-off. The girl inquired again who she was. However, she remained silent. She's acting too cocky in front of the princess who just asked her a question. She must be completely deaf. The stranger told her that her father had no authority over her, after which she wanted to attack Zhang Ting. The girl didn't understand at all why she was being attacked now. Wasn't she her father's subordinate? On her defense stood the master, who felt that she was not serving her father. Zhang Ting replied that it seemed to be the case, otherwise she wouldn't have dared to raise her hand against her. After that, Yang Rui revealed that since she had entered this academy, then he already knew that she was Hua Yu, namely the princess of Tianzi Pavilion. She tried to pretend that she didn't understand him at all, but of course, she knew that she had been exposed. Hua Yu from Luoqian Academy that she got Yang Rui as a teacher but was rejected. Hua Yu and Zhang Ting are all her names. The master was too perceptive to have guessed everything already, but she didn't understand why she'd been rescued. But this wasn't the first time he had rescued her either. He had rescued her before in the Tianxian sect as well. If he didn't know her true identity, how would he have known about the ambush that time? It turns out he knew everything from the beginning and saved her anyway. Twice. He had started checking on her from the moment she joined Lanhuang Academy. If she didn't help that poor beggar and wanted to go to the mountain to deal with the bandits, then as a master, he wouldn't consider her seriously. She did so purely out of the goodness of her heart. But as for the deal between Yang Rui and Lan Huan Academy, it was a bit different. If she hadn't given Xiao Xiao the antidote back then maybe she should have just killed her. She decided to remove her disguise, not wanting to listen to any more of this chatter. Aren't long conversations tiring? He sensed that she was in the deep realm. Hua Yu asked if it wasn't her father who sent her. She did come by invitation, but no one sent her here. The head of the pavilion gave her one busy elixir and asked her to capture Yang Rui in return. Haishuan said to summon Hua Yu outside the academy. After all, this was the only way to make Yang Rui show up. However, she did not expect him to appear himself in person. She didn't believe it, for her father would never use her as bait. In response, she inquired whether Zhang Haixuan was definitely her father. They don't look alike at all. Hua Yu replied that it was because of the fact that she didn't break the sorrow. But now that the master knows who she is, there is no point in hiding them anymore. She decided to eat the pill that would make her become herself. Then a bright light enveloped her. It could blind you. Hua Yu returned her true appearance, saying that being disguised for so long was tiring. And she felt much better now. She was now convinced that this girl was indeed his daughter. But she was surprised that Hua Yu was able to hide her heavenly and human form cultivation base. That old thief Zhang Haixuan really is insufferable. Hua Yu asked if she now believed she was his daughter, or if she had more to add. Of course she believed it. But there wasn't a single bit of lie in her words. Zhang Haixuan had indeed ordered to capture Hua Yu and used her as bait. Only the fact that she was his daughter was not mentioned by him. She thought it was completely out of the ordinary. It just couldn't be. She didn't understand why this was such a surprise. It was not unusual to use such a maneuver. He'd sent her here as a spy too, so he'd put her life in danger without Togo. Father is absolutely ruthless after all. If she didn't need the elixir to make a breakthrough, they wouldn't have even contacted him. She just thought it was impossible. Not only did her teacher know who she was and had already rescued her twice. Despite that, she had also caused herself a huge risk for her father, who had decided to use her as bait. She ran away, not believing those words. The woman then asked him if he was ready to fight, or just ready to give up without a fight. He remembered her words about how she said, "We get it, she is not alone here." So he suggested that they should all come out and let Yang Rui demonstrate his strength as the abbot of the academy. But to deal with just one person, she alone, whose name is Lin Xin, would be enough. He will die at her hands tonight. Ling Xin used a heavenly murmuring palm. The protagonist dodged it, but he recognized that it was quite formidable. She seems to pay special attention to tempering her body. Lin Xin asked, wondering if he was scared. Yang Rui only laughed. He explained that in his eyes it was just like garbage. She attacked him again, talking about how this guy likes to scratch with his tongue. The protagonist laughed, since she's not even capable of hurting him. In that case, he should just stop dodging. They're actually having a fight here. If she really wants a real fight, he will give it to her. But before that, Lin Xin must endure at least one of his punches. She'll just stand up straight and take his punch, and then he'll take her punch, and then they'll start fighting in the open. If he's scared, let him admit it already. He'd agreed to her deal. He really wanted to see just how good she was. Lin Xin didn't even think that there was anything here that she should be afraid of. Yang Rui advised her to get ready. He used the Heavenly King covering the earth. The girl was puzzled by such a reception with a strange name. And of course, she had never heard of it. He also mentioned that it should not try to dodge. Suddenly, he appeared behind her. Lin Xin wondered if he really thought that she would be impressed just from the fact that he managed to get behind her back. Of course, she wouldn't be impressed by such a stunt. So he decided to put a talisman on her. The girl didn't understand why on earth she couldn't move. Lin Xin asked what he had done, and the guy laughed. He placed another talisman, so she certainly couldn't get out. He's the kind of man who prefers to preempt any risks, just because you don't have to look at him that way. She didn't understand why he uses such tricks after all. It's a fist fight. He is a shameless and spoiled criminal. Yang Rui didn't see the prospect of fighting with a small and stupid girl. But she's pretty good, so he offered to be his wife. She told him to stop it now and not to touch her face. Let him put his dirty hands away or her sister will come and beat him to death. She is such a silly girl, so he was very curious to see how smart her sister would turn out to be. He even wanted to tie them up and then teach them both a lesson. I thought he said they were that kind of people. And he'd better wipe his drool off now. Ling Xin asked to let her in. Yang Rui replied that it was useless no matter how much she screamed. He noticed that there was no one around, and it looked like she had shown up here on her own after all. Lin Xin told that shameless man to get off her back. Yang Rui asked if she really thought he would listen to her. There is no one here to come to her rescue, so she can yell all she wants. Let her be a good girl and be his wife. She begged her sister to save her. They heard the screams, and someone even wondered what was going on inside. He was told not to stick his nose in other people's business. Lin Xin told that shameless man to let her go. She asked what he was going to do. Yang Rui asked, wondering what she herself thought about it. He was excited. She asked in anticipation of what. Yang Rui told her to wait here for a while. He would take a shower and come right back to her. She shouldn't have acted so impulsively and come here alone, ignoring her sister's advice. She underestimated this guy. He's really sneaky and cunning. Hua Yu is nowhere to be seen. He asked the man if he had seen Hua Yu. The man said that the last time he had seen the master leave with her, she had not returned to the academy after that. Well, it looks like he has no choice. He would look for her in the direction the girl had fled. Others wondered if the master had gone after his lover. Specifically, which one? This girl had revealed her identity, and on top of that, she had also learned about her own father's perfidy. It was unclear whether she would go down the path of no return. Suddenly, he noticed that he was being attacked by Lin Xin's sword technique. He used lightning-fast dragon strikes. After that, there was an explosion. Yang Rui was very curious to know how she escaped. It looked like she had saved the helpers on her side. He also didn't understand why Lin Xin was suddenly so cold towards him. Didn't they have a lot of fun just the other day? She called him a libertine. The guy guessed she wanted to pull the same stunt again. I wondered if she was really going to use the same trick on him. I guess he'd been right when he'd called her a silly girl. Going at him point blank was useless, no matter how good she was, because she'd never be able to hurt him. Lin Xin dodged his attack, after which the girl decided to engage the concentrated flame, spiritual flare. Lin Xin proudly thought that the mission was accomplished.